Okay, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm going to call to order the special city council meeting for February 25th, and it's approximately 6:06. Roll call.
Councilmember Basua,
Here.
Councilmember Lopez,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald,
Here.
Councilmember Madrigal,
Here.
Councilmember Perillo,
Here.
Councilmember Turan,
Here.
Mayor Zaragoza.
Here.
Thank you, all present.
Thank you so much. And also the opening ceremonies today, we're going to have a pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States, and that's going to be led by Councilmember Lopez, and then following a moment of silence. And following that, Councilmember Lopez and Councilwoman Basua have a public service announcement. So the pledge of allegiance would be led by Councilmember Lopez, and a moment of silence.
Mayor,
Yes, sir.
Councilman Perillo, I'd like to take a moment of silence for a former city employee. His name is Max Eugene Fudd Ortega, passed away January 28th. He was retired from the city of Oxnard streets maintenance, and his obituary was in the paper the other day, and taking a moment of silence, thanking him for his service and his family's loss.
Thank you, Max Ortega. Then, so a moment of silence for Mr. Ortega. Then, so the pledge of allegiance then be followed by Councilwoman Lopez.
Thank you. If you can stand, please stand and join in the flag salute. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America,
States of-
which is one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lopez, and my understanding that Councilman Lopez and Councilwoman Basua have a public service announcement they'd like to share with us at this time.
Thank you, Mayor. I do appreciate the opportunity. Before we get into this very exciting special meeting, I wanted to share on behalf of the council with our community and our residents that we have a very exciting opportunity starting this Monday, March 1st. The city will be hosting a vaccination site, a COVID-19 vaccination site, in partnership with Albertsons Companies and the County of Ventura. And the vaccination site is going to be located at the South Winds Youth Center, located at 300 West Clara Street. And the vaccine will be by appointment. So we do have a live link where our residents, especially our South Winds residents, can register online. You do need to register ahead of time, and the vaccinations will be taking place between 10 and 5, Monday through Friday. So I do encourage anyone who is 65 and older or anyone working in the healthcare field to register for the vaccine, and want to thank everyone, especially our staff who has been working to make this opportunity possible, allowing our residents in South Oxnard to walk into the site with their registration appointment to get the vaccine and further protect everyone from COVID. So thank you, Mayor. And if there are any questions or anyone needs assistance registering for the vaccine, please contact the city for assistance in that.
And Council Member, I understand that there's a phone number, and I think it's a 477 number, and I can't remember the first last digits, but there's a phone number for people that don't have a computer. And so they could probably call the office here at 385, 7430 for that phone number. Thank
That's
you so
correct.
much.
Yes.
Councilman Basua. Councilman Basua. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't know if Council Member Perillo has a question. Or
Yes, I do.
Sure.
Can I?
Okay,
Yes.
Terrell.
Councilmember Lopez mentioned for residents of South Winds, what of the other neighborhoods in the 6th and the 5th district? Are they, is it only for the residents of South Winds?
Thank you, Mr. Perello, and yes, a correction on that. So the vaccination site is open to anyone, but we really want to encourage any of the residents in the surrounding area as well to register. So thank you for clarifying that.
And I understand.
Thank you, Councilmember Basu, and thank you, Councilmember Lopez. Thank you.
And I understand also, Councilman Lopez, there's other sites too, that over in South Oxnard, and that we have at their office if they want to call, and also Babies for Us over here on North Oxnard is also available. So, Councilman Basua.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a really quick announcement. This Saturday, February 27th, between 9 a.m. and 12 p.m., the city of Oxnard, along with the city of Port Hueneme, will be hosting a beach cleanup at the Ormond Lagoon area. Anybody that is interested in joining us is welcome to do so. They should meet in Lot C, and they will be able to park there for free. We encourage everybody to follow COVID-19 regulations, along with, if they have buckets, they can feel free to bring buckets. We do have, we will have trash bags there available, but people are encouraged to bring their own buckets. And we hope to see as many of you as we can out there this Saturday. Thank you.
And parking lot C is off of Perkins Road, is that correct?
No, it's actually at the Hueneme Beach parking lot. So there's parking lot A, B, and C.
Okay.
C is the one closest to Surfside 2.
Okay, thank you so much, Councilwoman.
Thank you.
Okay. Our next item is the report from the city manager, but my understanding is that before we get there, we have a public speaker on that item. And that's Lawrence Paul Stein wants to share 3 minutes on the update of the emergency services, COVID-19 emergency services. Mr. Stein?
Mayor, Mr. Stein is not available at this time.
Okay, so Mr. Stein, we called you. Unfortunately, you're not there. So then we'll go ahead and go with a report from the city manager. And this is on the COVID-19 update from the Director of Emergency Services, our city manager. Mhm. Yes.
Very brief tonight. We will have a longer COVID update at the regular council meeting next week. I just want to address the issue of enforcement of street sweeping in our neighborhoods, since I've heard many questions about that. And the status currently is we are not enforcing yet. We suspended that towards the beginning of the pandemic because many people were at home, whether they were forced to work at home or whether they unfortunately were out of work. And currently we still have approximately 9% of our population has unemployment. So we will continue to not enforce street sweeping signage. Now, we do have a street sweeper contract, and the sweepers are going up and down the streets, and everywhere they can, they are doing their best to sweep. But we are not ticketing yet until we get further through this pandemic and more people are back at work.
Mr. City Manager, thank you for sharing that. But I would also like to ask the public to help us out during this time, like sweep your curb before refuse collection and after refuse collection. That'll really help us tremendously, especially with the high winds that we've had. Now we have leaves, and before we go into the priorities and have the city council members dialogue on that. So I would like to call at this time. We have Nadia Bayo and Adam Lopez. Nadia Bayo and Adam Lopez.
Nydia is not available. However, Mr. Adam Lopez is.
Okay, then we'll go with Adam Lopez, followed by Angel Garcia.
Mr. Adam Lopez, can you hear me? Please unmute *6.
Yes,
Thank you. You have 3 minutes to speak, sir, starting now.
Thank you. Well, good evening, Mayor Zaragoza and esteemed City Council. I'll be very brief. Obviously, tonight I address to you with your 5-year planning city budget. And I just want to give a suggestion, recommendation to really consider an area that is pretty much been ignored, neglected, and that is our beautiful Performing Arts Center. The plans are going to be to beautify, improve our city, which I'm sure all of you are going to do a great job. I really trust every single member sitting on City Council, and with the guidance of City Manager and everyone else, it's going to be a great 5-year budget plan, I believe. But however, our Oxnard Performing Arts Center, I'm going to tell you, obviously we all know that the big theater is being administered by the Canyon, but our nonprofit sector, the convention center, the hall, the community halls, being directed by Caroline Mullen and her team and the board of directors, they're doing a great job. They're trying to incorporate arts and music and a lot of seminars and webinars, and just trying to stay afloat to really serve our community. But, I'm going to be very honest with you. It needs a lot of improvements. I mean, in order for us to be a competitive venue, we need to upgrade our halls. I mean, they're extremely outdated. And another thing is I've spoken to many faith leaders, agency leaders, organizations, and quite honestly, it's not very appealing. The main factor and reason why they don't use it is because it doesn't have the capacity to host, seminars and workshops or even wedding receptions. And obviously, I know that right now it's not the time, but when the time comes where restrictions are lifted, we need to be able to provide these convention center for our local faith establishments, our churches, organizations to use it as conventions, 3-day conferences, outside businesses to use as training centers. And quite frankly, they're not up to par. And I would really urge you to consider including into your 5-year budget some type of allocation to help improve these halls. I personally, my church, we use them. We've used the halls for our Thanksgiving, services. We've used the big theater. I've attended trainings and seminars. Our Community Relations Commission has hosted a town hall there as well. And yeah, if I can be honest with you, it's not the most appealing, attractive
30
venue.
seconds.
And I think we do not give justice to the actual center. As it is a city historically. It's our culture. It is a gem in our community, and I would highly encourage you to consider allocating funds to the improvement of the Performing Arts Center. Thank you, and have a good evening.
Thank you, Adam. Our next speaker is Angel Garcia, followed by Tom Cady. Angel Garcia, followed by Tom Cady. Is Angel on board?
Yes.
Mhm.
Mr. Angel Garcia? Please unmute by pressing *6.
Hello, Madam City Clerk. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Thank you. You have 3 minutes to speak, starting now.
Excellent. Thank you for repeating the instructions. Good evening, City Council and Oxnard City staff. Appreciate the special meeting today, and thank you very much, City Manager, for your insightful presentation on the 5-year plan. I only hope that it was able to be presented in today's meeting, but it is what it is, and I hope we can move forward. I would just like to provide some comments and insight on today's meeting and on the 5-year plan. I just want to say that I'm kind of as a call to action to the community members. I think we need to do better in participating with the city's programs and really contribute to these surveys. I think it's really important that City Council and staff that we let them know how we feel about certain things and their goals. So I really think we should up those survey numbers and contribute to the well-being of our city so we can help our dream of a better city come to fruition. Now, for some comments. I think the city, if we really want to continue to swim, as the city manager had commented in his presentation, I think we should really expedite the cannabis program. It goes without saying that the tax revenue from cannabis alongside Measure E would do wonderful things for our city, and I think would give us much more room and headroom to make meaningful investments into the community. And I think one of those investments, I think the city should strongly consider universal basic income, perhaps a sort of pilot program to only a certain number of students where we can collect data and figure out exactly how our residents are spending this money, which I would assume would be for utilities and rent. And then based on that data, we can then, if possible, expand that program to really reinvest in our community. Because as we know, our community is made up of mostly middle income workers and farm workers that are struggling. And I know that we've done a really good job with rental assistance, but I think it would be something to consider. And I look forward to the rest of the meeting today. Thank you, each and every one of you, for your time. Appreciate it. Have a wonderful rest of your night. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Angel. Our next speaker is Tom Cady, followed by Carolina Apodaca Morales. Tom Cady.
Mayor, Mr. Tom Cady is not available. However, we do have Ms. Carolina Apodaca Morales.
Is Tom there or not?
He just dialed in. One moment.
Oh, okay.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, you
Yes.
have 3 minutes to speak.
Thank you. Mayor, members, City Council, this is Tom Cady, and I have a few comments on the planning effort. I think this is a great opportunity to move forward on a number of areas. Just a few comments on the general areas that have been identified in the planning document. I didn't see tourism and recreation activities, attractions. I suspect some of that is that as we're in the middle of a pandemic, people are probably not thinking of those things as far as priorities. But within a 5-year time frame, I think those should be included in part of your planning. One of the things that Oxnard has is great year-round weather, beaches, and other attractions that makes us a great location for people to come to. And you could link it to some of your other priorities, such as an aquatic center, the Zocala, other things that would bring people to the community. So that may cut across a few of the different areas, but certainly be a piece of the economic development. In public safety, I think a closer link to in terms of community policing and maintaining a 911 response should be additional training. There's been a lot of focus on law enforcement in the recent past, and coming up with better training and participation in programs like the crisis intervention training program for the police officers should be one of the things that achieve some focus or get some focus from our city management and police department. And in the area of, there was an issue there about illegal dumping, and I would suggest giving some thought to resurrecting the regular neighborhood outreach and cleanup efforts that we did for years before we ran out of money to do those things, where we went to different neighborhoods and did a outreach effort for information from the city, as well as something of a full court press on refuse collection. I think we need to be proactive about taking care of that. And then just one final comment on the quality of the organization is, and I think this cuts across all areas, is improvements in our website so that we can communicate through social media and other efforts with the community, and including that on a thought of for the city manager on things that we can improve upon. So thank you for your time and have a good evening.
Thank you, Tom. Our next speaker is Carolina Morales, followed by Greg Rosen. Carolina Apodaca Morales.
Miss Carolina Apodaca Morales. Please unmute by pressing *6. Miss Apodaca Morales, can you hear me?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. You have 3 minutes to speak. If you could please turn off your TV, we have an echo.
Okay, sorry. So
Thank
hello,
you.
my name is Carolina and I'm a youth leader for CAUSE, and I would like to speak about the funding that I believe Measure E should be spent on. I firmly believe that the city of Oxnard should prioritize communities who have been historically neglected. South Oxnard residents are living in condensed, polluted spaces which do not allow them to experience the same leisures and privileges that those living in the north side have. People from South Oxnard should not have to leave to other parts of the city in order to travel to green and safe spaces. There is an interconnectedness when it comes down to environmental health and green spaces, and I believe developing green spaces is a project that the city of Oxnard should focus on. When I think about green spaces, 2 examples that come to mind are Ormond Beach and J Street. Both of these spaces have potential and are what I consider hidden gems. Residents could benefit from safe bike rides and a walk path if we were to cap J Street drains and if we were to develop these paths. The reason why I think it is important to have these spaces available for communities of color is to show them that they matter and to provide an area where they can get away from everyday life. Overall, I believe that my ancestors and those that lived before me had a respectable relationship with Mother Nature, and it is something that I would wish to continue to do, so that future generations can see the beauties and wonders of nature. Thank you.
Thank you, Carolina. Our next speaker is Greg Rosen, followed by Myra. Or Mayra. Mhm.
Mr.
Hello?
Rosen?
Yes, can you hear me?
Thank you, sir. Yes, you have 3 minutes to speak starting now.
Okay, well, members of the council, city staff, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Craig Rosen. I'm with the Ventura County Arts Council, and I'm Director of Development, and I manage our Arts and Youth Justice Program. And for that program, we teach arts to youth in juvenile hall and teen centers, continuation schools, foster homes, and other residential treatment facilities countywide. The AYJ program I mentioned at Arts and Youth started as a $2,500 planning grant in 2006. I've overseen its growth to $135,000 a year program. We did receive acknowledgement from the California Arts Council for running one of the best arts programs, working with System Youth. And it's really been due to our partnership with the probation agency at the heart of that commendation. And I mention all this because we make a great partner. So I'm here this evening to let this body know that we see a real opportunity for reopening and re-envisioning the Carnegie Art Museum. And we'd like to be involved with the city of Oxnard in making this happen. The Ventura County Arts Council is working with the disadvantaged, be they in the system or families facing economic hardships and language barriers, as a priority. Oxnard has a high percentage of people from diverse backgrounds, and because of their circumstances as either indigenous immigrants or people living in poverty, they face daily discrimination. It's our belief that promoting and celebrating arts and culture helps bridge divides and can help heal pain that results from discrimination. The arts allows people from marginalized communities to be seen and heard. We envision the Carnegie as a place where many types of exhibits can happen that are multicultural and inclusive at their core. The Ventura County Arts Council successful $5,000 grant, the Alliance for California Traditional Arts, and we funded workshops at the Carnegie in the past that were taught by a master Zapotec and Weaver. We're also partnering with the Oxnard Performing Arts Center. We have funds from a grant that we get annually to invest in working with at-risk teens on their campus. It's been a great experience to collaborate with the management of the PAX nonprofit. They're doing great work, and I do single out Carolyn Marino Mullen as somebody who's really making it. She raises money too, folks, which needs to be emphasized. Please consider the Ventura County Council a viable part of the opening, re-envisioning of the Carnegie, and please look at needed improvements. I know somebody
else mentioned this before, to the Oxnard. So when we're programming, they don't literally fall between the cracks. Sorry to make a wisecrack here, pun intended, but I simply feel like both Carnegie and the Oxnard vital in this space where everyone can all benefit from resources being invested in their improvement and their programmatic health. The city will see dividends and the county as a whole will be better for it. Thank you all for hearing me.
Thank you so much. Myra, followed by Claudia.
Mayra?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, Mayra, you have 3 minutes to speak, starting now.
Okay. Hello, my name is Myra, and I'm a youth leader for the organization Cause, and I would like to speak up for my community. The city of Oxnard has been targeted multiple times for industrialization, and as a community member of this city, a large concern for me is the air quality. There is much that can be done for the city to protect our environment, especially for the southern part of Oxnard, such as requiring environmental impact reports to ensure that our community is safe from pollution. Having a healthy air quality is vital, especially for those who are vulnerable in the high-risk group. People such as small children, the elderly, and those with health issues should not have to worry about our city being further polluted by more industries. The funding for Measure E should benefit the community and the environment as a whole and keep industries from continuing to further pollute Oxnard. There is much to do to keep our community safe and to develop our city. Yet it is important to keep in mind that all community members will be affected by the choices, and I hope the right ones are made. Thank you.
Thank you. Claudia, followed by Lawrence Paulstein. Claudia.
Claudia?
Good afternoon.
Hi, Claudia. You have 3
Hi.
minutes to speak, starting now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Claudia, and I'm a young adult leader with Cause. I've seen Oxnard residents have to uproot and change their lives, maybe start from zero again because they can afford rent or rising prices. Unfortunately, these cities are people's hometowns where they grew up and now have to move, leaving their family and friends behind because they aren't able to pay rent and they can't afford to live there anymore. Now, where will all these people go? We need to focus on helping current residents stay so that they don't have to go in search of cheaper prices in other cities. We need more clinics to help out our people in our communities. I believe we should think in the now. What is affecting us now? And we need to use this Measure E money to mitigate the problems our community faces, or if another COVID-alike situation hits us again. Take Texas as an example. Will this money be ready for another emergency? In other words, if you're taking our money through sales taxes, we just want to make sure that it'll be going to a good project that we will be researched and will benefit our residents. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Lawrence Paulstein, followed by Ray Patel. Lawrence Stein.
Mr. Stein?
Good afternoon or good evening. I had problems earlier because the number is necessary to call in. So my concern I have is alluded to by a previous speaker that a certain activities need to be ignored from the priority list. And those priorities have to do with the festivals that we have. I believe I drafted a document that you'd have available in front of you at some point in time. We have numerous festivals, including the Strawberry Festival, the Tamale Festival, June 10th, the Intercultural Festival. Again, a number of festivals that we not attended to this year nor last year. And many of these nonprofits that run these festivals have to pay large sums of money to public safety, city corps, and porta potties. At what point will the city start subsidizing these nonprofits? Because there's been no activities this year nor last year. I think one of the items that needs to be up for consideration is to what extent, if any, the city council want to fund or support these activities. A question needs to be asked: who benefits by these activities? Do the residents benefit by the activities as general recreational activities or festivals that we intend to, or is it intent to draw tourists in and collect sales tax dollars and distribute that money to the general fund and not necessarily to the committees that run these activities. Many of these committees make very little profit, if any, by hosting these activities because they have to pay large sums of money to public safety, city core, and in some cases, porta potties. Perhaps the city council should consider to what extent the city should be subsidizing these institutions, because these institutions do generate revenue for the city and increase sales tax. So revenues are generated in the general fund, but these committees are supposed to raise money for local activities that get distributed to the community, do not get dispersed to the community because they get paid to public safety and other city activities. Please consider these activities as part of your priorities, even though they are not listed on the priority list as we read through the documents. The concern about the concern we have about meeting centers, we have plenty of meeting centers. If we look at them carefully, Eagles Club, Knights of Columbus, the Monday Club, we have none of these activities. People also meet in parks and at shopping centers. So perhaps a designated meeting center is not necessary because we have them both on a formal and informal basis. While the idea is considerable, I think the fact that it's not necessary because we have some activities taking place throughout the city. Thank you very much for your time and just consideration. It's my understanding that public comments not on the agenda are not on the agenda for special meetings such as this one. So items not on the agenda is not an appropriate item for the agenda. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ray Blatel, followed by Angela Whitecomb. Ray, for 3 minutes.
Mr. Blatel? Mr. Ray Blatel, would you please unmute by pressing *6?
Hello?
Yes, sir. You have 3 minutes to speak, starting now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, council members, staff, and the public. Good evening. First of all, I don't recall any invites to participate in list surveys. However, I can only think that this was my own fault for missing any invites. That being said, I don't know how much good it would do anyway to vote on 5 or 6 priority items which were developed by council committees and staff, which may or may not be something what the citizens really want. What should have been done is hire a consultant to probe the public at large to determine what the citizenship would like to see for the city's future. This process could have been executed in the same manner that the Parks and Recreation Master Plan was developed. That is, via a series of community engagement activities such as an advisory committee, and by that I mean not current members of the council committees, but members from the public from each of the 6 districts, focus groups, scientific and open surveys, and workshops. In this manner, the city leadership would have the sense of what citizens really want by choosing between a pre-selected list of priorities. Another point of interest. Recall some time ago, the city council, city staff, and the public were provided a briefing relative to the process used for the design and development of the unique area in San Diego called Little Italy. I can only speak for myself when I say I was impressed with the process and the results. I even visited that area before. What happened with this idea, and why invite the presentation just to see it die? I think the city of Oxnard needs something like this. As an example, the Oxnard Boulevard corridor could be blocked off for all vehicular traffic from 5 Points to at least 4th Street. Recall that I once mentioned this to the city council, and I thought this corridor, as it currently exists, is definitely uninviting and unwelcoming to visitors, and the former Mayor Pro Tem agreed with me. Once blocked off, this corridor could be developed with multi-purpose usage with a combination of residential and commercial businesses, including shops, restaurants with indoor and outdoor dining, music venues, markets, dessert and juice bars, venues for street and craft fairs, etc. Anything that might be attractive to our residents and visitors alike. By ending at or including 4th Street, it opens a gateway for visitors arriving via rail or bus with easy foot access to the area. Truck access to commercial businesses would still be available via Woolley Road in both east and west directions to Rice and Victoria. I would hope that the city might consider something like this before all of the downtown development and improvement funds are whittled away with nothing left to do anything meaningful. The reinvention of the Oxnard image should be on the top priority list for the next 5 or 10 years. Why not hire a design consultant to come up with some concepts? This would give the citizens of Oxnard plus any visitors, something fun to do, and keep the local money here rather than funnel to our neighboring cities. Thank you very much and have a good evening.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Angela Whitecomb, followed by Pat Brown.
Ms. Angela Whitecomb? Please unmute by pressing *6.
Okay, I'm unmuted now. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Thank you. My name is Angela Whitecomb. I'm one of your Parks, Recreation, and Community Services Commissioners. And I want to thank you for the time and putting out the survey on priorities. As you've noticed, our city's starting to look a little better through all the volunteer efforts and the efforts of our city staff. On that page, I really want to push for even more help with our recreation and our parks department. They took the brunt of the cut, and our children and our adults, we need all the green spaces and recreation opportunities we can through this tough time in COVID. Our recreation staff has done a phenomenal job reaching out to the community and supporting all the families that live here through this tough time. They're very active in supporting us with this COVID challenge. That being said, that doesn't leave a lot of staff left to help with any of the recreational stuff that they're very talented doing. So I would like to see their staff be boosted and more opportunities left. Our mental health is very tried at this time, and I think it's necessary for our community to have these spaces. For the next 5 years, I'm really big on bike lanes, parks being imaginative and thinking outside of the box, using more city property in a different way, thinking about pocket parks, thinking about ways that we could use existing structures in new imaginative ways. We have a parking structure that's empty half the time. While it's empty and we don't have the business, let's think about other ways that we can use it for activities to support our downtown empty lots, turning them into community gardens. You know, they temporary use would be great until they're developed or turned into a permanent park. So please make these considerations, and thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Pat Brown, followed by Stephanie from the Oxnard Gym and Mineral Society. Pat Brown.
Ms. Pat Brown, you can unmute by pressing *6. Ms. Pat Brown, are you there? Hello? Ms. Pat Brown, please unmute by pressing *6.
She'll get it. She got it last time. There.
Hello? Hello, can you hear me, Ms. Brown?
She has to unmute them. Okay.
Hello?
Let's come back.
Okay.
We'll come back.
Thank you. Then Stephanie from the Oxnard Gym and Mineral Society, followed by Nancy Lindholm. Stephanie.
Stephanie?
Hello.
Hi, you have 3 minutes to speak.
Thank you. As I said, I'm with the Oxnard Gem and Mineral Society. We are a sponsor of the Oxnard Performing Arts Center, meaning our commitment to hold our meetings and events at the OPAC help get it built. I would like to begin by commending the City Council for all your hard work to keep the OPAC open, and the OPAC Board for obtaining grants and donations to keep the OPAC a vibrant part of our community. We all appreciate your efforts. But the Oxnard Gem and Mineral Society was surprised to see that the Oxnard Performing Arts Center was not included in the city's 5-year plan survey. I noticed in the survey responses that activities and revitalizing South Oxnard repeatedly came up. The OPAC can be part of that effort. It was created as an affordable venue to host the ever-changing needs of our community, from events as small as a birthday party to as large as to fill a 1,600-seat auditorium. But the buildings need maintenance. We are requesting that some of the Measure E funding be used to address the long-deferred building maintenance needs for the Oxnard Performing Arts Center. There has been water and wind damage to the roof. The bathrooms need updating. The parking lot and sidewalks need repairing, and more. The reality is we are all looking forward to the day when we can emerge from social isolation, but we need a place where we can safely go to rejoin society. I like to remind you that there is a reason so many different groups of people came out to save the pack in 2019. It is a site that our memories have been made. It serves the many facets of our community, but it can do more. It can be the hub linking bike paths and trolleys from 4th Street to the OPAC, city parks, and more. But to continue to serve the community, to realize its full potential as a revitalizing force in South Oxnard, the OPAC needs maintenance. Please allocate some of the Measure E funding to repair the Oxnard Performing Arts Center. It is the heart of our community. Thank you for your consideration. Bye.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Nancy Lindholm, followed by Matthew Merricks.
Hello, it's Nancy.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Zaragoza, members of the City Council and City staff. I'm Nancy Lindholm, CEO of the Oxnard Chamber of Commerce. Thank you for making economic development efforts a critical part of your 5-year priorities. The Chamber has always been a strong supporter of creation of quality jobs for our residents, which actually relates to the quality of life issues because, as we know, a good quality of life starts with a good job. I just want to say that when the city gets to the point of specific projects and programs under the economic development priorities, the Chamber is certainly willing to help and partner on those efforts. Thank you again for prioritizing economic development in Oxnard's future. Have a nice evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Our next speaker is Matthew Merricks, followed by Deborah Tejada. Matthew Merricks.
Mayor Matthew Merricks is not available.
Okay, then Deborah Tejada, followed by Christina Zupko.
Deborah Tejada is not available. However, we do have Ms. Zupko on the line.
Okay, Christina. Okay.
Ms. Christina Zupko?
I'm here.
Yes, thank you. You have 3 minutes to speak.
Thank you. Hello, Honorable Mayor of Oxnard and City Council members. I represent the organization Friends of Ormond Beach. We have reviewed the priority plan for the next 5 years. We understand that the items and areas identified in the city manager's presentation reflect a summation of public input over the past year. But the way the input was gathered is flawed. Residents did not provide the input. Instead, they were given a list of pre-selected items to rank online. The integrity of the survey process aside, it appears as if one of the items, item number 3, maintaining storm drains to prevent ocean and beach pollution, was removed from the priority plan, perhaps because it was the lowest ranking item. Even as such, some Measure E monies should go toward improving the water quality at Ormond Lagoon. After all, the harbor and improving its water quality is specifically mentioned in the plan. Additionally, from where we stand, we see 3 places in the city manager's plan where Ormond Beach falls. Number 3, restoration and maintenance of city parks and public spaces. Number 7, respond to illegal dumping. And number 10, clean up the gateways to the city. Ormond Beach is a public space that needs restoration. Ormond Beach is a place of tremendous illegal dumping. And Ormond Beach is also a gateway to the city. If improving the water quality of the harbor is good enough for the city manager's plan, then improving the water quality of the Ormond Lagoon and its dangerous Enterococcus bacteria levels should be as well. If it is not, then it could be viewed as an example of environmental injustice. We remind the city that many Oxnard residents volunteered the past year to clean up the Ormond Lagoon. Additionally, volunteers from Port Hueneme, Ventura, and Los Angeles have invested countless hours and monetary resources to pick up the needles, plastic, headboards, couches, mattresses, spray cans, and beer bottles from the Ormond Lagoon and beach areas. Tragically, this trash ends up in the Pacific Ocean when the lagoon breaches and the king tides arrive. That means that Oxnard is not only culpable for hurting South Oxnard residents, but it is also culpable for harming a much larger environment and population of people who recreate along California's coast. The city's maintenance plan for Ormond Beach should not be to hope and pray that Surfrider and Port Hueneme will pay to clean up this precious resource.
30 seconds.
The city's maintenance plan for Ormond Beach should not be to hope and pray that volunteers will just magically show up year after year to clean up the mess that Oxnard refuses to address. It gets old. Volunteers are burning out. Listen to all public input. Put item number 3 back into your 5-year plan. Share the public comments, and thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Gregory Minner, followed by Sofia Vega. Gregory.
Mayor Gregory is not available.
Not available.
However,
Okay.
Ms. Sofia Vega is on the line.
Okay, Sofia Vega, then followed by Odette Moran.
Ms. Sofia Vega? Ms. Vega?
Hello?
Yes, hi. You have 3 minutes to speak, starting now.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Sofia Vega, a longtime South Oxnard resident and Southwinds resident right across from the Ormond Beach. As a member of Friends of Ormond Beach, I to utter the same issue that we need to add Ormond Beach to the city's list of priorities. As several others have mentioned, the list that was provided as a survey had pre-selected list of priorities. We need to add Ormond Beach to the list. Halico and its proximity to the natural resources, including the wetlands, the beach and ocean, obviously in addition to the impact of the groundwater, it's very critical that we do something about this. And I mean, we are having the Ormond Beach cleanup this Saturday. It could have been a great place to meet at the end of Perkins Road, right? That parking lot. But yet we're moving on to Lot C. So there's a lot to work on, and Ormond Beach is definitely something that we need to look at. Yes, cleanups help and all of that, but if it's not on the list, then we're just bouncing it from one side to another. And like our friends in Port Hueneme, they've been able to collaborate with other agencies, as well as South Oxnard residents to do something about this. We need to add this to the list. Please add Ormond Beach to the city's list of priorities. I really hope that especially our council member Lopez and Basua are considering this. And I know that if you have the best interest of our residents and your constituents, I know that you will do something about this. Thank you and have a good rest of your evening.
Thank you so much. And our next speaker is Odette Moran, followed by Ricardo Torres.
Odette Moran.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Odette, and I'm a young adult leader with Cause. I'm excited to hear that projects like these may benefit and improve the quality of life of my community here in South Oxnard. However, I greatly worry that these projects will displace many families who currently live here. I grew up in South Oxnard and intimately know my vecindario. For example, there is a señora who collects empty water bottles every day on the streets just to get by. She babysat me and helped raise me when I was younger. My uncle, who lives just a few doors down from us on this very same street, lives in the same apartment my grandfather used to live in. In fact, 3 generations of my family have lived in this exact apartment in South Oxnard. First, my grandfather, who moved here after the Bracero program ended. Then my grandfather migrated with his sons, including my father, in the 1980s. And then my father brought us in 2004.
but this time not to work in the fields, but so that we can get a better education. Again, all of us arrived and lived in the same apartment my uncle lives in today in South Oxnard. It would be devastating if my uncle no longer can afford his rent because of raising rent prices caused by these new projects built using these funds. My family and families like mine have migrated to South Oxnard with great dreams and hopes. They are here as residents of the space with a lot of ganas and opportunities for their families. And I cannot imagine a South Oxnard without every single one of them. I can't stand the thought of them being displaced by projects that are meant to improve their quality of life. I hope you consider to use these funds in investing on your current residents and ensure that they will not be displaced. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ricardo Torres, followed by Jaime Moreno.
Mayor, Mr. Torres and Mr. Moreno are not available. However, we do have two public speakers that have called back, Nydia Bello and Pat Brown.
Okay, let's go ahead and start with
Ms. Nydia Bello?
and followed by Pat Brown.
Ms. Bello, please unmute by pressing *6.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, you have 3 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nydia, and I'm a community organizer with COS. We believe that community members should have a say in the type of developments and projects that come to our city. And we know that the city is going to continue to develop as it should. And as more projects come, we need to make sure that there's transparency. Our community needs to be made aware of what is happening and what the real impacts are going to be. And so the city needs to ensure environmental impact reports are done so that we know projects are good and won't negatively impact the environment and the neighborhoods. Evaluating the impact that developments will have on the community and air quality is important for the residents that have lived with heavy pollution in South Oxnard for many years. COS young adults, adults and youth, and as well as community partners came together to create a vision for a healthy South Oxnard. And this includes full transparency on planned projects for future development in our community, a healthy environment with a commitment to zero emission, and a clean air future. And lastly, no more industrialization between South Oxnard neighborhoods and our beach. And this is what our community envisions, what it has envisioned for a long time. We hope that the city will consider this vision for a healthy South Oxnard in deciding future developments. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our last speaker is Pat Brown.
Ms. Pat Brown? Ms. Pat Brown? Please unmute by pressing *6. Ms. Brown, can you hear me?
It's not working.
Can you hear me now?
Hi, Ms.
Yep.
Brown.
Hello? This is Pat Brown. Can you hear me now?
Yes,
Yes,
we can.
ma'am. You have 3 minutes to speak. Starting now.
Okay. I understand as the person in charge of the 5 Points Northeast neighborhood. I'm the chair, and I've been watching about the projects that the city wants to build on the site south of 5th Street between 5th and 7th. They want to do some building in there, and they want to put in very low income housing for homeless people and that sort of thing. And I have found out that even though we need that all developed, the neighborhood there in the apartments and the condominiums down on 7th Street, they do not want homeless type people living next to them. They don't want them up and down the street. The problem is that we've already got one homeless shelter for men there, and that's enough of a problem, and they don't want any more. And I've tried to explain to them that they're going to be getting services and help, just like on the west side of Oxnard Boulevard at the facility there. And it doesn't matter. They don't want them there. And I know that you can't build a luxury apartment complex there because nobody will want to live there because of the homeless shelter there for the men. So we're stuck. We're stuck. We need somebody to straighten things out. Either switch and put the women and children in the men's homeless shelter, and take the men and put them down south of Woolley Road, off of Rose, and trade off. But the people that are managing and owning the one on Mita, they don't want to move. The men's group place, they want to stay there, but they're ruining it for everybody else. We can't get anything in there, and so we just end up with a bunch of empty weed patches because we can't make everybody happy. I'm really in a bind here, and I don't know what to do about it. And I would like to have all of the big, huge trucks that go up and down Oxnard Boulevard to and from the freeway. I would like to have them stay off of Oxnard Boulevard. It's not necessary that they be on Oxnard Boulevard. They just do it because they want to be there. And we don't want them there. They're dangerous. And when we get new
Thank you, Pat. Thank you. That was our last speaker. So our next item is going to be a city manager department, and the subject is setting the city council 2021-2025 5-year priorities. The recommendation is the city council set its 2021-2025 year priorities, which will be adopted at a future city council meeting. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, and good evening again, Mr. Mayor and City Council, as well as staff here in the chamber. There are very few of us, and the public who are chiming in. So I want to begin. Obviously, I'm here to assist the council in getting through this process tonight. So I want to begin by framing the conversation. So first, let me start with reiterating what the purpose of this workshop is. And that is, of course, to set clear policy direction for the next 5 years. Now, what this is not, it is not a budgeting session. What you are fashioning tonight is not the budget document, nor is it even a detailed plan. This is a policy document being fashioned tonight. And then each ensuing budget will be the policy statements for each fiscal year. And each budget is what speaks to how much money the council chooses to invest for what efforts. Now, very quickly, because many of the comments in the most recent survey brought up Measure E, as well as some of the speakers tonight, I want to just quickly summarize that Measure E, although it was approved by voters back in November, it has yet to go into effect, and it does not become effective until this April, starting the 1st of April. And the city will not be seeing revenues from Measure E until the very end of June, which is typically when the state will remit the revenues back to us. And the end of the June payment, and by the way, this was summarized on the third slide in the presentation attached to the staff report, will be attributed to this current fiscal year because it is being collected during April, May, and June. And then the following quarter, the end of September, is when Measure E revenues will come for the next fiscal budget. Next thing I want to summarize is the nature of the surveys, because we see both in the numerous comments as well as some of the speakers' criticism of the survey. And I just want to remind folks so that this has been cumulative, and it does go back to what we call the Join the Conversation survey, which started in November of 2019. Now, as all surveys go, we do the best we can. We reach as many people as we can. And yes, we started the survey with a series of questions, which we gleaned from what we learn and what we are aware of working here at City Hall and throughout the community. The survey has to start somewhere. Right? You are not going to start a survey with a blank page, because then you would end up with even more ideas than we saw in the most recent survey. So it goes back to November of 2019. That was prior to the pandemic, and throughout the pandemic, the public's priorities clearly shifted a little bit. And then with the most recent survey that we did to help the council tonight, you can see how things shook out. Now, this particular process to set the council's 5-year priorities, we began back in January. And yes, we did go to the committees to help scope the parameter of the most recent survey. And here we are tonight, and you've had the opportunity to review all of that information. Now, the next thing I want to summarize is our general philosophy that we've been recommending for this process. And there are three philosophical ways that I was hoping we could agree to approach this. So first and foremost is that we need to focus on turning City Hall into a high-functioning organization. That needs to be done for all the right reasons, but ultimately, in order for us to be able to deliver on the services and programs that the community wants and that the City Council gives us direction to do so. Next, philosophically, is to pay attention to restoring the various levels of services and programs needed for our community. Over the last decade, there have been year after year have been fiscal deficits and reductions in the budget. So many services and programs were cut. And then finally, because we're looking outward to the next 5 years, we wanted to be open to aspiring to add a few and I hope it is only a few investments that will make the city a better place for all of us. Now, this is a priorities list for only a 5-year window, for only a 5-year period. This is not for 50 years. And clearly, if we were to try to address everybody's wants and needs, the list would be more than 1,000 items long, probably much more than that. I mean, I can myself come up with a list of about 200 things that I think we should focus on. So, and as we also see in all of the commentary, the wide range of those interests. Ultimately, again, we're looking at just the next 5 years. There's only so much time and money, as well as people, that can get the works done. And then finally, once you are able to set your priorities tonight, when the budget time comes, obviously it's incumbent upon all of us to make sure that these priorities are reflected in each budget. And in addition, when we're recommending programs or services or organizational needs, the presentation should be clear that they are measurable, right? That we understand what the outcomes are, that we understand how long any particular project or program or services would run, how long it would take to ramp up, and so on. make sure that it aligns back to what we told the public we would invest Measure E in. And of course, all of that helps all of us hold each other accountable as we perform the work into the year. Now, very quickly, just as a reminder, there are 5 major categories: organizational effectiveness, quality of life, economic development, public safety, infrastructure, and natural resources. Now, before I hand it back to the council, I do want to address the variety of comments that we received. Many more than what we've heard tonight. There are hundreds of them, along with the survey that people inputted. And if you've taken the time to review them, you're very aware that they are varied, divergent, and in some places conflicting and opposing. There are comments about protecting the environment, and then there are comments about bringing more industry versus deindustrialization. There are many, there's a large grouping, many comments with regard to the homeless, and even among those comments, many range from helping the homeless towards to the other end of the spectrum, having to do with just getting rid of them all out. We have comments that where people are proponents of gentrification, and comments where people are looking to protect the current residents here in Oxnard. Many comments about business development, and some of them conflict in terms of supporting small businesses versus big businesses. Many comments about jobs having to do with job creation, and also bringing new jobs versus improving the current jobs. There are many comments about the historic neglect of South Oxnard, but there were also some comments, unfortunately, about Oxnard not needing more. There were many comments about Fisherman's Wharf, and I just want to say very quickly, Fisherman's Wharf is actually property of the county, and we are currently engaged in partnership with the county in its effort to revitalize Fisherman's Wharf. So we are collaborating, partnering with the county, but I want to be clear, it is county property and not city property. There are many comments that discuss the need for either higher wages or better wages, as well as comments about affordable housing and the cost of housing. Unfortunately, the word Zocalo excited a lot of frustration. I'll leave it at that. Questions about what the city should subsidize or not subsidize. So clearly, when you're looking at a 5-year window and you're setting broad categories where you're going to have to do your best to balance the needs and the desires across the city, we can't address everything that's on everyone's list. And especially for our largest challenges, those items that are just extremely challenging, for example, with the homeless crisis, or Ormond Beach, or the harbor water quality. Some of those, or Halico in addition, some of those, they simply do not have a silver bullet solution. So they will not be overcome in a short amount of time. But what we hope with this policy direction that you give us tonight, we hope then that we can, in some areas, we will absolutely be able to tackle the items and get them accomplished. In others, we will start the long-term, long-range planning process or continue it in some cases. And in others yet, at least we can get on the planning process. So I believe if we can keep the total list to 25, though I acknowledge that is neither a magic number or a hard number, it's really up to the council. If we can do that, then I believe we will be able to tackle the list, get work plans in place, make significant progress, probably complete many of the items, but certainly either continue some in good tangible efforts or simply continue some from the start. Now, your job now, of course, is to set the priorities. It is important for me to get clear policy direction from this body so that I then am able to lead this administration, and we will then be able to have clear goals, forge a clear path, and of course, those will be accompanied with clear plans, budgeting, and timelines. Again, some of these items can happen quickly, some will take more time, and so on. But this is, as I said in my presentation, this is a fantastic opportunity where we get to update the City Council's 5-year priorities, align them with the ensuing budgets, but especially this time around because of the new revenues from the Measure E that we get to invest. So with that, Mr. Mayor, I would turn it back to you and the council, and I recommend that we simply, well, two things we can do. One is if council members just have any general comments, and then perhaps we can dive into each of the 5 categories and work through them one grouping at a time.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. First of all, I am sure that our City Council thinks the way I do. I just want to thank our residents for passing Measure E. Measure E is very, very important to all of us. And as my understanding is that we had about 1,300 residents that participated in the survey, and also that we needed about 600 to make it a viable survey. So I think that we far exceeded that. The 600 and 1,300 residents came up with some very, very good ideas. And as we mentioned again, you know, the 4 categories was quality of life, economic development, organizational effectiveness, infrastructure, and natural resources. And we added public safety to that. So, council members, you want to share anything before we go into the different?
Mr. Mayor, if I can make a couple general comments.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. The city manager talked a little bit about this. I heard quite a few comments about Ormond Beach, Halico. That would also include what we call the slag heap. And because those names did not specifically appear in this work, does not mean that the city has turned its back on Halico or on the slag heap or on Ormond Beach. We've not walked away from it. We are in very active discussions with a variety of people, including the EPA and other stakeholders, trying to move forward with a resolution to this issue. I'd like to give a lot more detail, but these discussions are very sensitive at this point and are shaping our future. But I want to reassure people that because you don't see Halico or Ormond Beach, the slag heap, specifically that area, on this particular document does not mean we have walked away from it. We are very actively engaged with representatives here, representatives in DC, and a couple of public-private partnerships trying to develop a course of action that will resolve this whole issue. And you know, we have to remember that we're still dealing with private property owners that own. There are 5 parcels altogether. There are 2 groups of owners for the 5 parcels. So these are very active discussions, but I don't think this is the appropriate area for it to be because it's in another whole process on its own.
Mr. City Manager, I think the Mayor Pro Tem has an excellent idea that this is general information and the future Ormond beaches and the survey here that I've seen, and also the specifics are going to come later because, like you said, right now this is more to set the general guidelines, and then we go into the specifics in the future. Any other council members? Bert, you got to unmute.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate all the comments, and I appreciate the tremendous amount of work that's gone into this. And I appreciate the comments from Councilman McDonald also. But I think that as we go along, we should not miss the opportunity to share with the public just exactly what the situation is financially with the city. Measure E, Measure O, the cuts that were made in the last 2 years with respect to the UTF that is going to have to be repaid back. There is a perception that the city has won the lottery. And the reality is, Mayor, as you know, and it's been brought to your attention in the full council, that is not the situation. I think that might, maybe not at this very moment, but I think before this evening is done, I think that should be put out one more time to the public. I think it is part of this process. Thank you. Mayor.
I think it's really important. Mr. City Manager, can you give us a 25-word, the consequences of, or the blessing of Measure E and the consequences if we lose Measure O?
Okay, well, first I will say we did not hit the lottery, but we are very fortunate that the voters approved Measure E. So that will give us a bump, of course, a significant one in our revenues year to year going forward. It's also accurate that with the additional passage of Measure N, the one that basically dictates improving our roads to a certain standard, would cost a lot of money. And we will be discussing this in detail later, especially as we're ramping up on the budget. So the council very soon will have to make those choices, whether to spend a large chunk of money each year mostly on roads, or risk losing Measure O and spending and spreading the budget around for a variety of needs across the city. So it's a interesting scenario that we're in, and it will be a very difficult decision for the council to make.
And Mr. City Manager, we have a sunset on Measure O with the Measure E passage, correct?
Well, the Measure O had already had its sunset, and that was about 8 years away. But the recent passage of Measure N means that Measure O could actually sunset earlier, depending on the decision we make about how much of the money, how much of the tax dollars goes into road repair. And then that becomes a question of what is a reasonable level that we want our roads to be at in terms of the quality.
One of the things, Councilmember Perrella, that I like to add, the Governance, Finance and Governance Committee, we just are going to be recommending to the City Council that we utilize I think, couple of $1 billion under the Hero Project bonding, that's going to take care of 11 alleys in South Oxnard, and also repave some of the roads over at Ormond Beach and South Oxnard, which is really going to help tremendously. Just for information, this is above and beyond Measure E, so that's going to help us too. Let me see what about Oscar. Anybody else? Any other?
Thank you.
No.
Mayor, again, agree with you when you said I want to thank all the residents in the city for passing Measure E. It is very vital for the city and for its residents. If Measure E hadn't passed, we would still be here probably at this special meeting, but for a different reason. And that different reason would, I could guess most of us know what that meeting would be like, and it would not be pretty. So I want to thank the residents. Second of all, Councilmember Perrello is right. Just because we have this extra money does not necessarily mean we're out of the woods. We have to be very responsible with this. And, this is very exciting news. This is one of these meetings where even if us as council members or mayor are upset that, particular things aren't on the quote unquote list of 25, ultimately, there will be a lot of good being done at this meeting. But however, my big thing in this is, and I know you'll get to it, but I just kind of want to remind you, Mayor, is I want clear set rules because it was probably like the 5th meeting I had as a council member in, I believe, January 2017. where we had similar exercise, but for the downtown. And last minute there was changes and nobody was a winner. It felt like a giant mess. So all I'm asking for is for clear rules set at the beginning, and those are the rules we're going to follow all the way through.
Thank you, council member. Any other council members, any comments before we, let me see, yeah, Gabe, council member Turan.
Thank you, Mayor Zaragoza. I also want to thank the members of the public for a lot of things, but especially those who called in tonight, the over 1,300 people who participated in the survey. And for it to be statistically valid, it sounded like we needed 600. And so I'm glad to see that level of engagement from our residents. I was also very happy to see that there were many Spanish-speaking survey respondents who were able to answer the open-ended questions in Spanish, and that was provided for the council and the public to see. I encourage people to go and look at all those comments as the city manager had referred to them earlier. That being said, thank you again to the speakers who called in tonight and those who took the survey. I was taking notes on those who called in, just in case I heard anything that popped out at me versus the many comments we had in the survey itself. A question I have for the city manager as we go into this, would it be possible or would it be realistic to frame this discussion that we're about to have on the very real financial situation that Councilmember Perello had brought up? If we come up with a plan A and Measure N stands and plan A is not viable, should we right now be thinking about what is realistic in case we end up losing Measure O? Or what was once supported by Measure O now goes towards Measure E, and what was once $35 to $40 million a year turns into $8 million a year. I'm just wondering, should we be framing this with some numbers in mind, or should we, as a first step, just go with this and then see how things develop? I would just like some clarification on that.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, go ahead.
I will
Go ahead and.
Yes, council member. So it will be both better and easier if we stick to the policy direction tonight. And the reason is with several reasons. First of all, we can't price out every possible project that's in these categories on the fly like this. And it also depends on how much of any particular thing you want, the council would want, or how fast. So, and I'll get back with an example for that. And also with regard to, do we have plan A or plan B? Unfortunately, you will be, as a council, you'll be confronted to make that decision later, but it's not really A or B in the sense of anything in particular. What that would be is, do you want to, based on the quality of the roads alone, you'll be asked to make a decision. Do we want to have a budget of this size to spread across the city, or this size to spread across the city with a large chunk going to the roads? So I'll give you a quick example. So with tree trimming, in the budget process, we will bring forth, I'm taking a wild guess here that tree trimming is a priority for the council. We will bring forth a couple of options, and it would look like this. We can achieve all the tree trimming in, let's just say, 18 months, and it would cost $10, or we can spread it across 24 or 36 months, and then it'll cost less in terms of the singular fiscal year. And those are the balancing choices the council will have to make, because it will depend on how much you want to spend from our bucket of money on other programs and services. So that we will have to do during the budget.
Mr. City Manager, just to add a little bit to the Councilmember Turan's, you mentioned in your report here that food for thoughts and our priorities. The number one, is that we focus on the 5-year priorities window, and also to match the resources with the budget. So every year when we look at the budget, do we have enough funding to do what we prioritize?
Right.
And if you don't, we can adjust. And I think there's priorities, and I think the budget is a roadmap that we're going to have to follow.
Right.
And that roadmap, well, if we're following road A, and we don't have sufficient funds to go road A, we get road B or
Right.
C.
Right.
And I think you said it very well here in the priorities, to match our budgets and to make sure that we include the metrics and the timeline, and also to align with our
Mhm.
desires and also what the public wants.
Right. So to add to that, though, my view of this as the city manager is what you're doing tonight, what the council is going to do tonight by setting these priorities for the next 5 years, that is actually my roadmap. And then in each budget is when the council has to make choices that determine how fast we go or how many stops we make. Now, I would hope, and this is why I think this is actually, again, it's very exciting to be doing this at the beginning of the 5 years, is where it's also incumbent on all of us to adhere to what priorities you set tonight. Because if we're going to be changing them every year, then it's not worth doing this exercise, right? So whatever priorities you set, we will endeavor to meet their objectives in every single budget with, again, with a realistic proposal, realistic cost, realistic timeline, and with measurables so that we all can keep each other accountable. What I hope we can avoid is, a year from now, one of you says, well, let's build an ostrich farm in Oxnard, right? If we do that, then we're off of the roadmap.
But let me qualify what I said. You're absolutely right. To get to, for example, the quality of life, that was one of the priorities, and we look at that. And to get from point A to point B, we took road A, and we couldn't get for quality of life for that priority. Then we look at road B to get to that, to that metric, to get to that, priority.
Agreed.
Thank you. Okay, let me see. Any other? Councilman Perrella?
Yes, thank you. I would just like to remind the city manager and the council that in 1 year, if one of us did come and ask for an ostrich farm, it's up to the rest of the council in place to remember it takes a majority to change the rules. And with respect to plan A, plan B, plan C, I'm a big believer in plan A, plan A, B, C. But when we do get to an issue where we need to make a plan B, we need to be aware that some plan A's may take a bigger shave and a haircut than other plan A's. So there's a little bit of horse trading here. I appreciate the discussion.
Agree. Okay, any other council members? Let me see. Mayor Pro Tem? You gotta unmute yourself, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you.
Sorry, too many buttons for an old person to work with here. I think whatever we do, and I know we're going to do the right thing and follow our instincts for the betterment of the city, but we have to be prepared to better communicate with the community as to what we're doing. And I'll use the example. I got a call earlier this week from the executive director of the Ventura County Transportation Commission, and he had gotten a complaint from a resident of Oxnard saying, we've been complaining about Rice Avenue for years, and now Oxnard went out and paved it, and it's terrible. And specifically from Fifth Street up to around Gonzalez Road. And my response to him was, well, yeah, it's not the greatest paving job, but it's also not the final job either. And here's the reasoning behind this is that we have Amazon working on the road farther north. We're going to be doing the Fifth Street flyover. That's going to come to fruition. Why would we put millions and millions of dollars of asphalt onto this road only to dig it up in 18 to 24 months and start all over again? So instead, the better solution was probably do a thin maintenance overlay, at least get rid of some of the bigger potholes and make it a little bit better to drive on until we can complete all the projects on there and do it right one time and not dig it all up again. And I think that a lot of people just don't, not that they don't understand, it's just we don't tell them what our thought processes are and why spend millions and millions of dollars when we're going to destroy it pretty quickly instead of doing it right the first time and taking a little bit longer to do it. So that becomes incumbent upon us to make sure that the information on our website is accurate. And we're putting the words out that the community needs to hear so that they understand what we're doing, and that there's a reason why we do things in the manner in which we do. So I think that's going to be very, very important, especially in this five-year project or plan. Thank you.
That's a good point. Yeah. Any other council members have any other comments before we continue? Okay. Perello again.
Yes, thank you very much. And I really appreciate what Councilman McDonald brought up, because ladies and gentlemen, people don't pay attention to the Planning Commission, the various things. Councilman McDonald's 100% right. And when we do something, if we put some signage, but one big thing, the reason we don't do these things, the development that's coming in there is going to pay for a lot of that infrastructure, the widening, the extra lanes, the curbs and stuff. The property owners have made an agreement. They are on the hook for paying that. So why would the city of Oxnard do it? The city of Oxnard was supposed to take care of things a long time ago, but for decades, we have not been taking care of the infrastructure as we should. But for the organization Mr. McDonald, Council Member McDonald mentioned, if they're not paying attention also, it's a little bit at their fault also. But I do agree. Mr. McDonald, Council Member McDonald earlier made a comment. Our website and the information on that website has got to be improved. I thank you, Mayor, for letting me bring that up. And thank you, Mr. McDonald, Councilmember, for bringing that up.
And I agree, that we need to convey what we're doing. I have another example with the parks. Somebody called me about not taking care of mowing a specific park. And he says, I just helped pass Measure E. How come you guys aren't doing it? And I explained, of course, that the funding's not there yet, that we're looking at the next quarter and so forth. Oh, and he said, oh, I didn't know that. How come you guys don't share that with us? That's exactly right. We need to convey exactly what we're doing. Thank you for that. Okay, and so if not, any council members, then we'll go ahead and go into the first item.
Let's do this. So let's start with from the slide presentation. It would be page 21. So let's tackle the first category of economic development. So I want to share, this is what we want to do over the next 5 years is to focus on the retention and expansion of the businesses that are already here. And in conjunction with that, to assist in increasing the skills and employability of the residents and the workforce who are here. Of course, we will continue to invite new business investments and also look for specific locations where we can have redevelopment occur. So in this category, it ended up with 5 items, and their rankings are as follows. Again, this is on the published presentation slide, page 21. The item that came in with the most support is to focus on business retention and expansion. After that is to renovate 4th Street between downtown and the train station to create a safe connection between the transit center and downtown. And third was to train and prepare residents for employment at our businesses through the Oxnard Employee Pipeline. 4th was to focus on new business attraction, and 5th was to create a new Zocalo in South Oxnard. So these are the main topics that ranked, and then it's on the council now to discuss if these continue to make sense, if the order of it is appropriate, or if you want to change or edit anything.
Mr. City Manager, can we query each council member as to the ranking on this item, or is that?
I think it might, because there are only 5 items, it might be easier if we can just see if anyone wants to just jump in and start.
I have some couple items, but Councilman Perello.
Yes, Mr. City Manager, I think, and Mayor, specifically Mayor, I think that the question that was asked by Councilmember Madrigal earlier, exactly what the ground rules are going to be, so that we all know what we're playing, an equal game of horseshoes or cards or baseball. We all know what's going on, because as Councilmember Madrigal explained, the downtown one that there was a discussion, I remember that being a fiasco. We have 5 items on this. If we're looking for 25 altogether, is it going to be we take all 5? and then we whack the other ones that have many more than 5? What is it? What's the ground rules here?
Okay.
Because once my question is, sirs, once we finish this one, are we allowed to come back if we need to take more on the other items? I think there should be some clarification before we even take a first shot. That's just my opinion.
I think you said something important. I think what the city manager mentioned, if correct, City Manager, you would like to have 25, but we can have more.
Yes, so correct. Let me address those concerns. So what I'm hoping to do is not to just score these numerically. What I hope we have is an actual robust policy discussion and have people from your individual perspectives as representatives of the community, as well as ultimately your collective negotiation and discussion, deliberation, and wisdom as well, that we can land on an agreement. And as I said before, there's 25 is what in total is what I recommend to keep us on track and to keep it realistic and manageable and achievable. But it doesn't mean we have to end on 25. You can end on 23, you can end on 27, or what you'd like. And specifically, of course, you can, if you can't really come to a compromise in any one category, we can continue on to the next and come back. But I believe it's a healthier policy discussion to have it as a discussion and not a straight point system. That's my hope.
Okay, I have some. I wrote a couple of items here that I'd like to share. I looked at all the 2, 3, 4, and 5 items here that this is really what the public said that they would like to see, and I think that that we need to work with downtown, as Oscar said. We need to come up with new businesses to retain new businesses. We need to renovate the downtown train station, to connect that with the downtown, to make sure that new businesses come in and new businesses have the opportunity to come in and redevelop downtown. Additionally, number 5, the Zocalo. I think that the creation of the Zocalo in South Oxnard is a foundation of creating new businesses there in downtown. And we heard from the speakers that we need to do something for South Oxnard, and this is an opportunity to invest with new businesses, to create more jobs, and to actually bring up the South Oxnard community. So I think I kind of like all 5 items, that were shared by the community, to pick up downtown and renovate downtown and redevelop it and so forth, and also to work with the Zocalo in South Oxnard to create those jobs and invest in South Oxnard. So I have a couple of comments here that I wanted to share. I'm not sure if any other council members have.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, very quickly, I forgot, and I apologize for this. We have our entire executive team present in the meeting. So if any council member or the mayor, if you have any questions about any particular item, please raise the question and the respective person will chime in and give a response. Thank you.
Councilmember Lopez.
Thank you, Mayor. The points that I want to touch on are related to the number 2, the renovation of 4th Street, but also the connection to number 5 in the creation of the Zocalo, and looking at the number 1 definitely covers in general the interest, I think, in the city as a whole to improve our business retention and expansion. But if we're going to name any areas in particular, I think we would be remiss if we didn't talk about some of the other streets that connect to downtown, such as 5th Street and 7th Street that connects to Heritage Square. But additionally, Oxnard Boulevard and then the Saviors Road corridor that would eventually be that connection and that greater support to the Zocalo. But there's other parts of the city, including Wainini Road, that I think would be a good benefit. So if there's a way that we can incorporate some of these, I would, I bring that forward as a point of discussion and feedback as well from the rest of the council.
It's a good point.
Thank you.
Any other council members on this item? Councilman Turan?
Thank you very much. What I'm going to do is I'm going to just say how I ranked each of these things after reading the comments and knowing some of the history that led into this. So the number one thing I ranked aligned with what the resident said, which was focus on business retention and expansion. And then I made my number two, train and prepare residents for employment. I see those as very interconnected, and I'll say why in just a second. The third one, I actually put the create the Socolo in South Oxnard, or at least continue discussions on that because of how much work's happened with that and the fact that the property owner and the community have expressed interest and been on board with that. Then it was a difficult thing to do, but I see a huge benefit to renovating 4th Street as a downtown corridor next to our Oxnard Transportation Center. There's a lot of good that can come from that, especially with the long-term vision of our downtown area. And last, I said focus on new business attraction. Now, my two highest ranking ones of focusing on business retention and expansion and training to prepare residents for employment, those go hand in hand. We should be focusing on our small businesses or our locally owned businesses because those people have had an entrepreneurial mindset. They've decided to plant their flag here in Oxnard. They are contributing to our economy locally. And if they're Oxnard residents or even Ventura County residents, they are here. They decided to make Oxnard the place where they are going to do business. And especially with the lens of the pandemic, where many of our small businesses have been so drastically hurting, we should really be thinking about focusing on that. Now, how does that lead into the second one, training and preparing residents? Well, we have all these great businesses who have planted their flag in Oxnard. Let's get local residents to fill in those businesses and those needs we have in those job openings. But not only that, if we have some very great opportunities for employment that are not just minimum wage jobs, but something that can increase a person's buying power, increase a person's marketability or skills, the Oxnard employment pipeline that has been talked about should be blended with this effort of supporting and focusing on business retention and expansion. And so those two in my head go hand in hand. We need businesses in which to feed employees into, and we should be training Oxnard residents to do that. We need employees to feed into there. It goes both ways for me. Now, in regards to the Socolo being number 3, when I see that it was rated lowest in number 5, what I want to say is that when in my time in the INCO, I ran a number of surveys for residents in the community for a number of different initiatives the INCO oversaw in 2019 and 2020. And I have to say, every single time that we did these surveys, they were all citywide. Consistently, District 1 had the most responses. There was one where District 2 had the most responses, but the least responses were consistently coming from Districts 5 and 6. And I wanted to look at this survey and think, is that being repeated here as well? Where, especially when I saw some of the open-ended comments around the Socolo, well, if somebody who doesn't live in South Oxnard or hasn't been in part of these conversations, doesn't know what it is or what the history is behind it, well, I have to look at that because from my point of view, any kind of economic development that has people in the driver's seat or at the table, and they feel that it's appropriate for their community, why would we not look at continuing those conversations? When we look at what centers have done, like what happened in River Park with the collection, new business and bringing foot traffic and bringing people out really revitalizes an area. And this is an opportunity to continue this conversation to revitalize an area that has been asking for it for so long. That Savior's Corridor and the area at the Center Point Mall and across the street, such an opportunity for a hub for South Oxnard. And hopefully we can expand that beyond, because I said my number 1 rank would be expanding or focusing on business retention and expansion. So I'm hoping you're seeing how these are interrelated in my mind. And just very quickly for renovating 4th Street, as I mentioned already, that's very important to me as well. And our future sites on downtown. We should absolutely be focusing on that, especially when I heard it described before as imagine people coming on the train at night instead of driving to or from work and feeling safe walking down 4th Street to go to downtown, or people coming on the train or on the bus or using public transportation to get to downtown as a hub and do things downtown, go and recreate or go and frequent the businesses we're going to have there in the future, or people who live there in the future using that OTC to go in and out of town. So I just wanted to say that, and then focusing on new business attraction was the lowest for me. I think it's incredibly important, but I think these other 4 that I talked about, for me, are focus areas that can help us rebuild what we're doing here in the city of Oxnard for our economic development. And thank you for the time on that.
Thank you, Council Member. I want to add a little bit to it. I think the renovation of 4th Street, the training and preparing our residents for employment and focusing on new business helps the retention and expansion of businesses, which I think is extremely important. But very, very good thoughts, and the Zocalo, I think, could be it's a foundation for, as Councilman Lopez mentioned, to add more businesses in South Oxnard, down Saviors Road, and all the way to Pleasant Valley and Wainimi Road. But any other council members? Let me see. Basua? Councilman Basua?
And then Oscar.
And then Oscar. Basua.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to go ahead and just kind of give the council my thoughts in regards to priorities and where I think that where I would like to see some of our priorities be. Definitely on the survey, focus on business retention and expansion. That's extremely number one. That would stay on my list as far as something that I would really like to see. And along with focus on new business and attractions, if we can't keep the businesses we have, we're not going to attract anybody. So those just kind of go, to me, it's like if we can kind of change who we are as a business community, we shouldn't have to worry about 4 because they're going to come anyways. So those to me come hand in hand. I would really like to see the reborn of South Oxnard come into fruition as we look at the next 5 years. Like my colleague, Council Member Lopez said, Wainimi Road has been neglected. And I drive by it every single day. And I think it's something that we really need to focus on and put some effort into it. I agree with, training our residents because I would really like them to stay local. That should always be a priority. And again, the 4th Street between downtown and the train station, we really need to focus on what our city is going to look like in the next few years with some of our cars and going electric and us really pushing into the green area. We really need to be creative and start investing in not only, ways that we can get around, but we also really need to be consistent with the train station, bus stations, and just doing other form of transportation that is not cars. So those are my thoughts. I would really, really like to put on this economic development that we include Wainimi Road, the Saviors area. And like I said, if we really focus on the retention and expansion, the businesses are going to come, but we need to do better with keeping our businesses here and supporting them and trying to bring in new businesses to those areas that are really, really lacking. And those are my.
Mr. City Manager, before we go to Oscar, can that Wainimi Road and PB Road be added to number 5 with the Zocalo, or would that be a new?
Well, it would be separate, but it's certainly up to the council.
Up to the just as an idea.
Right.
Oscar.
I'm sorry, Mayor. Before.
Go ahead.
Council Member Madrigal. If it's up to the council, I am going to request my council members that we think about adding the Wainimi Road, Saviors, Pleasant Valley area to this economic development road plan. Thank you.
That's what I was alluding to. Do we put a new number on it or add it to the Socolo plus? But that's a good idea. And I
Yeah,
think Oscar,
I would like to see it as numbers, if it's
Okay.
gonna be number 6, if we're gonna, if we. can
number
do-
6, and then Oscar, and then Bert. Yeah, Oscar.
Thank you. I'll just kind of start how I listed these first. The first one I had was train and prepare Oxnard residents for employment at local businesses. As has been previously stated, you know, the having a job goes a long way. Having a good paying job goes a very long way. You know, this is something that we need to focus on as a city as a whole. Number 2, I had a focus on business retention and expansion. And as previously stated, you know, we need to focus on who's here. It's like anything else. If I'm applying for a new job, I'm gonna ask around if I have an interview for with a company. You know, if I hear negative things about that company, then, you know, it's not going to make me want to work there. It's like anything else. Businesses talk to other businesses. And if what comes out of their mouth is that, you know, City of Oxnard does not help, then, you know, we're not going to get that new business. Third, I actually did have a focus on new business and attractions, and then followed by forestry and the Zocalo. The reason why I had the Zocalo last is I see the Zocalo as the cherry on top. We have some work to do on Saviors, and to me, it's been neglected for years. So by just having a Zocalo there, you know, similar to the article on the LA Times yesterday about the city of Oxnard, it's going to be easy for City Hall to say, oh, well, we just gave you guys a Zocalo. But realistically, we're not meeting the needs of the residents. That's an easy, oh, we did this for you, and now, you know, you're complaining or you're doing this. I think there's a lot of work to be done in South Oxnard. I see the Zocalo as the cherry on top. And ultimately, to me, that's going to be more than 5 years. To me, it's, in all honesty, if we really want to do something for South Oxnard, it's going to be over a decade's worth of work. As far as 4th Street goes, to me, we need housing in the downtown first. And, you know, to me, that's going to be key before we do anything. If not, redoing 4th Street is going to be like the movie theater. 20 years from now, we're going to be complaining and kicking that we didn't do anything in the downtown, that we just fixed 4th Street, and then there went money. So in all honesty, if we had a list of 25, I would not have the 4th Street or the Zocalo. And it's not because I don't feel that they're important. I just feel that it's going to be more than 5 years. We can work to get there, but in all honesty, it's going to be a lot of work. And to me, it's going to be more than 5 years. I'm just being truthful and honest, simply because, you know, I don't want to be here today and say, oh, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. And 5 years down the road, we haven't even started. So to me, the business retention is good, getting proper employment and training, but the 4th Street and the Zocalo would not be on my list to go forward.
Thank you, Councilmember. And one thing I do agree that we need more housing in downtown to make the business viable. I think Bert was the next.
Thank you. I would just like to share with my fellow council members, this is a discussion that's starting, and it's I'm very grateful that we're all sharing. This is new for me. A couple of things that have been said here, and how I will pick my points. I really appreciate the comments that have been made by my fellow council members. It was mentioned by one council member that District 1, you know, had more feedback on some of these things. You know, and I don't know why. I have no idea why. Certain districts did not have the representation, some did not. But I can tell you in my personal understanding of some of these things. The first time I heard the word Zocalo, I didn't know what the heck it was. And so I've asked questions, and I'm told people that travel know what this is. Using the word in Oxnard to people born here or their parents born here, they may have no idea what this is. They've never been to Mexico or Central or South America. So if we can explain what this thing is going to do and how it will work out with the community and get more buy-in on something like this, it might work. But the comments that have been made with respect to Wainimi Road and Saviors Road, those are very fair and open and honest comments. And if I lived in South Oxnard, I'd be raising hell about what has gone on down there. But I can't forget specifically on Wainimi Road. That's private property. I don't know what the city owns down there as far as something that we could bring in major development. But when we look at the choices that we have, focus on business retention and expansion, that's very important. But the one that's here, number 3, that we have on the list, that we are shooting from the list, which is, I'm very appreciative that we have something to work from. I tried showing everything. Train and prepare residents for employment and local business through Oxnard Employee Pipeline. There's a tremendous effort that's been put together by the city government to work with the local community college to train people to be able to take jobs in areas that would not just help the employers. It's going to do, as one council member mentioned, it's going to help a person have a little money in their pocket and maybe a better situation, more time in their hands, maybe have benefits in the job that they are skilled to train to take now, and allow them to improve the quality of life of themselves and whoever they're responsible to take care of, family, I would assume. Now, training and preparing a resident for employment at local business throughout the employee pipeline training. I'd like to just question, are we limiting anybody that gets this training that they have to stay local? Because if I were a resident in Oxnard, I happen to be, but if I were a resident in Oxnard and I got the ability to take this training and I found out that there was one heck of a job available in Ventura or Port Wainimi or Camarillo, can I apply? My understanding of the law is there's no way to stop me from applying. So we would still benefit the residents if they were able to get a job that benefited them and benefited the community in which they live. Hopefully they would still live in Oxnard. I would put the training as my number one thing. The focus on business retention and expansion. Hopefully you got jobs. You have to keep the jobs. If people aren't eating, you see what's going on. If people are not working, you see what's going on in the nation right now with homeless. You see what's happening local. People, you want to eat, you got to work, but there's got to be a job. And if there's not a job, you're going to do whatever it takes to get by. And when you have responsibilities of family, that can be some pretty drastic choices that you make. The focus on the 4th Street between downtown and what exactly it says. Focus on 4th Street between downtown and the train station to create a safe and connective connection between the transit center and downtown. And I'd like to make one clarification and hope that I can get a clarification from the mayor. The mayor mentioned to rebuild or redo the train station. I don't believe that that's part of this item. It is between the train station and downtown. And there was a member of the public that spoke about some project that happened in something called Little Italy and what happened to that thing. And part of the problem was the economic downturn. That's why that project went away. But 4th Street being improved is supposed to be some kind of an attraction, an attractive, not nuisance, but an attractive feature to get people to travel without having to bring cars and maybe revitalize downtown. Maybe, it's a big word, big word. The focus on the Zocalo in downtown, and the focus on the Zocalo in South Oxnard. I've already said that, but I do think that Mr. Councilmember Madrigal is right. That would hopefully be something that is going to be like I don't know if we call it the cherry on top, but it's going to be something very impressive because, again, it's private property, both sides of Saviors Road, both sides of both sides of Pleasant Valley, one side of Hueneme Road. We've had mention of the corridor we want to add to the South Oxnard from Hueneme Road to Saviors and Pleasant Valley. Well, wait a minute, we're taking in, one heck of a lot of chunk of property there. What exactly are we going to focus on? Because if we direct our efforts, when you take on too many jobs, you don't do a good job at any of them. I'm going to build a house and I don't know what the hell I'm doing. I shouldn't even get in the ball game, but I could try. And my foundation may work out, but the walls won't stand up, or the walls may stand up, but the foundation doesn't work. You can't bite off more than you can chew. I would prioritize the jobs, training the people to be able to acquire a job, because no matter how this works, if you have people that live in this city and they can't get a job, or they're not skilled to get the jobs, you are not helping the city. It is mentioned we can bring businesses here, and hopefully the businesses would hire people. The jobs play right into that. The businesses that come or are here, we would like them to hire local people, so the money circulates in our community. But if we can't, we still want businesses to be here because they will contribute to our economy. We've had the members of the Chamber of Commerce talk. They're willing to help in any way they can. But one of the issues that I find very strongly and distasteful, really distasteful, when we have people coming in and they want help to create new attractants, new businesses, and their request is to reduce the fees that the city of Oxnard has recently increased, because some, specifically since 1972, had never been raised. And we wonder why some of the conditions in our city are the way they are. We can't bend over and be taken advantage of by catering when we want businesses to come in to give them everything they want. I think the recent thing with the development that's happened in Sakioka Farm, I think the city, it didn't own the property. It tried to get people to work together, a private property owner and a private business. And I think the city, bent over backwards to try to help. And I think it was successful. I think the outcome is going to be good for my city. But the focus on new business attraction, the focus on business retention and expansion, number 1 and number 4, I would place it this way. I would go number 3 would be my number 1. The focus on the business would be number 2. The Zocalo would probably be my 4th one. And the 3rd one would be the 4th Street thing. And I would, number 4, which is basically focus on new business attraction, I would pass on that one. I would like to bring to the attention that when we talk about what are we going to do with areas, and we have just mentioned, and I give a lot of credit to the 2 council members from the South End, specifically Ms. Basua. She wants to bring in Hueneme Road, Saviors, and Pleasant Valley. One of the things that's going to come up down there, depending on what businesses we're looking at, we have an asset that we talked about a little earlier called Ormond Beach. If Ormond Beach and the issues that are out there are played right, you could have a tremendous nature reserve. Now, people go, man, this guy's a bird lover and all that. No, that's not it. That nature reserve on the coast of California, where there is very limited opportunities for things like that, can become a major research for oceanographic stuff. It can become labs. It can become something that is tied in with universities. And I'm talking about way better universities than Channel Islands, way better than Channel Islands. They have things on the East Coast that are tremendous, world renowned. And you have tourism. There could be a tremendous boom to that end. So when we look at what we can do, I want to make sure that when we talk industries, we also remember that there are other things that might be in direct conflict with some of those industries that could benefit that end of town. Thank you for the comment. Thank you for the time to address.
Thank you. Let me before we continue, let me qualify. I didn't say let's go rebuild the transportation center. Renovate 4th Street. I just want to qualify that right off the bat. And number 1, and number 2 is, aren't the downtown businesses owned? Aren't they private downtown businesses?
Yes.
And I think it's important that we understand that. And number 2 or 3, that the Zocalo is a privately owned shopping centers that, and by potentially they're going to be working on that. And then number 4, we're looking at training our employees here in in the city of Oxnard through the pipeline. In fact, today we had a presentation from Cal Pal that's looking at apprenticeship programs to help our residents here in Oxnard i- improve the quality of life and their wages too. So I just wanted to qualify that. And we have another council member that wants to share something.
Councilmember Basua.
Councilmember Basua. Mhm.
Thank you, Mayor. I just kind of want to say a few comments in regards to what Councilmember Perrello said. I'm not looking to purchase any property, first of all, when it comes to Wainimi Road, Pleasant Valley, Saviors. That's not the intent. The intent that I have here is to allow staff to put some focus in South Oxnard where they can focus on business retention. There's a lot of things that we can do for our businesses. And I'm not saying about, maybe reducing the fees or anything. I believe everybody should have to pay their fair share. But, I'm okay with some of these businesses are small mom and pop shops. If we're increasing their fees, maybe we put them on a repayment plan in order for them to be able to do this stuff. What I'm looking for is I'm looking for staff to focus in this area and bring back their ideas how they feel we can revitalize this area and use it for the best, because it has been neglected. There's so many things that we can do for our businesses down there. And that's all I'm asking my colleagues, that we put this on the radar, we allow staff the opportunity to come back and share with us their ideas and allow them the opportunity and the resources to be able to do this. And that's what I'm asking for here tonight.
Before we continue, can you give us some more information on a Socolo?
Well, yes, if I can just elaborate on each of these items, hopefully that would be helpful.
Okay, thank you.
So with regard to business retention and attraction, in the world of economic development, that is actually much easier to do than attracting a brand new company to move here. And there are lots of reasons for that. But it's also, unfortunately, something that many cities neglect to do because they're so busy chasing the big new high-tech company or the big new whatever company, which again, it's important to do that. But if you forget to pay attention to your existing businesses, you will eventually lose them. Now, in Oxnard, the entire aggregation of all of our businesses, large and small, collectively provide around 65,000 jobs. So there are jobs here. Part of our challenge with our scenario is too many of those jobs are employing people from outside of Oxnard. And many of those are the better paying jobs, especially the jobs with healthcare, which if any of our residents can step up and step into one of those jobs, I am convinced that not only will their family economy improve, but so will be the quality of life for the family, especially because of healthcare. So related to that, and I would agree with a few council members who stated that items 1 and 3 go hand in hand, is to train and prepare residents for employment. Absolutely. Now here, I think I can help a little bit, because this effort, believe it or not, while we, the city, are a crucial player, this effort does not take a lot of actual resources from us, because this effort leverages the community college and their chamber of commerce into helping us make the connections. If you think of it as like the dating game, then I would be Chuck Woolery, trying to force the match. But here's what's crucial there. We also have data on our residents who leave Oxnard to go to work. And what we don't have is the granular data of how many of those are good jobs, good paying and health benefited jobs versus very low wage jobs. But we can see from the circumstance in terms of housing costs and where, especially how people have been struggling during this pandemic, we can see it's clear to us that many of our residents are working in low paying jobs without health benefits. So the employee pipeline, which by the way, it actually launched this evening. The first group of students are actually in class, maybe right now, or maybe it just ended. So it actually started, again, leveraging the work that is produced by Oxnard College, encouraging our residents to take a chance on this program, because it is risky for folks who are working, and also in some instances, probably a little intimidating for people who never thought about taking college courses. So just to, even though it's virtual right now, but just to cross the threshold of a college campus is a challenge. But we've worked really hard, again, in partnership with Oxnard College and the Chamber of Commerce to form the classes that are needed to get our residents into the program. And again, it's Oxnard College has really done a terrific job helping people with the registration, with the financial aid and so on. But from my perspective, these two certainly go hand in hand and are crucial to the future, not of just the city as an organization, but for our residents. Because if we are only chasing new businesses, and if we are only chasing, and if we spend the lion's share of our efforts focused on high-paying businesses, I can guarantee you, if they were to come here, they won't be employing our residents. So if that is our emphasis, what will be happening is we will be stretching the disparity gap among our community. And the folks who are already here will in many ways be stuck at the wage levels that they're currently at without healthcare. So we believe it's a better effort to assist them in just getting just enough training so that they're qualified for these jobs. So and the reason I explain all that is that particular effort doesn't take a whole lot more resources than we've already put into it. Again, I have to be Chuck Woolery, and our staff are helping with the outreach and getting people into the programs, but we're not providing the actual training or the education. And on the business side, the Chamber of Commerce is helping us to arrange the job interviews for the individuals when they get through the program. And very quickly to Councilmember Perello's point, of course, there's no requirement that people who go through this program have to work here in Oxnard. It's like anyone going through Oxnard College, when they get through, they can choose to go anywhere they want. But regardless of where they go, chances are they're going to have a much better paying job, and that too is good for our residents. Mm-hmm. The next item is renovating 4th Street in the downtown, and I want to explain that just a little bit. And I'm glad someone, I think it was Mr. Blatel, who brought up the Little Italy presentation. And also Councilmember Perello reminded us that the pandemic and that recession put a halt to it. So there is an existing vision plan for downtown. It was published back in 2016, and we've talked about this in the past, but I'll do a quick summary. It is true that the key to downtown, just as it is in most cities across the country, is to have a vibrant mix of residential as well as commercial. And you can have residential without a lot of commercial, but you're not going to get a lot of commercial without residential. And when I arrived here and I reviewed that plan, my goal then was to let the private sector lead, and in terms of their development impact fees, would then to leverage that to make this connection of the 4th Street and the train station. And that is crucial, again, as it states in the item, the ability to safely walk back and forth from the train station to the downtown is one of the key elements to revitalizing downtown. The other streets matter also, of course, as Councilmember Lopez mentioned, But in terms of where we start, we believe 4th Street is the key. And the reason we want to start, again, given this, the economies that we're in, we can't look to the private sector to be the catalyst right now. So what I'm proposing is that we make the investment and be the first spark for that. And when developers see that the city is making that investment, they are more likely to come back to our downtown and invest sooner than the economy would otherwise dictate. Focus on new business attraction. Again, we will always have an effort in that because we'd be crazy not to. Anytime new opportunities arise, whether we're getting a cold call or we have some ideas we come up with, of course, we always focus on that. Now, the Zocalo, I'd like to explain that a little bit. And I understand it's sort of, in some ways, you can look at it as the chicken or the egg, similar to is it the cherry on top? Our approach, and I've been working for a long time with Councilmember Lopez on this, is that one of the key things along that corridor is that it is it's a purely retail stretch. Lots of retail shops, including restaurants. But right now, the activity there is mostly people drive up and they go into a shop, a restaurant, or a store. They transact their business and then they get back in their car and they leave. And what the thought about the Zocalo would be is to create what does not exist in South Oxnard, which is a civic gathering space. So to be a center of gravity for people to come and spend time versus a quick transaction and leave. So for cultural festivals, all kinds of holiday festivals, mini concerts, a whole range of ideas. So we have been working with the owners of Centerpoint Mall. And again, I was looking at making a public investment there, but because of the pandemic and the recession, they understand we're not going to be able to do that very soon. And we're in discussions with them about them taking the lead on that. And what we would do to follow up is to make the public investments along the Savior's corridor, the physical improvements on the street to make the sidewalks and the crosswalks better, safer, improved lighting to make it feel like a genuine place in the city, right? A place that people want to go to. And part of that effort would require us to pursue a community benefits district as well of all the property owners and the businesses so that they can program the corridor and manage it themselves. So so again, you can look at it as a chicken and egg question, but if we have a private entity right now, Centerpoint Mall, that's willing to take the lead with a private investment, I think it would behoove us to follow up with them and make those improvements. And I do believe it will significantly improve that corridor. With regard to Hueneme Road, Saviors, and Pleasant Valley, I believe I understand what the council members are discussing. And there are opportunities for us to help lead essentially redevelopment style efforts. Now, some of them will require creative ideas. Some of them might require taking advantage of some of the tax incentive districts that the state law has provided for us to create. In essence, sort of like a miniature redevelopment area that's geographically bound. And in some areas, again, if we provide resources to study this, and that it wouldn't take forever, but we could do it. But we may come back and say and recommend actual investments. There's nothing wrong with the local government making active investments as long as we make the best, smartest, wisest investments that we can with the best information that we have at the time. The cities make these investments all the time, whether it's in golf courses, parks, swimming pools, and the like. Skate parks, So I think it's all possible, but I'm hoping some of that elaboration can help make it a little bit easier. But again, item number 3. So I'm pleased to hear that everyone finds it to be important. Luckily, it doesn't take a lot of effort from us, especially in terms of dollars. Again, we are leveraging Oxnard College and the Chamber of Commerce. My goal there all along has been to force the ships to meet in the night rather than pass in the night. And again, I'm very pleased that that actually launched this evening. Thank you.
And one of the things, Mr. City Manager, was that today we had a presentation from CalPel to their promoting, training young high school individuals for a pre-apprenticeship program that I believe is going to help us. That's going to be funded will be funded potentially by the state, which I think will help us. And the pre-apprenticeship program for the trades, which I think will help us tremendously. So to the council members, is there anything else on this item, economic development, or Mr. City Manager, do we go numerically in what we want, or just pick all 6 items here, or what is the pleasure of the council?
Now, let's hear, given the information that I provided, I hope it helps a little bit. Let's see where people are at.
So, should we look at all? Potentially we can pick all 6, but do they have to be numerically 1, 2, 3, or 2, 3, 4, or just all?
It would help, because then it will help us to stay on track when we're making budget decisions.
Can I ask Mr. Manager, were you keeping track of number 1, 2, 3, 4s and so forth? Yes.
I'm doing my best. Yes.
Okay. Why don't we share that and see what the council members think about that?
So,
Perello, you want to share?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to know, are we voting on each one of these? Because now we've had 5 and now we have 6. So we're voting on each one so that we can give a prioritization to the management?
That would be a good idea if you can.
Well, look, again, what I'd like to do is get consensus from the council on the category. And I'm hoping that we can get consensus in ordering these without having to do it one at a time. So maybe a little bit more discussion, then we can go through it and see if I can get an order ranking here that people can agree with.
Per council member?
What is number 6? I did specifically, what will number 6 be?
What would be Wainimi Road, Saviors, and Pleasant
Yeah,
Valley,
Pleasant Valley.
that South Oxnard, those South Oxnard corridors.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So do you want each council
Well,
member?
there's comments, I think.
I'm sorry,
I see Councilmember Turan's hand is
Turan,
raised.
did you have your hand?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mhm.
So I didn't write it down. It's just my observation. I feel like many of my council colleagues, including myself, ranked focusing on business retention and expansion as number 1 or pretty high on the list. I mean, is that an easy one to knock out right now? That if we had at least 4, we have a majority who said that was a number 1 rank.
Yes, it was.
Yeah, number 1. I had that, pretty high on the list. So is number 1 okay with council members? Do we have to raise your hand or? Okay, so it looks Perello and looks like everybody is saying number 1 is it. Because so number 1 would be the.
Well, no, yes, Councilmember Madrigal doesn't agree with number 1 being in the
Oscar?
1 position.
Oscar?
No, it's fine. It was my number 2. I'm not gonna sit here. I think we need to move on. We have like 5 other categories to do, or 4 other categories, I'm sorry. But I know Mayor Pro Tem has his hand up and he's been waiting patiently.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, council member. Mayor, I was just going to suggest perhaps it would make sense to put 1 and 4 as conjoined items. And the idea behind this is, and Colorado does this, they call it economic gardening. And when you focus on the businesses that are here and help them thrive and improve and gain strength, then they will create the focus on business attraction, bringing in new suppliers, bringing in new supporters, so on and so forth, because they really go hand in hand. To have a strong, vibrant business community, the business community will be growing and create that environment for us instead of, it'd be great if we can bring in a new business, but we have to bring in something that's going to be surviving here and able to survive here. And as long as I think we're all very intelligent people, but I don't know that we're all the ones that should be deciding what businesses survive and what don't. So let's take the ones that are here, help them improve, increase their base, and then they in turn will create a need for number 4.
So you're recommending that we combine 1 and 4?
I would think so. It makes sense to me, but I do agree number 1 is very important. But and when we keep the jobs local or keep the business local, that's what creates jobs for our community.
So council members, any feedback on that?
I can go with that.
No, so I agree with that.
Okay, Bert, so we have a majority agreement? Okay. So 1 and 4.
Yes.
Okay, we're making some progress here.
Yes, we are.
Our next item, then our next, we'll make that number, what's number 2, council members?
Training the employees.
Training employees. Council members, okay, training employees is the next one.
We see thumbs up on that.
Thank you. And the 4th item.
4th or 3rd?
3rd.
Third item.
Third item. It's either going to be 4th Street, the Zocalo, or Wainimi, Saviors, Pleasant Valley. So in terms of the survey, next would be renovate 4th Street.
Yeah, that would be the.
I would like to see Wainimi Road, Pleasant Valley, and Saviors be up there. I think that's something that, again, it's going to be up to staff to get that going. But I would really like to see what staff comes up with as far as revitalizing that area.
Okay, so we have a vote on that. Okay, we have
we're seeing everyone's thumb except Councilmember McDonald.
McDonald, Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm fine with it. I'm lazy. I didn't move that fast.
Okay.
Okay.
All
Mr.
right.
Mayor,
Yes, sir.
I just have a comment on that. Thank you. I'm wondering, similar to what we did with the number 1 and the combining with the focusing on new business, would it be possible to combine the Zocalo and Pleasant Valley, Wainimi, and reword it as if we're looking at economic development, having a special focus on the main business corridors in South Oxnard, something along those lines, which
That's
would
one of the-
include Wainimi, Pleasant Valley, Saviors.
Yeah, that's one of the things I mentioned initially, but I think Councilwoman Basua wanted to that separated. Is that Councilman Basua, you want to share?
Well, I'm open for my colleagues' feedback. I don't want to lose focus on Pleasant Valley Saviors, even though Saviors does go through the area of the Zocalo. This area of the Zocalo is being focused more on the Channel Islands kind of area. I don't want to lose focus in the other parts, sort of like by Bard and Pleasant Valley. It's just really, really important. And I think the Zocalo idea is a great idea. And like our city manager said, him and Councilmember Lopez have already been talking to the businesses, and I think that's going to come to fruition. I would really like staff to focus in this area to see what could we do in this area that has really.
So you want to keep that separate then?
Yes, I would like to keep it separate.
So let's take a vote on that. What anybody else agree? Okay, everybody agrees. We've got 100 okay, that's our next one then.
Right, and then next is the Zocalo.
The Zocalo. That would be the,
Is that right?
okay, yes.
Oh, no. Next is still 4th Street.
Fourth and
Yeah.
Chocolate. Go ahead, Bert.
Mayor, I think that the 4th Street one is a tie-in for the developments that fell on their face because of the economic thing, but we have been trying for years to get downtown something to scratch and catch and plant some seeds and grow. And we've been given some indication that this is a big component. If we show that we have interest, we may attract somebody. And even if we don't, this would be a big thing that would help whatever's going on in the city of Oxnard right now. I would think that this would tie into the plans when the economy turns around and these developers come back and look at our downtown, which that still is on the table. We want development downtown.
Okay, so that's your, so.
Put that as 4.
Okay, and agreement? Everybody's agreeing on this?
Not yet.
Okay, let
No,
me see.
we
I
have
got-
one thumbs down.
We got 3, 4, so that would be the
So
one.
I think Councilmember Basua had, was that a thumbs up?
Yeah,
Yes.
right.
Okay.
So that's 5. So that would be the one then.
Okay.
And then the Sokol would be the last one.
Right.
Okay, well, that takes care of that section.
Wow, look at that. But you can see how difficult it is
know.
with so many varying interests and so many things that are actually really important.
But it's a good dialogue. I think it's important. Our next item then would be the quality of life. Is that correct?
Yes.
You wanna
Okay.
share-
So let me try to do a better job this time. So quality of life
Mayor,
category.
may I ask you a question? Can we take like a 2-minute break?
Yeah.
Oh, of course.
Good choice.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, we'll go and recess for 5 minutes.
Thank you. to proceed with that, it is not something that would happen immediately. That also will take a lot of work and a lot of community outreach. And if anyone wants, I can talk about that more, but it's not, again, it's not something we would spend a lot of money on right away. So some of these items have a longer time frame, and again, on the big capital items, no big ticket prices up front. We would be bonding them over probably 30 years. Thank you.
So, Mr. City Manager, the Carnegie Building right now, is that vacant?
In the sense that nobody's using it, and the collection is in storage.
It's in storage.
Right.
So we are not going to forget the Carnegie Building as something that we can look for in the future.
Of course.
Because okay, council members, Gabe, and then Basua.
Councilmember Wasua had her hand up first. I'll let her go first.
Council Basua, and then Tehran.
Thank you, Councilmember Tehran. Appreciate it. So we have 8 items here. I would like to see 1 and 3, which is the Restore the Youth programs and senior programs, kind of be combined together to make it up number 1, because we're actually restoring programs back to the community, which we kind of said we were going to do anyway with Measure E. And this is that's one thing. The other question I had is for our city manager, Mr. Nguyen. Items, well, building the council approved new senior center, the renovation of the multi-center at Camino del Sol, reopening the Carnegie Museum, and continuing to address homelessness. Are those items not something that we're going to continue to work on, regardless if they're on this 5-year priorities? Because it's items that I believe that the council has already agreed to continue to do for the community. And I'm wondering if we can, to me, it's something that we've already committed to for the residents of Oxnard. We committed to the Camino del Sol. We said we were going to build a senior center. We're going to continue to address homelessness. That's definitely something that I think that my colleagues can agree with. And the reopening of the Carnegie Art Museum, I know when we closed it, we said that we were going to revisit that. It wasn't going to be forever. And that's a promise that was made through some of us that sat on this council. So my question to you is, what if we remove these items and focus on new things like restoring the youth programs? Because even though we cut some of them in the past year, the council has been cutting them for many, 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 many years. So I would really like to see that as a priority. Also, I would like to see my colleagues support building the aquatic center in South Oxnard. But I'm going to stop there, and if I can have Mr. Nguyen please answer the question on how he would feel if the council would decide to remove the items from the 5-year priorities, knowing that this is something that we have to do anyways. Or how does he feel about that?
Mr. Nguyen?
So the answer is yes, but no. So yes, these are things we have committed to, and especially with homelessness, I believe that is something we have no choice but to address it, and it has so many impacts wide and far across the community. The reason I say no with regard to prioritizing is because we still need to prioritize, right? Ultimately, this will be the policy direction in the guiding document as we do each budget. Right. So this is what I mean when I say I need the policy direction, because all of these are important and all of these can be pursued at once, but I still need some sense of priority. Now, let me again, the aquatic center, all the capital investment. Again, no major expenditure upfront. So I think that's helpful. If I may, very briefly about the art museum, and the reason I say we couldn't open that overnight is here's my philosophy on that. It is not just an art museum, it is specifically a municipal art museum. So in other words, it is funded by the city and the city's tax dollars. And therefore, I believe that it must first and foremost, it must serve our community. Now, beyond that, any success it has and where it will attract visitors from the outside of Oxnard, from the region and beyond, would be wonderful, and is certainly a sign of a quality museum. But to hit the reset button and to come up with programming, both in terms of the art curation, in terms of the vision and the path that we should take for how we pursue future collections, and the programming that we offer day to day outside of exhibits, to figure out how to best serve our community will require an extended planning process. And I really would strongly recommend that we pursue that process before opening the museum. I don't believe that again, because it's a municipal museum, we need to guarantee that it will serve this community first. And
Right.
again, but that's why I don't think that will happen right away. We can certainly make small investments in starting that planning process.
I
Yeah,
think that
thank-
Councilmember, I think what you were saying, should we include it on this process as opposed to continue working on it? Did I misunderstand you?
No. Yes, that's what I was asking, because I know that, we're going to continue to work on homelessness. It's something that we have to do. We don't really have a choice. Also, we have committed to building the senior center. So it would just be a matter of how much money we're going to allocate, throughout the years on this. The renovation of the Camino del Sol is something that we have already agreed to as a council. But I understand, as far as Mr. Nguyen was saying, was what is most important to this council, and how, and basically let him know. And I think that's everything is important. Everything that we promised to the community when we made the cuts is important. And I'm looking at this 5-year plan, kind of thinking to myself, okay, we have 2 items on here, which is building the aquatic center and launching the Oxnard Arts Academy, which is new. It is not something that this council has committed to. And I would really like to take the conversation and focus on those 2 items. But I understand the need for Mr. Nguyen to have these prioritized. So if I may, Mayor, I would like to move my comments over to the aquatic center. But yes, that's what I was trying to ask Mr. Nguyen, whether or not we can pull them from this document, because again, in my mind, these are things that we have to do anyways, and that we've promised. So I would like to have this council make an investment in South Oxnard in bringing an aquatic center to our city. We are, especially in South Oxnard and throughout the city, we don't have an aquatic center. I would like to see this vision come. I think it would be a great opportunity. I think it is something that our citizens in all of Oxnard deserve. My thoughts are that we can build an Olympic-size pool that not only is something that where competitions can happen, but I can envision something like this at College Park, where we have sufficient land to bring this to fruition, where we have senior swimming in the morning, toddler swimming classes, where our after school kids take swimming lessons. And during the evenings, we might have even parents taking lessons, mommy and me classes throughout the year. Having this area available for residents to have parties, sort of what Kimball Park has, and bringing a much needed pool to our community. I mean, we've never had anything like this. Our residents deserve it. We are so in the South End, we are so close to the beach, and our residents don't know how to swim. This is a great investment that is well needed. And, you know, what we can do in this area is really left up to our imaginations. We can make walkways down to Ormond Beach if we choose. We can do bike lanes. You know, it's just, it is something that I really would like my colleagues to really support this, and that we make a commitment to invest in our community. And I'm also going to touch on the launching of the Oxnard Academy. Like Mr. Nguyen said, it's $100K. It's something that we can do right away. And I don't see why we can't accomplish that also. But as far as major capital, this is an investment that I think that, you know, as far as the aquatic center needs to happen for our city. And it's an investment that, you know, when we're not all here, our future generations are going to be able to enjoy if we do this right. And those are my comments.
Thank you, Councilman. Thank you. I have Turan, Perella, Lopez, and Oscar. Turan and then Perella.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Mhm.
So I ranked these pretty similar to how our residents did who took the survey, with one exception. For number one for me was restore youth programs. Number two was continue to address homelessness, although that is a fairly vague statement. I appreciate Councilmember Basua bringing up, aren't we going to do that anyways? But then I also appreciate our city manager stating that this is a policy direction that we're giving to staff. And so we have it in writing, and this is what we're going to be focusing on as one of our priority areas or our objectives. So that was number two. Number three was restoring senior programs. Number four was launching the Oxnard Arts Academy. And number five for me was building the aquatic center, for many of the reasons that Councilmember Basu already brought up. But very quickly, I would just like to say that for restoring our youth programs, restoring senior programs in the aquatic center, my entire career has been based on looking at the research behind prevention programming, and how when you prevent something from ever happening to begin with, later on down the line, you realize a savings in multiple sectors that have these nested or branched issues that come from negative behavior or negative issues that happen within our society. With youth programming, if we have robust youth programming that's appropriate and is relevant and meaningful for our area, for our youth who will be participating in it, it's not plug and play, it's tailored to the needs of our community. Then as time goes on, the idea is that we will have less of a need for issues around public safety responses to crime, or we'll have less of a need for the juvenile justice system or our criminal justice system as time goes on. And also there's savings in our healthcare system, and there's benefits to our community college and our university system and jobs, and it just goes from there. And unfortunately, when we divest in youth programming, we don't see the immediate effects of that right away beyond programs ending. We see it later on when we have crime that stagnates or rises or doesn't lower very much, because we didn't have that prevention programming to give those meaningful opportunities to youth when they needed it most. Along those same lines with senior programming, the amount of research behind the benefit to seniors when they're out, when they're social, when they're active, when they have things to go to and things to do, that adds to their quality of life, that adds to their health, that adds to the longevity and the connections that they make through those programs. And so absolutely those jump out at me. And for the Oxnard Arts Academy, another preventive programming, but also meaningful opportunity for young people, but specifically focusing on South Oxnard, similar to the discussion we just had on the previous item. we absolutely should be investing in all of our youth programming across the city, but with special attention to South Oxnard that faces so many challenges and needs these opportunities to be able to better serve their youth, and our youth, I should say, and the residents of the city and of South Oxnard as well. And as far as the aquatic center, why I moved that up in rank for myself is much in the reasons that Councilmember Basua had mentioned. And we don't have anything comprehensive like that in our city. We have a pool out in Colonia, which is an amazing asset when it's in use and when it's in tip-top shape. And I think it has a great opportunity or great potential to serve the community. And I've seen how people say they have memories of it or what it did for them growing up. But a comprehensive aquatic center anywhere in the city would be great, but especially where Councilmember Basua was mentioning in South Oxnard at College Park, where many discussions and speakers have brought that up before. We don't have to dedicate it to where it's going to be now, but it's been talked about already. There's been legwork done around that. The last thing I'll say about the aquatic center is, again, bringing back to prevention. Later on in public safety, there was an item around lifeguards at the beach. And that's an important thing that any public beach should have. But if we have people with a center where they can learn how to swim from infant and toddler age and up, where they have exposure to that and the ability to learn how to swim, we have less of a need for a comprehensive lifeguard program later on down the line. And so that's just my thoughts on that. We owe it to our city. We owe it to our residents to make that investment. I'm happy to hear that as a capital investment that there are ideas on what that would look like. So those are my top 5. Again, 1 is restore programs, youth programs. 2 is continue to address homelessness. 3 is restore senior programs. 4 is launch the Oxnard Arts Academy, and 5 is build the aquatic center.
Thank you, Councilmember. Our next Councilmember Perello, then followed by Lopez, and then Oscar. Perello.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a good discussion. We have 8 items on the presentation, but I would like to bring the group's attention to the very top header, because I have a question that I believe needs to be addressed by staff, whichever staff wants to address it. This survey results are titled Quality of Life, and I'm going to read it. Restore and encourage, start over, Perello. Restore and increase quality services and programs that enrich Oxnard's diverse community, promote safe neighborhoods, encourage community engagement, and support our residents in their efforts to improve their quality of life. Now, I know we have other items that are coming up on other sheets, but I'm looking at quality of life and especially the words promote safe neighborhoods. We have 2 levy issues in the city of Oxnard called SCR 3 and SCR 1. The freeway splits them. We also have an issue with the J Street drain, and we also have an issue with seawalls in the Channel Islands Harbor. I don't know whether I need to advocate to have those included on this list, because I do contend that those are what promote safe neighborhoods. I don't know how many of you were in the area, but in 1969, I remember what happened to the freeway bridges. I remember what happened to the property that is now called River Park. I remember, I saw it, I was here. The issue about talking about the things that we are talking about, before I'm done, I'd like to get an answer, like where are we going to look at when we talk about safe neighborhoods? If we're talking about crime, that's an entirely different thing. But safety, I contend, is like being able to go to sleep at night when it's raining and not worrying that the river's going to go through a levee that does not exist because homes were allowed to be developed in an area where there was an assumption that there was a levee, or where there are seawalls that have been failing, and because of past decisions from decades and past members of council that didn't take action along with the county to require a reserve fund to make sure that we control and safely take care of the seawalls, that we have indications some of them are in serious need of repair, and we're going to be addressing that those homes could slip into the water in an earthquake. because they were built at a time that standards were different. And why is this a big deal, my fellow council members? This is a damn big deal for one thing: property value. When this first thing happened with the levees, it was 6,000 homes that were going to go into a flood zone. The estimate was billions of dollars of property value. A prominent neighborhood council chair, Mr. Chuck Bauman, Windsor North River Ridge Neighborhood Council, pointed out something that had been missed by a lot of people: county, city, state, and federal. The impact that this would have on the school districts. Because if those homes are damaged, the property value goes down. And the lifeblood of those school districts is through the property taxes. What was going to happen? This is significant to, specifically in that area, the El Rio School District, the Oxnard Elementary School District, the Oxnard High School School District. And then we get down into the J Street Drain area, the Hueneme School District. So I don't know. So that I wanted to get that off my chest and share that with you. So now I'll go to my choices on the
Councilmember, can I sure? We are going to discuss the levies and we're going to discuss all those items, and that's a natural resources that's going to be coming up too. So I'm with you on those items too, with the levies and the quality of life and the seawalls. That's a natural resources. We're going to be talking about that coming up.
Okay, well then I think I needed to make the point, especially
Yeah.
when we talk about promote safe neighborhoods. Okay,
Yes,
so we'll get to my,
absolutely.
thank you, Mayor.
Okay.
So we'll get to my issues. The restore the youth programs and the seniors programs, I'm in agreement. I think combining those is a good idea. The homeless, there's no way we can get out of it. The way the economy's going, the way the COVID's going, the homeless is getting bigger by the day. And those that are not wanting to deal with it, you'll want to deal with it. And I don't mean my council members, I mean residents. They'll want to deal with it when people are in their neighborhoods, living in the cars, moving from neighborhood to neighborhood, and eventually from street to street, so they have a place to spend the night and take care of their human businesses. The launch of the Oxnard Arts Academy and Youth Center. As a child, I didn't participate in things like Little League and stuff. I just didn't do it. In high school, I participated in sports. Sports is a big deal in this community. The big deal keeps kids off the streets. And there used to be a president that had a big deal called DARE, to keep kids off drugs. Well, I worked with a lot of kids and went to school with a lot of kids that were involved in sports, and it didn't work out that way. But it is a great incentive to try to keep people straight and give them a straight line. But the reason I bring this up, this little one here, number 4, launched the Oxnard, I wish the damn camera picked that up, but it doesn't. Launched the Oxnard Arts and Academy for local youth in South Oxnard. Now, I could be, accused of, well, I'm only looking out for District 1, which is not north or south. It takes care of the whole west end of the city of Oxnard. But this particular thing, I'm aware that there are tremendous amounts of people that are willing to donate to fund this organization. And one of the things that struck me the most is when some of them told me, and it's indicative of the community, how many of these kids that are doing soccer are going to be able to make a living at it? The amount of effort and stuff that goes into soccer, and the families and the travel and the cost and the time. It's a great, healthy activity. It's great, especially in the Hispanic community where there's an issue of diabetes and obesity. I mean, I got a problem. So, I don't run around. I should, but it'll catch up. But the issue is on this particular thing, the arts is not just painting, it's music. And people that have been involved in music understand, and it's usually not the people that have never been involved in music, like myself, understand the connection between the ease with which a child can enter into the scientific math, how things work out. They're able to, what is often called, feed graciously on the brain food that's provided by taking arts. And music is one of the big things to get a kid in a situation where he may not be the all-star on the sports team, but when he all of a sudden is the kid that's in honors classes and, he can't kick a football, well, let's see what happens when he's 23, 24, 25. How important was kicking that football, or how important was it that he used his mind to advance himself and all those that he would be responsible for in the future. I'm extremely supportive of this arts thing. Okay, moving down to the next one. Build a council approved new senior center. I happen to be a senior along with the mayor. We're both seniors. Just by luck, we've survived to get past the age we're seniors. So I have a bias, but my bias is tinged with something about facts of reality. When I first got involved in stuff, I wasn't a senior, but I always used to think the people that suffered the most, and I used an example of the soccer, the people that suffer the most are the grandpas and grandmas and the moms and dads that do without. And some of my council members are in the same boat. They're well aware of it. They do without so that they can give their children the best opportunities. Well, a lot of times those seniors are the ones that have been doing without for a long time. This commitment that we have to assist the mayor, the general manager, the city manager has mentioned will be bonding. I do not think we can waver for that. We have had issues, and I've been involved on this council where there's issues with senior centers, that there was problems with the plumbing, there was problems with bathrooms, there was problems with a lot of things. And it was sort of like, well, you know, they don't complain a lot. They're grateful for what they get. There's an organization called the Gray Panthers. I really wish the Gray Panthers was much more at work in this community. Orcas may turn out to be the water Gray Panthers in the future. It would be nice. The multi-service center and community soul, it's already been mentioned, we committed to that. The build an aquatic center in South Oxnard, I'll come back to that. The reopening of the Carnegie Museum. Unfortunately, I'm advocating over here for youth and the arts, but on the Carnegie, I'm putting that at my lowest priority. But one that's not on here, but we heard a lot of people talk about it tonight, was the PAC. I served on the PAC board. I was aware of what happened in the PAC. I was aware because I was appointed to the PAC board when I got on the council. I sat on the PAC board with our new supervisor, Ms. Ramirez. And when information came to light about how it had been run and how it was eating the city's piggy bank alive, because everything was a givey. You know, give me this, give me that, give me that. And I didn't mean people were taking stuff, but people wanted everything free. I want to speak up on this. There was a public speaker from the Gems and Mineral. I remember when they came, those people did not want freebies. Those people were straight up customers, but there were other organizations that wanted freebies. And there were organizations that wanted all these things improved to make it first class and spiffy and all this kind of stuff. But when it came time to have the payment of, you know, use of the facility, they always wanted to chisel us down. You know, and it was allowed to happen. And when that was allowed to happen, more and more problems surfaced. And eventually the facility was closed. And that is, again, bringing back to light the issue of the question I asked at the very beginning. Measure E, we lose Measure O, $34 million utility transfer fee, and 2-year cuts. Councilmember Basu, I appreciate you asking if we could take those things off, certain things off. We have committed that we're going to try to reopen these things that were shut down, but I don't see specifically on this Carnegie or the PAC doing what the public is asking for. But now let me get to the aquatics. As a baby, as a young child, up to the age of 8, I lived in downtown Santa Barbara, and there was a YMCA. And I learned how to hang onto the side of the pool with the best of kids because I was scared to death to swim. But I lived 3 blocks from the ocean, and I never carried that lesson of learning how to swim to the ocean. When I came here, when I was 8 years old, it was a long way where I grew up here. It was quite a ways from the ocean, and the beaches are not what they are here compared to Santa Barbara. They got some interesting current conditions and things here. But the ability to teach somebody to swim is a lifelong skill, and it can save their life. It can allow them to save someone else's life. But when we don't put all the cards on the table and share with the public everything that's going on, I think it's important. Now, Mr. Lawrence Paul Stein does a lot of work on his own. And he's informed me that he has talked to the Oxnard, and I double checked this moments ago, that he's talked to the Oxnard High School District Superintendent. The Channel Islands High School is going to open up the swimming pool. Groundbreaking is expected in 2022, completion of 2024, a cost of $13 million. It's for competitive swimming. I have no idea if that means Olympic size. I don't know. I do believe there needs to be a swimming pool, and there needs to be a swimming pool in the city of Oxnard. I think that if it can go into College Park where we have property, that's great. But I'm wondering if my council would wonder if we had a swimming pool on both sides of Rose Road where Channel Islands High School is in College Park, what the rest of the city would think about that. We need to take opportunities and advantage where we can, but just because a high school has a swimming pool, it does not allow us to take advantage of it with the seniors and kids and everything else like that. Because the one pool that we do have in Colonia Park, I have been, I'm trying to be nice here. I have been eaten alive by Why Don't I Hustle, some large foundation or the marijuana industry, to sponsor the pool and possibly improve and enlarge and do all kinds of things for that pool. I don't have the wherewithal to go and do that. I'm hoping that somebody does. But there are opportunities, just as in this youth sports thing, for people to come forward. There's a tremendous amount. This is a blue collar community, but there's a tremendous amount of people that are involved in the entertainment industry that, from what I've been told, have offered to donate time, money, resources, and connections to help the city. My looking at this, I'm trying to hold it to 5 items. I would knock off the Carnegie. I would put the aquatic center. I'd move it up to, I would probably put that up to number 2. And I would put the homeless at number 3. And the reason I would put the homeless at number 3, we can't get out of that. We cannot walk away from the homeless issue. Number 1, I believe Ms. Basua was correct. Number 1 and number 3 should be combined as a number 1. I'd put number 2 as the water. Number 3, you go with the homeless. 4, we would launch the community arts. The senior center is a commitment we have. The renovation of the multi-service center, a community soul. I believe we've been told that the funding from the licensing of the marijuana is going to be a big chunk on that. So I would leave that one off. But that's how I would pick this. And I'm interested in hearing what the rest of the council has to say. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. We have Councilmember Lopez, Madrigal, and then Mayor Pro Tem. Councilman Lopez.
Thank you, Mayor, and I appreciate all the comments from the rest of my colleagues, which I think are very much on point, so I won't repeat any of them. So I'll just go into the way that I looked at these different priorities. I would actually recommend combining the Restoring Youth programs and the Arts Academy because it is focused on youth, and then combining the senior programs with the senior center since it's under the same category. And I would keep homelessness as number 2 and then move up the aquatic center to either 3 or 4. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, so Madrigal and followed by Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. I'll begin. I'll start at the bottom, but real quickly, just by the regular exercise of 25. I actually had all 8 of these on the original list of 25. So I had 8th, I had same as the public, reopening the Carnegie. 7th, I had building the council approved new senior center. 6th, I had continued to address the homelessness in Oxnard. 5, I had launched the Oxnard Arts Academy for local youth in South Oxnard. 4, I had renovate the multi-service center at Camino del Sol. 3, I had restore senior programs, and I'll come back to 3 in a second. But 2, I had build an aquatic center in South Oxnard. This is essential. I've lived my entire life here, and I do not know how to swim. Why is that? You know, you live 5 miles from the beach. You feel, you go where you feel welcome, as with anything in life. Bringing an aquatic center to the city goes a long way for our youth, for our community. If we went through this exercise of how many residents in this city do not know how to swim, the percentage is very high. We are a beach city. The concept of, you know, where it goes. The Oxnard Union High School District is building 2 new pools currently. 1 at Channel Islands, 2 at Pacifica. As with anything, those pools will be nice. They're outdoor pools. They'll be used for water polo and swimming. But currently, the Oxnard Union High School District has 3 pools. 1 at Oxnard High School, 1 at Rio Mesa, 1 at Wainimi High School. None of those pools are open to the public. Okay, so it's nice. They're nice, but they're not open to the public. Something that I learned with the high school district, they don't open their things up to the public. You go to other cities, other districts, the walking tracks are open to the public, not here in Oxnard. So you started seeing some of those issues arise. By having a pool, it brings the family together. There's a huge dynamic to it. So I would wholeheartedly support building the aquatic center. My number 1 is restoring youth, but I want to talk about restoring youth programs and also restoring senior programs. We have an opportunity here not only to restore, but to also improve what we had at one time. For years, we've been cutting, and there's been long cuts to youth and senior programs. My goal is not just to have back what we had, I don't know, in 2013, 2014. My goal for both of these is to have something better than what we had then, okay? This isn't, okay, we're just bringing this back to you. Recycled old plan. This means bringing in state-of-the-art, newer technology, newer ideas to the programs we once had. Okay, we have programs that, yes, they're effective, but there can be tweaks and changes along the way. There are new things, new particular items that are available to our youth and to our seniors. Something real quickly, even though it was near the bottom of my list, we have, what was it? Oh, building the council approved new senior center, which I, you know, way back in 2017, I believe it was 2017, we agreed to it in a 4-to-1 vote. 3 of the yeses are still here on council. But we do have senior centers on C Street. We had a senior center in my neighborhood in Colonia, which, going back even further, when Las Cortes was going to be built, they were promised a new renovated senior center. That senior center was torn down and never built up again. So I'm just saying that, you know, if time comes and we do build that senior center, we should use some of that money to renovate the senior centers we currently have and build something to replace what the seniors in Las Cortes used to have. I'm not saying, you know, build this state-of-the-art senior center, but give them back a place for them to hang out and enjoy their day. With that, I'm done. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, and then I think Trent has another comment. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am looking at this, and I'll be very candid. Youth programs are one of my top priorities. And the youth are the future of our community, our status and everything else. So that's very important to me. Now, what I would agree with Councilmember Lopez about combining 1 and 4 as youth programs, but I would also add a couple things to it under 1. I would say restore and enhance youth programs because we have youth programs now. City Corps is one of them. It's a phenomenally good program. Why don't we look at enhancing that a little bit if we can and provide more services to our youth? And City Corps does an amazing job with a lot of things. So I think there's room to improve there to make them a little bit better. And the Arts Academy, I don't have a problem with where it's cited. If we want to put it in South Oxnard to make it available to South Oxnard residents, that's fine. But I want to make sure we don't preclude other youth from other parts of the community should they be interested in the arts. I think we need to build some inclusiveness there. I combined 3 and 5 together because the senior programs are going to be specifically dependent on the nature of the senior center that they're sited in. And so, we have problems at Wilson Park. It's a smaller center. There are issues with people living in the parking lot and in the park and so on and so forth. So I think if we're going to spend the money on the seniors, we should do it with a state-of-the-art senior center and a senior center that is quite capable of handling all the programs that the seniors deserve. And I think there's a lot available to them there. Councilman Madrigal brought up the classic problem with the high school pools. Yeah, all the high schools have pools, but they don't let anybody swim in them except between 6 and 7 in the morning at Oxnard High School, and after everybody's gone in the afternoon because they want to make sure they take care of protecting the students. So, and I understand that, but I want to make sure we don't cut ourselves short. And in terms of the senior center, if we build another senior center at 5th and Patterson, which is kind of the dream, the senior center at Wilson Park and the other buildings that are there associated with it are city assets that are paid for. What do we do with those assets? And maybe there's a way to turn those assets over to garner some income to help offset the cost of the new senior center. I don't know. It's something to look at. We own the USO building on 4th Street between C and D. And that's paid for, frankly. It's been empty for over 2 years now. The Goldwings Children's Museum moved out of it. It sits there empty. We pay for it still. We have assets on 5th Street, the old laundromat, assets on 6th Street, Elizabeth Furniture. I think we need to combine these into the thought process of, how do we maximize the return on those assets to offset some of the things we want to do in the future? And finally, the aquatic center, I'm all in favor of the aquatic center. And maybe we look at a public-private partnership. We talked with Sal Cisneros from the YMCA organization out of Santa Barbara about building something at Oxnard Sports Park. Unfortunately, Sal decided to retire, and we kind of lost connection, but we've had discussions. But maybe we look at a long-term dirt lease of 25 or 50 years in South Oxnard at College Park, and tell the YMCA, hey, come in and build a pool, build a whole facility, be a city asset, and we'll give you a real good lease on the land, but you need to make services available to our community for swimming, recreation, other stuff. I mean, there's a lot of potential there. And they don't have restrictions on the hours. So the seniors could go in the morning when the kids are in school. In the afternoon, the kids could go there and learn how to swim. That's where I learned how to swim, was the YMCA. I was a YMCA kid in Santa Barbara. I was born and raised there and grew up in the YMCA. And probably but for the YMCA, I might have gone down a different career path and been locked up behind a wall somewhere for the rest of my life. But that didn't happen because of what the YMCA did for me. So I think it's a beneficial program, and there are opportunities to be had there. And so I think there's a lot of potential to do good and create public-private partnerships and really bolster our opportunities here. So my comments would be combine 1 and 4, combine 3 and 5. homelessness, we have to address that. There's no ifs, ands, or buts, because it has an impact on our overall society, community, and everything else. It's something that needs to be done. The multi-service center, we're in the process of renovating with the anticipated income from the marijuana industry. The aquatic center I've talked about. I would like to see us reopen the Carnegie Art Museum, and maybe we could tie it to the art program for youth and have part of the program there and part of the program in South Oxnard. I don't know. Oxnard's a big enough city where we could probably support two individual art programs for both elements of the community, so that everybody has an opportunity to participate. So those are my thoughts, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Gabe, before I shared, you wanted to share some other comments, Teron?
Yes, if you wanted to share your rankings, Mr. Mayor, I'd be willing to wait. I'm adding to something we've already discussed, so.
Okay, I'm just like the rest of us, I was looking at restoring number one, our youth programs, and also with the arts program in South Oxnard, I think is extremely important. And also the aquatic center I support. And I think Councilman Oscar Madrigal said something really important, because I understand that Oxnard High School would not allow the public to use the pool. And I'm not sure if Channel Islands or Pacifica would do the same. But I think having the aquatic center in South Oxnard is extremely important to me, because as was mentioned before, swimming is very important and life-saving and so forth. The senior centers, restore the senior centers and programs, I believe is extremely important. As Bert Perella mentioned, he's a senior, I'm right behind him, so I believe that we need to restore that. And they have done our part, the seniors have done their part in helping their children and so forth. But I believe that we need to continue to help them, which is the homeless issue. We're involved with the 2nd and B Street item. We're working with the county. I believe that we need to continue that. We need to set up social services for the seniors, job skills, make sure that we give the proper training for resumes and so forth. And as was mentioned before, 80% of those individuals can be helped and 20% probably can never be helped. But I think the homeless issue is extremely important. Also, I think that even though it's probably not right away, Mr. City Manager and council members, we need to look at the Carnegie and we need to look at the PAC. When I was going to university, I always said English, math, and the arts is so important as part of a full round education. So I believe that we need to look at the Carnegie and the PAC. And so with that in mind, those are my comments. And Gabe, you wanted to share some additional information.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate all the input from my council colleagues. Couple of things I wanted to bring up, and then one question I have for staff in regards to this. At first, I wasn't super supportive. I had a barrier to combining some of these items, similar to discussion we had previously, where we wanted to combine maybe the Zocalo and then the Pleasant Valley Saviors Miami corridors. And I understood the logic behind keeping them separate. And at first I was thinking, well, that feels like the same logic to me, where youth programs and this Oxnard Arts Academy, specifically in South Oxnard, those seem like separate things, even though they serve youth. Same thing with the senior center and combining that with the building the senior programs and combining that with the senior center. But as we discussed it more, I feel like I could be more supportive of that, especially the senior part of it. But I do want to make the point that not all of the programs have sites. So recreation does a lot of things. When I look at their senior programs, where they can have Tai Chi or yoga that's done at an open public space, or they may have senior get-togethers or youth events where it's not necessarily at a site that's a youth center or at a senior center. And so in my head, I saw them as separate things for that reason, where yes, we want to restore and enhance the services going citywide, but we have these specific sites that are going to be in specific parts of the city, and naturally will attract people who live directly in that community. So that's why I saw them as separate. But as we discussed it more, I am a little bit more supportive of combining them for simplicity's sake, but I wanted to make those points. The next thing is around the pools. For the Oxnard Union High School District, I'm not sure how many of the general public know that the facilities that the high school district and any school district has, those are available to the public and to people for use, but there is a charge for that, and education code and state law allows that charge. These facilities have to be self-sustainable and able to support themselves and their upkeep. And so at Rio Mesa High School, my oldest daughter learned to swim at that after school program that they have there through a swim club. And I'll say that certainly we're very fortunate to be able to pay for that, because there's a cost to them to use Rio Mesa's site. But even if we were in a perfect world able to come up with a great joint use agreement between the city of Oxnard and the Oxnard Union High School District for use of their pools or any facilities, still during the school day, those are unavailable to the citizens, to the residents of Oxnard. So even in the best case scenario, before school starts, early in the morning or way after school, would those be available? And if there's water sports and other things involved, the district takes priority in that. And so that's the point of view of the district as my understanding. So that's why I would support an aquatic center as well, because we can't rely on the high school district when they have their own sustainability and priorities they have to focus on as a governmental entity. Lastly, this is a question for staff, and it is in regards to the PAC. We received public comments and written comments to the council on this item asking about the Performing Arts Center and can it be added to this? And it sounds like this quality of life area is where that discussion should happen. And I'm curious for staff, what would that look like if we were to bring this in here? Like, what realistically would the city be looking at? I know we ended the subsidy to that facility, and we had a contracted private entity come in to take over the entertainment side of it. And I'm just wondering, where do they come into play for the maintenance and the upkeep? I understand the pandemic happened and it is a total pivot for their business model, but I'm just wondering, where do these things equate? Should we be bringing it in for another subsidy as a priority for us? And I'm not saying that in a demeaning way, it's a genuine question. Or is there a business plan where when things pick up that facility can be self-sustainable again by the operator of it?
Mr. City Manager, can I add a little bit to that? I had a meeting with some of the folks from the PAC. So my understanding is that if they utilize, you have the Oxnard room, the Ventura room, and they have the Thousand Oaks room, the mini rooms, the Camera room, and the other rooms, that the tiny rooms can really be an asset, to afford or make the PAC more affordable. Have you have any information on that? I think Councilman Turan was kind of alluding to that. Is that what you were looking at? I was thinking about.
I believe that was the question, and I'm happy to answer these questions and address some of the conversation.
Okay.
So first of all, let me say, you all are exciting me. I love having this policy discussion and very civil debate. So a couple points, and then I will end with the question about the PAC. I understand wanting to combine the various items. They are still priorities, and I actually think it helps make this work better. It still provides policy direction, but I just want to remind everyone, combining items in no way shrinks the money, right? It all depends on how much you want to give to the individual items in the combo sets. So combining items help us with policy guidance, but doesn't reduce the number of the dollar amount. Those you will make choices for in the budget. Next point I want to raise, Mayor Pro Tem discussed with regard to senior centers. And with regard to the existing ones, and as did Councilmember Madrigal. And my strong recommendation would be that if we're going, for example, if we're going to go for a bond to build the new senior center, that we include in that bond sufficient construction money to renovate the existing ones. And the reason I say that is it's purely based on our demographics, based on the numbers of seniors we have in this community, and the fact that that segment of the population is increasing. Now, so it would be wrong and irresponsible to build one brand new shiny facility and leave the other ones in very poor conditions. Various areas and various neighborhoods need senior centers, and not all senior centers can pull people by some form of transportation. We need also neighborhood-based senior centers. And again, we have enough seniors that require us to provide more facilities, not fewer. And it's similar with the aquatic center in this sense. If we're going to do, and that would require a larger bond, I would strongly recommend that we build, again, for construction costs into that bond, a sufficient amount to renovate the pool at Colonia. We should not leave that pool in its current condition. And if we can renovate it and improve it, it'll certainly be able to be utilized more throughout the year. Now, one more thing I want to say about the aquatic center is that it is much more than a swimming pool. It is the kind of large scale generational investment that City Hall can choose to make. It's in addition to being an Olympic-sized competition pool, it comes with a standard training swimming pool. It comes with a kiddie pool. It can come with a water slide and a splash pad area, a picnic area, sufficient lockers and showers indoors and outdoors, the outdoor shower for the competitions, and a sufficient vending area. And a facility like that serves the entire community. I think people brought up the points before, in the mornings, you'll probably see the seniors in there exercising. After school, we have the kids in there, not only for swim classes, but for a variety of youth programs. And certainly on the weekends, there are tremendous facilities for families. But it's also economic development because it'll provide many jobs for recreation staff if they're going to be lifeguards. And by the way, you would have dozens of lifeguards for a facility like this. But also the fact that it can host a series of competitions throughout the year, be it swimming competition or polo games, means people will be coming here and renting the facility. And these sorts of aquatic centers already exist in other communities. And in those communities where they have a competition program, again, we're not talking about every weekend. It's only half a dozen to a dozen a year, but that brings busloads of people, right? And those people are gonna stay here overnight and they're gonna eat here. So it's more than just what's great for our community. It brings all these ancillary benefits outside of the immediate benefits for across the spectrum for our community. In terms of the Arts Academy, I understand a couple council members raised the issue, will it serve more than the kids in South Oxnard? I wanted to begin this in South Oxnard because I believe that's where we have the greatest need. And I'm glad Councilmember Perello brought up the point that there's a direct correlation to learning arts, especially music arts and academic performance. We, as with most things I want to do, we want to start small and build on success and prove that we can do it. I believe if we do this well, it will eventually grow, and it will grow into a second campus and perhaps even more in the future. So the idea would not be that it's off limits to other youth across the city. It's just that we can't start with a full-blown academy and serve 1,000 kids. I'm hoping we start with up to 100 children. Again, it's a new endeavor for us as a city, and I want to make sure we start with baby steps. Now, with regard to the PAC, yes, we did go into contract with a private entertainment organizer, Sterling Ventures, and unfortunately, right as they were ramping up to begin business, the pandemic hit. Now, they have not exited the picture. They are still with us. They've been doing some activity there that were pandemic able, within pandemic rules. But there is a business plan there where they would more than be self-sufficient. They would have sort of like revenue sharing with us. They would be paying us a portion of the revenue, which then we would start building a maintenance fund for the PAC. Now, with the regard to the community rooms, the meeting rooms, you heard Councilmember Perillo refer to in prior years we were practically giving those rooms away, and I've said this before when I first got here, and I know it was controversial. If we have the funding, then it is a policy discussion and decision for the council if they want to subsidize anything at any level. But I also contended that the PAC in its current configuration does not work in the entertainment industry. So if we want to really, so number one, there is a business contract with Sterling Ventures, and I believe we should post-pandemic, let's see how well that works. We believe that can work very well and begin to set aside money for maintenance. But I think it's a larger community discussion about what to do with the PAC. And I'll tell you now, it needs not just repairs. It needs a full-on renovation. And that's a much larger discussion that would be required. So those are my responses. Thank you.
And I think Councilman Perillo, you had your hand up and I missed that. You want to share some additional information?
Yes. Thank you, Mayor. And again, I just want to, and I want to thank the city manager for bringing what he just set up, because when I was appointed to serve on the PAC board as a representative for the city, the things that came out were mind-blowing. This facility is much like the golf course. People are asking, well, can't the operator pay for the maintenance and pay for everything that's going on? We own it. And I'd like to request that somebody from Public Works get up and tell us exactly where I'm off the tracks and where I'm right on the tracks. When I was on that board, I was told the building is not up to earthquake standards. When I was on that board, I was told the reason we don't have safety rails in the big balconies is because if we put it in the safety rails, we have to bring it up to the current codes. And the codes would include taking out the asbestos that's in the ceiling. And it needs a roof. And it needs a lot of other things. And community members were complaining, some on that board, that the floors looked like they needed work and they had this and that. And when it came out, the former Mayor Pro Tem and myself were flabbergasted how much had been given away to organizations, because there was the perception that they needed help. But the residents of Oxnard were paying the bills, and they paid the bills because of various things, and they let the maintenance because they never generated the income to take care of it. It was built at a time when the standards for earthquake were much different. It has been brought up when this current city manager came on board. What do we tell the public if we have a full house in there and the roof caves in? Which one of us is going to be at that cemetery standing over those graves because we didn't bring it up to safety standards? This is a big issue. It isn't just a matter of unlocking the doors and we're going to do the PAC. This is a landmine waiting for something bad to happen. And I need to say this because I want to make sure everybody, that's all 7 of us on this council, understand that. I mean, there's a lot of pressure to open it up and let things happen, and they're all good things. The rooms that the mayor mentioned, that's a different story. But the big enchilada, the big thing, the thing with all the great sounds, the fantastic things that was built, I believe, and there was a some kind of an award ceremony for Mr. Suhu, the gentleman that was the mayor, Chinese American mayor, big deal, very big deal in the community. And all the things that he went through, the racism and everything else that he received when he lived here, where he couldn't buy a house, and what he gave back to this community and pushed and get that thing built with a lot of the members in the city. It was a different time. And the standards right now and the liability for the city of Oxnard is horrendous. And so if somebody can public works and get up and point out, and I got thick skin, if I'm wrong, correct me. But if I'm right, I need somebody to say I'm right, so that all the council members hear the same thing. Because some council members were not even on the council when the PAC board consisted of 2 members of the city council. Please, public works, or liability, or city attorney, or city manager.
I can respond.
We can probably,
You're correct with that. We've yet to do a seismic assessment of the building.
okay, well, that's a good point. Again, before we vote, Councilmember Tehran, you want to share something else?
Thank you. I'll be very quick. I appreciate the comments on that. Thank you, Councilmember Perillo, and thank you, our city manager. Given that there's a lot of work that needs to be done at the PAC, and given that there was a plan that got temporarily derailed because of the pandemic, but there still is, I hear there is a business plan, but I also hear, let's see how it plays out. Well, right now, at this very moment, this council of 7 is planning for our 5-year priority areas. I would be remiss if I didn't suggest that, well, why are we not having the PAC in some way, shape, or form part of those priorities, even if it's in the next 5 years? Well, let's do the assessment. Let's do a seismic assessment. Let's look at what needs to be done, even if it's just the meeting rooms, because we have this grand vision for the downtown area, for Campus Park. This like, I call it a triangle, this corridor we have there of the PAC, where we could have some great entertainment one day, the downtown area where we want to bring people in for a safe 4th Street corridor, and multi-use and all of these great businesses we want to have down there, a beautiful campus park. I could envision people coming to Oxnard and using those 3 things, going to a show one night, going to a meeting, going to something at the PAC, going and recreating at Campus Park, going to downtown for dinner. And I'm just thinking to myself, and if nobody supports me on this, I'm perfectly fine with that. But I would like to have the PAC be part of one of these priorities, even if it's voted no, just so that we have it there as an option, no matter what that level of priority is, whether it's just assessing it or looking at what's next or fixing up those small rooms, some way, shape, or form of having the PAC in this conversation. So that's my comment. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
That potentially could be like the Councilmember Perillo said, have public works look at it, review it, and look at the structure. We know that we're only talking about the auditorium. We're not talking about the Oxnard room, Ventura room, and the rest of the rooms. Is that correct, Mr. City Manager?
In terms of, well, no, the whole facility.
No, but retrofitted for earthquake, I think.
No, it should be the whole facility.
Even the Oxnard room and
Correct. Those are
Ventura-
large rooms as well. Yeah.
and the smaller rooms, well, you know, those.
Right. So if I can very quickly respond to that, I understand that as well. But I have to remind you that we also have to look at staff capacity. And we've got some large projects here. So with regard to the PAC, I don't think it is as simple or straightforward as, although we can make choices in terms of timing. Again, we do have a current business model there. It's just been delayed because of the pandemic. I don't think the proper approach is simply to repair it. I think it needs a full reevaluation of the, not just the condition it's in, but the actual physical makeup of it, including the park area right around it, the configuration of it, the uses of it. I think if we want to pay attention to that part of town, which of course at some point we must, it requires a re-envisioning of configuration and use that will support a successful theater in our city.
Could that be part then, like the Councilmember Hussein? A study on that, on,
We can, okay, if the council wants, we can start that process. All I'm saying is
Yeah.
it's just staff capacity, even over the next 5 years, of how many of these major projects we can take on.
or just a study to see, is it feasible or not?
Yes,
Yeah.
but that would be a major process, though.
Oh, okay, okay. All righty, so you know, can I share something with you? I know this is a special meeting, but my understanding is, I wasn't here, that there's an ordinance that says at 10 o'clock is coming up. Do we have to vote again to continue, even though it's a special study? Mr. City Attorney?
Let me consult the book so that I make sure I have the right answer on that for a special meeting.
Mhm. And while he's doing that, we can probably get
Well,
ready.
technically, that's to take on the next item, as I
Ah.
recall, but let me confirm.
Okay.
that.
So the next items will be to continue to finish this.
Yeah, so no new items will begin after 10 p.m. So you are on the last item tonight.
The only, right, so we're fine.
So we're okay. Okay, thanks a lot. So then,
A
Varela?
question, Mayor. Yes, a question. The fact that we've advertised this from specific time to specific time, is that okay with the legal staff here? Are
that's,
we going to be in problem?
that's the question I was asking. Go ahead.
You're fine on the back end. On the front end, you couldn't start any earlier, but people know what's going on. They're not going to necessarily tune out.
So we're
just because
continuing with
10
the
o'clock.
item, so we're okay then, is what you're saying?
Correct.
Thank you, City Attorney. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. So then, why don't we go ahead and vote on, like we did on the last items, starting with item.
Well, let me, if I can try to summarize where as best I could follow it, we had a couple of versions of combining items, which would help bring us to within the 5. And it was different ideas of combining restoring youth programs and restoring senior programs, or restoring youth programs with the Arts Academy and restore senior programs with build the new senior center. I think everybody was very supportive of the Aquatic Center. I believe, and I want to make sure that Councilmember Madrigal is okay with this, that for now, the multi-service center, we do have initial funding for that from the cannabis fees. So that in some ways can stand on its own. I think the Carnegie can wait. Although, again, it is a Carnegie building. We do own it. It does, I'm assuming, I'd be shocked if it doesn't, but it does have historical value, which is both a blessing and a challenge when it comes to renovation. But it is something that is clearly an asset in the downtown. And regardless of the timing, I believe that it's something that we will be reopening in the future.
So wasn't it 1, 4, and 7? No.
So we can either group these in terms of just programs. We can group youth and seniors, and then still have homelessness, and still have the new senior center in the Aquatic Center, and then combining the Arts Academy in with programs.
Yeah.
I think it still works. But people offered different combinations. So I want to make sure we have some flexibility there.
So council members, go ahead, Perello.
Yes, I do see the wisdom of combining the arts with the youth services, but I also see a major problem. I believe that it was mentioned that we have a certain amount of funds for the art center. This is going to be a little bit different than, teaching jazzercise or soccer or boxing or the other things. And I think it should be a standalone item, because there is an opportunity, if this thing catches hold, from what I have mentioned already, there are people that are willing to step forward and put donations into this. I don't know that it would be the same thing going with the soccer and the other normal traditional recreation youth programs. So that's just my thought on the Arts Academy. And on the seniors, I can see, possibly combining the new senior thing with the restore the senior programs. But I believe somehow it's got to be worded the way the city manager mentioned, that if it does go to bonds, we get enough money to rehab the other ones, because you don't want to give somebody a brand new one, and then the other ones falling down around their ears. You got to bring everything up to speed.
And I
And
think,
so I don't know if that needs to be standalone or not. I just wanted to say that.
I think one of the ideas was to restore the Wilson Center and the Bard Center too, right?
Mhm.
And
Yes.
So, okay, so then before we continue, I think Councilman Tehran, you had another question.
Thank you. I just wanted to say, in my notes here, if we were to combine youth programs and the Arts Academy and combine senior programs and building the senior center, we now have 4 items on here, because those are combined. And then we'd have the aquatic center, and we'd have continue to address homelessness. The city manager just mentioned that we'd have cannabis funding for the multi-service center, and Carnegie is something that would be put on hold. Considering that we have 4 items, I would like to continue my ask of my colleagues to entertain or consider adding the PAC in some capacity to these priorities as a 5th item.
So what would be number 1 then? Number 1 would be the
Youth, coupled with seniors in terms of programs. Is that correct? Yes. And then next would be, oh, I'm sorry. No. Youth with the Arts Academy.
with the Arts Academy, would it be number 1?
And then next, right, would be senior programs with the senior center,
That'd be number 2.
right? And then homelessness, and then the aquatic
3,
center.
4,
right?
And 5, I think you said the PAC and the.
That's what Councilmember Tehran is proposing.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, and 4.
And 5. The PAC would be 5.
And 5. And before we continue, Oscar, you wanted to say something?
Yes. Although I'm okay with combining stuff and it makes sense, at the end of the day, all we're doing is adding to a bigger and bigger list. And eventually, when time comes, budget season comes around, maybe not this year, but for sure next year, we're going to be like, oh yeah, we can't do that. We can't do that. We can't do that either, because we were bundling things up. And second of all, I'm okay with whatever the council decides, because ultimately it is a majority. But since I know the multi-service center, most of it will be funded by other means. But when it comes to now going back to 2019, I, along with Supervisor now Ramirez, served on the Carnegie board. And I'll tell you what, it's not the Carnegie against the PAC. But if you were to tell people, like the PAC, you get less services, but you get to stay open. You know how many people in the art field, when the Carnegie was closed, would have taken that deal in a heartbeat. And I think if we go with anything with the PAC, I think it's a huge disservice to the Carnegie Museum. It's a humongous disservice. It's a slap to the face, simply because that building has been closed now for nearly 2 years. And imagine now if the Carnegie in some way, shape, or form had stayed open under limited capacity, whatever that may have looked like, a skeleton-like museum, but it stays open. And the PAC would have closed. And now, the PAC was listed to possibly reopen. And out of the blue, no, we're going to divert the money to the Carnegie and open a full board and leave the PAC as it is. There would be huge uproar. So to me, I did list the Carnegie last, and I'll agree with that. But I would 100 times over pick the Carnegie over the PAC.
Thank you. Councilman Perillo.
I just have a question for Councilmember Madrigal. I was not involved with the Carnegie at all. But when it was brought to our attention how bad the PAC had been allowed to, how things had been allowed to not be taken care of in a timely manner in the PAC, specifically the earthquaking stuff. Is the Carnegie retrofitted for earthquake? Because if it is, I would agree totally with what you just said. If it's not, it wouldn't matter if the Carnegie fell down on my head or the PAC, I'd get hurt. And that's a big thing with my feelings on the PAC. We are looking at a tremendous liability, and we did have a developer, a business party come in and look, and they're aware of that, and they have plans for what they can do, but they are aware of the situation. I don't know. Can somebody from the staff, we were told staff is here. Is the Carnegie up to snuff earthquake wise?
Do we know that, Mr. City Manager?
It is not.
It is not retrofitted?
Correct.
Okay.
That
Yep.
Councilman Madrigal, that plays on my head. And I certainly, having been a council member that was put in a spot that I didn't ask to be, and finding out things that I wished I would have known before they put me in that spot, I can imagine what you went through when you were on the Carnegie. And I hope that does not happen to any new sitting council members, because it is not nice. Thank you. And I appreciate what you brought up, Councilman Madrigal.
Thank you so much. So let's go ahead and we had, I think, was it Toronto had 2, 3, 4, and 5? Is that?
Yes, Councilmember Teran made a suggestion to add the PAC, and I believe Councilmember Madrigal made a similar suggestion with the Carnegie. And there's people waving to talk.
Okay, Basua, Councilman Basua.
Thank you, Mayor. I actually appreciate both my colleagues' comments, Councilmember Teran and Councilmember Madrigal. I also kind of, in this one, I agree with actually Mr. Nguyen when he says that we need to look at the PAC and really look at, what the structure is and look at it completely. And that to me is a undertaking that is probably beyond the 5-year priorities here. And we do have the Carnegie Art Museum that, if I do recall, those of us sitting on the council at the time, we said we would revisit, and that we now did have Measure E pass. I'm going to agree with Councilmember Madrigal here. I think that promises that we made up in the dais, we did say at some point we were going to revisit the Carnegie. So if we're choosing 5 items here tonight, I'm going to say that we need to add the Carnegie back to this list. And at some point, I would really like to see City Manager Nguyen come back to the council with what he feels that the vision should be for the PAC, and we can take steps then. But I think as far as the 5-year priority, for those of us that sat at the council and made these tough decisions, we did promise that we would be restoring these programs at some point. And I think it's only right to put it in the 5-year priority list.
Okay. Thank you, council members. Why don't we do this? And what we want to do here, staff members, Mr. Nguyen, you want a 1, 2, 3, 4 in that respect, right? What is item number 1, 2, 3, 4?
Right. I think so far we have agreement enough for combining items 1 and 4.
Let me call Perillo one more time. Go ahead before we continue.
Thank you, Mayor. Excuse me, City Manager. I just want it understood that the council, when we made commitments to do certain things and revisit the Carnegie, those were commitments that were made. But as of 5 minutes ago, I did not know the Carnegie did not meet earthquake standards. I've let you all know that the PAC doesn't meet earthquake standards. And when we revisit these things, we're going to revisit them to open them up. And do we want to open them up so they're in safe conditions for people to be in there, knowing that they don't meet the earthquake standards? We have a grammar school, Santa Clara Elementary School, right across, very close. It doesn't meet earthquake standards, but it's a parochial school, so it's not on our thing. There are businesses downtown that don't meet earthquake standards, and there are signs when you go in the business letting you know, you're going in this business, there's an earthquake, be warned, it falls down and run your head. All I'm pointing out on this is, I believe the majority rules. But if we are going to follow Mr. Tehran's suggestion, that we look at this, and his suggestion had been we have staff or Public Works or the mayor may have suggested it, I suggest we get a consultant as quick as possible. Let us know what we got. But the problem with doing that is very similar to what has happened with the master plans for the parks. We end up finding out what it is. We end up not being able to take care of it. And then when we come back and decide to do it, we have to do the work again because the information is now, quote, stale. So I just wanted to share that with you. And I know I'm taking a little more questions here, but thank you very much. And this has been one heck of a good council meeting.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Councilmember Perrello, I'm sorry, Mayor. If I may respond to Councilmember Perrello and my colleagues, please interrupt me if I'm wrong for those of us that sat in the council. If my memory recalls, staff has been extremely honest that both the PAC and the Carnegie did not meet earthquake standards. I believe that this is one of the reasons why they were both on the list to be closed, because we could not maintain them and do what was needed. But yet we chose knowingly to keep the PAC open and to close the Carnegie. So I mean, Councilman Perrello, I mean, and that's my memory, and please, my council members, please correct me if I'm wrong, but staff has always been honest with us that both buildings required retrofit.
I will try to correct your memory a little bit, Councilmember Basua. The reason we closed the Carnegie because it was a $500,000 hit to the city's budget. It wasn't because it was an earthquake. It was a $500,000 eat on the city's budget. The PAC was more, but that's the reason we closed the Carnegie. It wasn't for the earthquake safety thing.
But potentially, council members, maybe part of the priorities is to have a consultant look at the Carnegie and the PAC. You know, to use that as one of the priorities that we have here. Why don't we go ahead and vote again on number 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5?
Well, we don't have consensus yet about what's in item 5. So
item 5 then would be.
We don't have consensus yet.
Okay, Tehran, you have something else, council member?
Thank you. I appreciate all of the comments from the council colleagues, and Councilmember Madrigal and Councilmember Basua bring up incredibly great points about the Carnegie. And I certainly was not on the council at that time, and I have followed all of this, but I know that much of the presentations or meetings that my colleagues have sat in on certainly have a level of detail that I may not have had access to. So I appreciate this conversation, and I'm glad we're having this discussion. And I think what feels equitable to me is that I brought up, hey, let's have a conversation about the PAC, and do we add it to our priorities over the next 5 years? Councilmember Madrigal brought up the Carnegie, rightfully so, and Councilmember Basua seconded that, or at least supported that conversation. I would say I'm willing to discuss, and we can do our thumbs up, thumbs down, either whether it be a consultant, whether it be some study, but somehow we don't have to fix everything. We don't have to open the places tomorrow. But if we get these 2 places on our priority list for the next 5 years, we get a sense for like what's needed. If it's a consultant that does a study, gives us a full report, gives us a price tag on that, and we have ways to think about that, even if it's beyond this 5 years, at least we have it. Otherwise, they're off this list and they're just sitting anyways. And I trust our city manager and our staff will bring it to us anyhow, but I'm just suggesting we have those on our priority list. I'm willing to combine the 2 as was just mentioned.
Mr. City Manager.
Yes, let me try to be of some assistance here. So the Carnegie is, for many reasons, much less of a complex puzzle. And like I stated before, the challenge there, you know, in terms of the architectural historic value, for me, the real challenge there is establishing a museum that has genuine community relevance for Oxnard, that has a clear vision for what the collections policy is going forward, and also understanding and in part connected to community relevance is what are we curating there. And then finally, the routine or regular programming, especially for young people. So I think that in this 5-year window, I think we can certainly tackle those issues. And that would also lead to the architectural review. Right? One of the things we have to do in there, if any of you remember this space, is to re-examine the exhibition space. There's really not a whole lot of wall space there in terms of art exhibitions. So, but I do think we can tackle that within this 5-year window. On the PAC, what I would propose is that at some point in the 5-year window, maybe not this year, but perhaps next year or the year after, let me bring to the council a set of options. Because I think the starting point is, from a policy perspective, are we satisfied with restoring what's there, and then that sets you on a path to what kind of construction and renovation? Do we want to explore reconfiguring this space, as well as reconfiguring it with other additional uses nearby that would help support a theater, such as pizzerias, coffee shops, ice creameries, and things like that? So I think maybe I don't want to obviously overcommit, because we have so many interesting and large projects on the table already. But if we can start with that, and then based on council direction on options, then that will tell us what kind of consultant we might need and what kind of community process we would need.
And I would support that, Mr. City Manager, with community input. Community input would be extremely important to come out with the different options as to, do we have, like you said, reconfiguration? Do we retrofit the auditorium? Whatever options we have, I think it's important that we have community input on that.
Of course. So maybe we can go around and see if the council is agreeable with that.
Council members, what do you think? Perella?
Yes, I'd go further. If the manager feels in the future we can discuss that, I'd make a motion to take the PAC and the Carnegie totally out of this equation.
Take the Carnegie out. Say that again.
To take the PAC and the Carnegie totally out of this equation.
My recommendation was to put them both in with number 5,
Combine them.
but understanding that the Carnegie will likely happen faster.
I understand that, but with the fact that we would put it in one of these priorities, and depending on the information that comes back, it could all of a sudden rise to a higher threshold than even number 1, restoring youth services.
What
the mayor has mentioned that we would go out for community input. That sounds like it would be something for the future, not to wait for 5 years down the road, but something. And that was my motion. If it gets a second, it gets a vote. If it doesn't, it dies, and I can accept that.
But my question was, if you're going to study it, like you said, options. I'm not talking about 10 years or whatever. If we're going to do it, have input from the community as to what we're going to do with them. So any second thoughts there on Councilman Perella's motion? Okay, I don't see any second on that, so let's continue.
So is there enough support for combining Carnegie and PAC as a number 5?
Is there support for that? Okay, 2. We got 2. No.
I'll support it. But I am concerned that we're not discounting anything on these lists.
Okay, and I'll support it too then. So that's 4 of us. And Oscar? No, okay. So that's 4.
Okay.
Okay. So what do we have now?
Okay, on to our next category, which is public safety.
But do we have a 1, 2, 3 on the? Right? We do have.
I'm sorry, Steve?
Before you move on to the next category, Mayor.
Oh,
So then we do have a 1, 2, 3, 4 on this side.
yes, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes.
Can we
Okay.
repeat it? Can we repeat the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for the public?
Yes. So number one is a combination of restoring youth programs and the Arts Academy.
Mhm.
Number two is combining restoring senior programs with the new senior center.
Mhm.
Number three is addressing homelessness.
Mhm.
Number four is to build the aquatic center in South Oxnard. And number five is to begin the process to study the Carnegie and the PAC. And as I stated, those would be a few years in before they begin.
Are we okay with that, council members? Okay, good.
Right. And by the way, also, we also understood that it was in the categories where we said restore, it's also to and enhance.
Exactly. right.
Staff appreciates those
So I get
comments.
thumbs up from everybody. Okay. Okay, our
Okay,
next item is.
So Mayor, before you move on to the next item, since we are moving forward with that, I will ask you to call for a motion to keep going.
Okay.
Even though it's not a new item, your procedural rules do have a lower threshold to keep going this late.
That's the question I had. So our city attorney says that in order to complete this whole item, we need a motion to continue beyond our 10 o'clock.
So moved.
Second.
Second, roll call. So second was Mayor Pro Tem.
No, I was the first. Burr was the second.
Who was it?
Is it a thumbs up or roll call vote, correct?
Yes, who
Roll
was
call.
the second, please?
Parola was second, McDonald
Thank
was
you.
first.
Roll
Okay.
call.
Mayor Zaragoza,
Yes.
Councilmember Perrello,
Yes.
Councilmember Madrigal,
Yeah.
Councilmember Basua,
Yes.
Councilmember Lopez,
Yes.
Councilmember Turan,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem McDonald.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Thank you. So we'll go ahead with the next item, City Manager.
Thank you. So next category is public safety, and I'll read these rankings and then we can have the discussion. So one is maintain the 911 emergency response times. And I want to clarify, at the time when we were doing this survey, the city was experiencing structural deficits, and there was a lot of concern about more cuts. And that's why the language is restore and maintain, but we understand that we should always endeavor to beyond restoring, but enhancing, and in this case, improving response times. So, so number one, 911 emergency response time. Next is maintain the fire services. After that, increase homeless intervention. But that was actually also covered, it came up in quality of life. 4, restore and possibly increase paramedic squads. Next, restore neighborhood police program. And in 6th place, create a modern disaster preparedness program. 7, install security cameras throughout the city. And finally, establish a lifeguard program.
Okay, council members? Any comments? Okay, let me see. Mayor Pro Tem?
Okay, I'll start out. I appreciate the city manager's comments about maintaining or increasing emergency. And I'll just give kind of some general comments, and this will be both for police and fire, all of public safety. And, you know, we talk about maintaining 911 emergency response, and that's excellent. We actually, I think we need to improve it, but I'd like to throw something out there in terms of, public safety has almost always historically been a reactive entity. Fire people wait till an accident happens or fire happens or whatever, and they respond to it. Police wait till somebody calls and they respond to it. And in the recent past, we've seen trends where both sides of the equation of police and fire are trying to become more proactive. On the fire side, you'll hear them engaging in programs about smoke detectors save lives. They'll go out and do that. And it's a very simple approach of, if we can get more smoke detectors in the house, if there is a fire, chances are we'll get to it a lot quicker than, having to be discovered too late. And that makes perfect sense. And on the police side, they do things like crime prevention through environmental design. They call it CPTED. They do things called community-oriented policing or community-oriented problem solving. And the whole idea behind those programs is, under CPTED, an officer may go by a liquor store and tell the owner, hey, if you take all these posters out of the window and allow us to see in when we're driving through, that increases the likelihood that we might interrupt something or that something won't happen. Or if we have proactive community-oriented policing programs where they can work independently to resolve neighborhood problems before it gets to the point of rising to a call for service or a 911 call or something else, that's a benefit to the city and to everything else. So I'd like to see programs where we can look at enhancing the service levels and staffing levels of public safety across the board so that they can engage in these proactive programs and have a better outcome for our community. I mean, it's great to be able to respond to 911 calls, but it's even greater to be able to prevent those 911 calls through proactive approaches on this. So while maintaining 911 response time is excellent, maintaining fire protection services is excellent, why don't we try and improve upon it? And it's going to take an investment in public safety, to get to these programs. But we are spending so much time being bare bones staffing. I've talked about this before. On a fire rig, on an engine company, there are 3 firefighters typically. Cal OSHA rules are 2 in and 2 out, meaning that if they're at the scene of a fire, if 2 people are going to go inside the house, they're supposed to have 2 outside the house to cover the 2 that are inside the house. So that's 2 pieces of equipment that have to be there. If we can go back to looking at 4 persons on a rig, the truck companies are already staffed that way, but if we can go back to 4 persons on a rig on a fire engine, that's a benefit. It allows them to be more productive much quicker when they get on scene. And I know the firemen will do what they need to do to protect the community, but why risk that and put them, with their neck on the line, where we can be proactive and increase the staffing. And the same thing with police. Right now, some of the shifts are running 9 officers per shift for a city of 200,000 folks. That's bare bones below minimum. And when something really tragic happens, it takes all the resources out of the city. And I can remember a long time ago when I was working, when a tragedy would happen, and the car that I happened to be working was out of Colonia, and we were handling calls all across the city for 6 hours, just one call to one call to one call. That's not fair to the community. They deserve to have better service, better response. And I think by looking at a proactive model, we can look at programs to try and better protect our community, be more responsive to the community, reduce calls for service by being proactive in these programs. So those would be my comments in general. A lot of these things are encompassed in that restoring the neighborhood policing program, where the officers are known by the neighborhood, where they get time to get out of the car and talk to the community, and the community realizes, gee, these are real people. They think like I do, they act like I do. It's just not some disembodied person driving around in a car with the windows all rolled up, and I never get a chance to talk to them. So I think there's real benefits in looking at a lot of these suggestions here, seeing if there's a way to combine some of them to make sense and get a synergistic effect of our investment for better community protection. And certainly if we want to look at other ways of dealing with issues, I'm open to that also. there are probably calls out there for service that cops would really not want to do. And if there's a way to, give those off to other entities, I'm open to that discussion also. But I think we can do much better if we take a proactive approach on both sides, police and fire. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, thank you. We have Oscar and then Turan, Madrigal and then Turan.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, for your comments, giving me and the rest of council, firsthand view of public safety. As far as listing them, my first one, actually, I had maintain fire protection services, followed by restoring and possibly increasing the paramedic squad. Then I had restoring the neighborhood police program. Fourth, and I think Mayor Pro Tem covered this, I had maintained the 9/11 emergency response times, but the big reason I had it at fourth was for the maintaining part only. But as the city manager stated, it was more so having to do with where we were at the beginning of this survey way back a few years back. But my big thing with this, and I'll kind of piggyback off of Mayor Pro Tem, for both fire and police, we need to get to the point where we have a proactive approach to all of this. The neighborhood, restoring the neighborhood, I'm sorry, I'm running out of words. Restoring neighborhood police program. No matter what anyone says, there's probably no one more popular in the Colonia neighborhood than Commander MacArthur. He is ingrained in the area, not only in La Colonia, but all throughout the Spanish-speaking community. He does so much. My aunts, my aunts are huge fans of MacArthur, and they've never met him, simply because him being on the radio, answering questions for the public in Spanish.
He's very
and
popular.
it's he is very popular. So it's questions like that, little things like that, it might take, it does take an hour of his time, but that goes a long way. I just know, just going to the bakery and I see that he's on. A lot of the people in line are very attentive to everything that he is saying. So to me, something like that goes very, very far. Unfortunately, we haven't had the funds, but now that we do, we need to have a plan set. So, some of these things don't, kind of bleed out, like maintaining our emergency calls for fire, maintaining fire protection services, the essentials. We were struggling with the essentials, and that's difficult. That's a difficult task for them going to work every single day. Just think, whatever job you had growing up, just starting off, how difficult it was when you were short-staffed. And for not only these two departments, but for many departments in the city, it's difficult. Day in, day out. That your shift is going to be hectic. And then, of course, you're going to get frustrated. And it's just going to, it's going to start building up. For any job, you have to be able to count on your coworkers. And, if you see coworker leaving, you're short-staffed, it just becomes a mess. Then it feels like it's time to look for a new job. So I, agree with what is here. I think we can work with staffing issues and, you know, just maintaining proper services for our police and fire department. And actually, lastly, just for five, because I don't think I stated number five, is to establish a lifeguard program. That would be my fifth one.
Okay.
So thank you.
Before we continue, it's going to be Tehran and then Lopez. Go ahead, Mr. City Manager.
Right, very quickly. I just want to see if I can help here. So these items percolated up through their community survey, public input, and it's no surprise that there were community members who viewed the homeless crisis on the social service perspective, as well as people who viewed it as a public safety perspective, which is why it ended up in both categories. But I think it's safe for us to remove it here because we've made it a high priority already. So it'd be perhaps helpful if we just exit out here.
And you know what? I had it in my white,
Right.
you know.
Okay,
That's
thank
a
you.
good point. Yeah. Okay. Councilmember Tehran and then Councilmember Lopez.
Thank you, Mayor Zaragoza. And thank you for that, Mr. City Manager. I had a big question mark on the homeless intervention item as well. So to me, I think as our Mayor Pro Tem had mentioned, if we have an opportunity in the near future to take something off of the plate of our public safety or police department, I would certainly support that. As far as my rankings, I appreciate what Mayor Pro Tem and Councilmember Madrigal had already said as far as proactive or preventative public safety measures. And so when we look at the rankings, I had maintained 911 emergency, and I would also add enhance to that as well, not just maintaining our calls for service or response times or however we measure those things, but also looking at increasing those, as I hear pretty consistently that our public safety representatives say that we should always be striving to improve that as well. So maintain and enhance those. 911 is number one, fire's the very close number two. Number three, along the same vein of being preventative and prevention and proactive minded, I had for number three, create the modern disaster preparedness programming. I think that the I think that emergency services and Oxnard Fire has done a really great job with the Ready and Resilient program. And I hope that people can see with what we've witnessed in the most recent, in the pandemic, where at the beginning of this thing, not only the memes and jokes about toilet paper not being accessible, but if you went out to grocery stores and you saw that there was no ramen, there was no canned goods, there was no produce, people who were caught off guard by that, I hope that that is an opportunity to look at being prepared, because maybe when we think about disasters, we think about earthquakes, maybe we think about some other thing that might come up, but the pandemic was a reminder that it's not just always the big one that's going to come one day. There are other things that can happen that will have us have to be self-sufficient and be in our homes or be willing to accept that public safety may not be able to come right away when there are other priorities in an emergency situation. So that's why I rank that higher. That was my number three. Number four, a very close, it was hard, 3 and 4, was restoring the neighborhood policing. I agree, being in the neighborhood council system, that the neighborhood policing team has been great as to that system, having somebody there consistently at meetings to answer questions, to have a phone number directly, and they offer it to our residents to contact directly when issues come up, has been invaluable. And not only that, but it's a problem-solving strategy where these officers are not there just for law and order and a heavy hammer on what's going on, but they work with residents, they work with neighborhoods and communities on solutions-oriented strategies for addressing what's going on in the neighborhood. And I will tell you that I've had neighbors who have had feuds and call our neighborhood, our beat officer even though it's not a mediation job for them, but they say, well, here's the options, here's what's going on, and really try and help with that. And I mean, where else are you going to get that? So that's my number 4. And then number 5 is restoring and possibly increasing paramedic squads. Thank you very much. Oh, excuse me. I do want to thank you, Councilmember Madrigal, for bringing up Commander MacArthur. Shout out to him because he was the SRO when I was at Oxnard High School. So it's just always great to see him again. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Lopez.
Thank you, Mayor. I mean, this was, I think, one of the harder categories to even, you know, separate the areas, because I think these are all just, I mean, it's public safety. Like, this is all so important. And so it was very challenging because I could very easily, you know, shift, you know, 1 and 8 and 1 and 7 all around. So I think that makes it harder, but I did want to at least, you know, plug in, you know, based on, I think what the concerns and comments have been from residents, you know, almost 2 years ago when we were going through that really tough budget cycle and the discussion. There were a lot of concerns and support for the neighborhood police program. I think the paramedic squad has been a very valuable asset to the city, especially for South Oxnard. And I would like to see that be restored and increased if possible, based on the need in our community. And then the security cameras, I don't know. I think this would be something that we need to look into a little bit further. I don't know about it being something throughout the city, but I think there's definitely areas in particular that would greatly benefit from having this. It's something that residents have asked in certain neighborhoods. So I think this would be a good addition. And I too believe in the disaster preparedness. You know, we keep talking about the next big one, and we can't take time for granted to prepare for that. So so I can't exactly rank them. You know, I think I can go in any direction because all of these are very important in so many ways. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Then we have Councilmember Basua and then Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm gonna go ahead and follow in my colleagues' thoughts here. When I looked at this, it was really difficult because obviously public safety is a big thing here, and I'm gonna be very supportive of what their needs are in order to maintain our community safe. A few things that really stood out to me was restoring the neighborhood policing programs, especially in the south of Oxnard. That I think is extremely important. Also, like Councilmember Lopez said, restoring and increasing the paramedic squads and the response times when it comes to that. Another item that I think it's extremely important. And the installing of the security cameras. Again, what Councilmember Lopez said, maybe not sure in the whole city, but definitely needed and wanted in some of the areas that are really high with crime, and we're seeing a lot of stuff just going on. So I'm going to be very, very supportive of all of this, and increasing our homeless intervention. That's also something that's important to me. But again, you know, just to reiterate, every single thing on this list, I think should be number one. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, and then Councilman Perrello.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize I still had my hand raised, but I would just add a comment in. Thank you, Councilmember Madrigal, for talking about the lifeguard program. That's another proactive thing, and I bring that up because we had an unfortunate death on the beach probably about 10 years or so ago, where a group of college students were up here enjoying themselves. one of them thought it would be great to dig a huge hole in the beach and take a picture with his phone from the bottom of the hole. And unfortunately, when he crawled in there, the hole collapsed on him and he died. And it was in an area of the beach that was pretty populated with tourists and stuff. And, you know, just maybe, if there had been a lifeguard on duty somewhere in that area, the lifeguard could have talked to him and said, hey, don't do that. Sand is not a good thing to be digging in and crawling into the hole and stuff. It might have had a huge impact. I don't know. But that's the type of proactive stuff that I was talking about earlier, and I forgot to include the lifeguard comment on there. But and I would agree with Councilmember Basua. All these things rank near the top for me. So thank you for allowing me to interject that, Mr. Mayor. And I promise to be quiet from now on.
Councilman Perrella?
I happen to agree, Councilmember Basua. Nobody wants to go against public safety. Health, safety, and welfare are the highest priorities of any elected official. Health, safety, and welfare. So I'll go down the list and I'll give my examples of where I think it can be tweaked or a little bit, not total disagreement, but points that I think need to be brought out. Maintain 9/11 emergency response times. I believe we are getting to the spot where we would like it to be, but we would always want something better. I don't know what more you can say. Having been in need of 9/11, they were there. And I wish that on no one, but I understand how it works. Depending on certain times of the day, certain locations of a station, certain conditions with traffic, sometimes they can be there a little quicker, sometimes they can't. With the intelligent traffic lights, they were able to do things and were able to assist in, I believe, that particular area. Maintain fire protection services. I look at that as making sure that we have the academies to put the people through the process so that we can replace the individuals that leave for better jobs. Because that is one of the problems that we're told continually with public safety. The people find a better job and they leave, and we need to then replace them. But I think that something that is like the third rail or something that nobody with their right brain would touch needs to be discussed right here when we're talking about public safety. We need to have an honest and open discussion with respect to the pension system in the city. And if the pension system has to be addressed, and if there are changes need to be made so that we have more funds instead of the unfunded mandate, the unfunded pension liabilities that the city has, we may be able to employ more people. And there does not seem to be a shortage of individuals that are looking for jobs in public safety. And as a compliment to the city, the chiefs, current and past, I have not heard that they are having to deal with substandard employees. At the Black Lives Matter meeting that the former police chief Whitney and city manager Newing attended, and myself and other council members, it was mentioned how many people have been let go from the police department. That was a very eye-opening thing. Our police department does not stand for substandard employees, current and past. And with that, I don't believe that we would accept, even if we did address the pension things and some changes had to be made, substandard employees working on our public safety. I don't believe the residents would accept it. Moving to the third one, the homeless intervention. One of the oftentimes public speakers, Lawrence Paul Stein, often talks about it. They had a crisis intervention person riding around with a police department. You know, I believe that's what falls in here. Restore and possibly increase the paramedic squad. We're looking at a different route that we're going to be taking with an ambulance system. We've entered into some sort of a thing that may be something that we can look at a little bit differently now that we're taking a change, because this came about before we made this decision about the ambulance. It's still going to have to be, you know, the proof will be in the pudding. Restore neighborhood police program. I hear nothing good. I hear nothing but good with respect to the neighborhood police program. In the past, because of budget cuts, certain things were cut. This seems like something that every neighborhood would appreciate. And the fact that so many people are congratulating Police Officer McCarthy, we need to find out if Police Officer McCarthy can do some and get some extra credit or extra time to mentor more and more police officers, because we need to clone individuals like that in our community. Create a, number 6 we have on here, create modern disaster preparedness program to prepare the city for response and recovery from earthquakes, flooding, and other disasters. I've had the opportunity to go through the emergency preparedness that the fire department has. I'm very impressed with it. Can it be improved? There is nothing that can't be improved, including this council member. Not one member on this council cannot be improved. But just as this program cannot be improved, it gets to the point, what can the city afford? Install security cameras throughout the city of Oxnard. All I can tell you, as a council member who found out about incidents that happened in the city council parking lot over a multi-year period, and we had a camera that wasn't working. And as I sat in a meeting with Councilman Madrigal for the downtown and found about other areas where the cameras aren't working. This is a reflection on past management and the willingness to take care of problems as they arise, and prioritizing. Again, public health, safety, and welfare. Establishing the lifeguard program. This is one that Councilmember McDonald has championed for quite some time. I would just bring this to the attention of my fellow council members. Can you identify where the Oxnard city property is that has public beach? If you take 5th Street to Mandalay Beach Road, public beach, there is a section there where there are no homes built on that beach. That is because in the late 80s, there was a court agreement with the state of California, the Coastal Commission, the property owners, and the city of Oxnard that no homes would be built on that beach. But that beach and that line, 5th Street, the property next door is state. And there are reserves for endangered species, snowy plover, and I forget the other variety, right there. So we could put lifeguard stations there, and people do use that. When I used to go to the beach, that's where I would go, park and go to the beach there and walk towards the Edison plant, which, you know, maybe you're supposed to, maybe you're not supposed to. But with respect to putting the lifeguard stations there and you bring more of an attractant to the beach, when do we put up the toilets? Because as we look further down, Councilman McDonald's right, some people died by digging a tunnel. But another incident, city of Oxnard public safety people ran over and killed a woman on the beach because somebody wasn't paying attention, a visitor by the hotel. And, you know, tragedies that cost the city a lot of money. And maybe the uses of lifeguards would be more useful at the Oxnard State Beach Park, which is adjacent to the hotel. There's ample parking because in the area that I mentioned, Mandalay Beach Road, and 5th Street, there is limited parking. And as you get closer into where the homes are on both sides of the street, there is even more limited. And there are then signs preventing people from park all the way along there till you get to the park, Oxnard Beach Park. There's various places you're not supposed to park. And another item, since I'm on this subject, we have coastal access, again, through that agreement, which apparently is still a hot button issue for a lot of people that are complaining about rights and wrongs. And one of the wrongs, some of the new homes that have built in have prevented the public from going between the homes. They built barriers, which I'm told by the city, development services, and management, it's not legal. So, you know, we're going to put lifeguards. Just be aware, where is the city of Oxnard's property for lifeguards, and where do we put lifeguards? Now, in a previous item that we talked about training people for lifeguard duty by, you know, swimming lessons and things like that. One of the issues that had been brought up was we would have lifeguards that would go through the fire department. I remember specifically why I was against it in the past, and Councilman McDonald may also remember this. It was that they needed an official over them and they needed an official position of rank over that person. We created a second kingdom. And when we talk about the months of the year that the lifeguards would be working, we were creating an expense that, I don't think justified it. I got crucified, and the word is crucified because people claim that I didn't put a value on human life. But there's been 2 examples given of loss of life on the beach. And I don't know if the lifeguards, Mr. McDonald is right. Somebody may have told the guy to get out of the hole and don't do that. And somebody may have told the people driving the police vehicle, don't run over the lady. The need of lifeguards in certain places is justified, but we need to realize, what are we talking about? Because when it comes to bringing more and more people to the beach and there's no bathrooms, what do my fellow council members think happens? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, council members, I like to share that I support 1, 2, 4, 5, 6. And I think the homeless intervention we've already discussed. But I want to share that 911 to me is extremely important. And I have used 911 because, and the fact that that my family was in danger. And I believe that dialing 911, I want a police officer at my house. I don't want my neighbor come over with a bat or with a shovel, because they're not going to be there. And in fact, I've had my alarm go off in error, and I never saw any one of my neighbors come over and try to help me out. However, at one time, the police actually showed up. And to me, that's extremely important. And the police officers, even though we talk about that they're highly paid and so forth, but they put their lives on the line every single day, as well as the firefighters. The firefighters, again, they're there to protect property and so forth, but they protect lives, and they protected my son, my father, my wife. In fact, my dad had a stroke. And if it wasn't for the firefighters, my dad had the stroke, he lived an additional 4 or 5 years. So I think it's important that we support our firefighters for heart attacks, for strokes, for lacerations, and I think it's extremely important that we do that. And also the third item that I had is to create a modern disaster preparedness program, because it was said, we're earthquake country, it's going to happen, whether we like it or not, but it's going to happen. And flooding, we have the our ocean here next to us, and we have our river. But if we have 500-year rains, well, in fact, we're having a disaster right now with a pandemic. And the CERT program that the fire department has is an excellent program, and I think Council Member Teran mentioned that the INCO is really, the neighborhoods there are really active in the CERT program, so I really support that. And again, restoring our neighborhood police programs. I remember when I was a council member, and when I first started in public policy, the Chief Whitney and the police department were really involved in neighborhood policing program. We're in Colonia. In fact, we went over to a little shop called the Palomas, and they gave out tamales, and they had gifts and so forth. And the kids really actually got to know the police officers, and that really reduced crime tremendously. And also the paramedic squad, we're looking at that now. I think it's important that we have local control, and I believe that that's extremely important. The lifeguard program, I know that the county has lifeguards out there at the beach. We could potentially contract with the county. I'm not sure, maybe we can do that. And if we end up with our aquatic center, as I mentioned before, we have lifeguards there that we could potentially use too. And of course, installed security cameras. Most of our businesses have security cameras throughout the city that potentially the police can use. But I really support public safety, and I think it's important that we do so. And again, I would put the preparedness disaster program is number 3. The police, 1, fires number 2, and 3 the preparedness program, and then the neighborhood storefront, and then the paramedics in that order. Thank you.
Okay,
Mr. City
so
Manager.
this category seemed to be the most difficult because a few of you didn't rank. So why don't we, so we did agree, I believe we agreed that since homelessness is already a priority, that we can remove that one from here, acknowledging that public safety also have a role to play with in terms of addressing the homeless crisis. But it leaves us then with 7 items. And some of you did make the rankings, but they were mixed. So basically everything is captured. So I'm not sure how you want to approach this, or if you want to just accept the 7 items and move on.
I'll give the ranking that I didn't give.
Okay.
You want to rank it?
Yes. Number 1 was number 1, maintain line 9/11. Number 2 was maintain fire services. And in that, I'm including police academy. My number 3 is number 5, restore neighborhood police program. My number 4 is number 4, restore possible increased paramedic squads. And number 5 is install security cameras throughout the city. But the issue that is listed here with security cameras should fall coattails and piggyback right on the same shoulders. Certain areas of the city don't have the illumination and the lights, which was an earlier item. The lights are not bright enough. Those are my rankings.
Okay. Other council members? I kind of like the sequential order that we have now, except for number 3. That we replace with number 6 would be 3 for me. Other council members?
Council members Lopez or Basua, would you, and Council member McDonald, any thoughts about ranking, or would you be good with the 7, and then we can try to order them a little bit?
Yeah,
Well, go ahead.
I think keeping the 7 as is fine. I'm fine with that.
Okay, and Mayor Pro Tem?
I kind of lumped 1, 2, and the paramedics together, because to me, it's all about maintaining 9/11 response, fire protection, all that. I see that all as emergency responses, the way I kind of viewed it. That may be wrong, maybe right, but I kind of put those 3 together. Homeless, I think that's covered in other areas, so we can probably deal with that elsewhere. And then lifeguards was important to me also. And I realized that the first iteration of the lifeguard program was a large one, but I think we could do this incrementally and start out in 2 or 3 locations where they get heavy beach use during the summer and make that available. And then we could, find other things for them to do the rest of the year. There's obviously no need to have a lifeguard sitting on a beach when it's raining like the devil or whatever. So I think there's a lot of ways to look at it, but I pretty much everything's very important to me. I know it's not a lot of help, Alex. I apologize.
So what is it? 1, 2, 4, 5, and 6 are what done?
Yeah. My only problem with the security cameras, I think they're good tools, but they're an item that have to be maintained. They're an item that have to be monitored. And I hate to put something in that we don't monitor or maintain, because then people get a false sense of security. Oh, the cameras are and it's working, and come to find out later it's not. So I think we need to be cautious looking at that.
Okay, other council members? So what do we have?
It's
thumbs up for, yes,
no,
no?
I think we still have everything.
We got everything.
Yeah. I'm curious if either of our chiefs want to chime in and provide any context.
Benitez or Hamilton? Chief Benitez,
yes, Chief Benitez, how about you start?
You got to unmute.
Good evening, Mayor Council. Just a few thoughts on this. The way Oxnard PD's culture has been, for the entire time that I've been here, has centered on neighborhood policing. And that goes back to the days that when you mentioned Mayor Zaragoza, the Colonia storefront, I came in right around that time. And basically that's what I've known, and that's how I've come up in this agency. The value of community policing, having officers assigned to neighborhoods that get to know the residents, that get out of their cars, that know how to solve problems, greatly has great value in terms of what it can do for crime rates, for reducing the sense of fear in neighborhoods. As all of you have said, I really think they have great benefit. But we also have to pay attention to core services. I believe one of you mentioned that when someone calls 911, when there's an emergency, that they need to have somebody there, and they need to have somebody there fast. And that's when lives are at stake. So there's a blend here. And in order to, that's basically the core service that we provide. The neighborhood policing is kind of the bonus feature that makes us, distinguishes this department from many others. So that's a department priority, is to actually restore the neighborhood policing team starting later this year. It's going to take us some time to get back out there, but we do have to work from a good base.
And I think, Chief and council members, that neighborhood policing, the interaction between our youth and the police is extremely important. And in Colonia, as you remember, Chief, the crime went down. I can't remember the number, but it was very significant, because now the youth got involved, you know, with the police officers. They interacted. They had lunch with them, breakfast, and I remember giving the homeless gifts out there for the kids. And even around Thanksgiving, that helped a lot too.
One last comment that I have about the community cameras, and we are currently smartly deploying cameras in areas they were needed. I believe it was Councilmember Basua mentioned the need for cameras in specific places. I think there were a couple other comments about that, and we're about approaching between 2 and 3 dozen cameras in selected areas across the city. Now, none of these are monitored. That comes with great labor intensity to have people sitting in front of cameras for long periods of time. But our community camera program puts cameras that are highly visible, that say police on them, in these areas that we believe need it. And we believe that they do deter crime. We also believe that when crimes do occur, it gives us a better opportunity to actually solving that crime. I'll leave my comments right there for now. If there are specific questions, I'll be glad to answer.
Chief, okay. Chief Hamilton?
Thank you, Mayor. And yeah, I can, from all the council comments, I can see you, everyone's very challenged with the categories that we have. And so I think this pandemic has shown us that we can be much better prepared for major events and major disasters. And that is something that the city manager and I have talked a lot about, that we definitely want to work on. Obviously maintaining fire protection services and sort of maintaining a consistent workforce. In that, you know, it's one of my goals. We need to hire more women firefighters. We need to hire more residents that grew up here in Oxnard. I think that's one way that we're not going to lose them to outside jurisdictions, as I think Councilmember Perello had mentioned. So that's something that we definitely want to work on. Obviously, bringing back our paramedic squad and adding to our EMS service delivery to our residents is something that we're already marching down the road of, and that's something that we are looking forward to bringing things back to the council in the coming months, and then expanding that service over time. And then for Mayor Pro Tem McDonald, I know the lifeguard program has been a big passion, and I would wholeheartedly agree that we could. That is something we could implement incrementally, and so start with a much smaller footprint, and maybe start where there is already some infrastructure in place, like Oxnard Beach Park, for example. Things like that would, and then we can sort of evaluate and expand from there. So, and then I guess I'll leave my comments there. I'm not sure if that's any help, but if there's any questions that I could answer, I'd be happy to answer.
Chief Hamilton, I remember when I used to attend the CERT programs, I think Bill Gallagher and Rod Thorpe were running that operation, and it was just absolutely great. On not only that they have certain participants with different assignments. You know, what happens if we had the earthquake? What happens if we had a flood? What happens if we had an accident? And they were right in tune as to what to do, which I think was really great. At the time, we were working with the neighborhood councils, and hopefully that we still are continuing that CERT program, because I remember in 1994 when we had the earthquake, I remember my son and I went out totally unprepared. We were looking for milk and bread and so forth, and there was 3 days where we couldn't get any gas or food or milk and so forth. And the CERT program, those individuals were out there helping the community. So I think that's extremely important too.
So, Mr. Mayor, I can chime in now.
Thank you.
I think our chief's comments were actually certainly helpful to me,
Thank you.
given that all of these items are significantly important to everyone. I think, so to review, because we've already prioritized homelessness, so we can take that one from this grouping. Again, with the understanding that we know public safety is involved in the homeless crisis response. On item 7, installing security cameras, I agree with Chief Benitez that as we seek to add them, it should be data-driven by where the police department believes it's most necessary. I don't think we're in a position to go whole hog in terms of installing a literally a citywide infrastructure camera program. So we're not there yet. And also, and this was mentioned by one of you earlier, with the advent of more and more residences getting cameras, and some of them are allowing us to also view their footage. I think if we take this incremental approach and also figure out how to leverage the new technology that many people are installing on their own properties, I think we might come up with a mesh network that would be useful.
And I have one in my property too. It's really
Okay,
works.
well then we'll look at it tomorrow. And then with the lifeguard, if everyone would be okay, if we just begin with a modest program, and I will evaluate the most cost-effective way to do that in modest, also not only in terms of the scale of the program, but also in the locations where we think it would be most useful. If we can agree to 7 and 8, having the incremental approach, I think in terms of the big priorities, we have items 1, 2, 4, 5, and 6, which are 5 items. And I just want to remark very quickly, as I know we're late here, and we still have a whole nother category to go through. This is the one that I believe is the most difficult one for us to achieve. With all the other items, our public safety departments know very well how to do their jobs. It's a question of prioritizing the resources for them. But to do what I'm hoping to do with a modern disaster preparedness program citywide is actually very complicated, complex, and will be a huge challenge when you think of the diversity of our demographics, especially economically. It's a real challenge to get. I'm not convinced that any community really has it across economic demographics, a robust preparedness program, but it's a challenge I really am committed to trying to figure out. So I'm glad that is also important to all of you.
And Mr. Council members and Mr. City Manager and Council members, I think the important thing here with public safety is to provide the safety for the community and also for the health the safety of the neighborhoods and also the health of our communities, which I think is extremely important that we protect our residents. So do we go to the next item?
I want to get a sense from the council if we can take the 5, and by the way, even within the public survey, the first 6 ranked pretty close to each other. Now, you all, those of you who had actual rankings, reordered them a little bit.
Are we in
So I don't know if we want to go through that exercise again, or if you're good with the 5 as they are, and then understanding that we will do modest efforts on 7 and 8.
What is Perella?
Yes, just before we do a final wrap up here, just to repeat 1 through 5 so that everybody knows and everybody watching knows what 1 through 5 is.
Okay, so
Please.
this is the order from the survey, not the various reorderings that council members made.
That's what I'm asking for. That's what is the decision the city manager is going to prioritize? What is that we are voting or we are giving a thumbs up of the priority?
Right. So let me at least start with what are the 5. And again, this is matching the order from the survey. Maintain 911 emergency, maintain fire service protection, skipping the homeless one since we have that already, restore and possibly increase paramedic squads, restore neighborhood police program, and create modern disaster preparedness programs. So that would be the 5, but people did have different ordering of those of you that actually did the ranking. So either we can try to smooth out the rankings or we can just accept those 5.
Do we accept 5, all 5 council members? Okay, we got.
Councilmember Madrigal has his hand up.
Oh, Madrigal, I'm sorry. Oscar?
Yeah, I know it's late and I know that it's a tedious thing, but we should do the math. Realistically, we're doing thumbs up, thumbs down, and it becomes an argument. And realistically, it's always just easier to do the math for all of these. I think for economic development, we wasted 20 minutes arguing what 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 was instead of we could have fixed it in half the time just by doing the math.
Okay, so let's go ahead and mention that again, Alex. What was it? 1, 2, 3.
So here's what I had written down in terms of people who gave rankings. So Councilmember Madrigal had ranked, and I'm just going to go in the order of 1 through 5. He'd ranked number 2, and then number 4, and then number 5, and then 1, and then 8. Is that a correct summary?
Yeah. He said yes.
Okay.
Thumbs up.
All right. And then Councilmember Turan had 1, 2, 6, 5, and 4. Councilmember Perello had 1, 2, 5, 4, and 7.
That's right.
Mr. Mayor, you had 1, 2, 6, 5, and 4. Councilmember McDonald sort of ranked. He grouped 1, 2, and 4 as in first place, and then number 8. And then council members Basura and Lopez didn't really rank, but stated everything was important.
I think
I also had 5 in there for the Restoring Community Policing Program.
I think Turan
So
and I
I-
had.
Well, I was going to say, I ranked 1, 2, and 4 together, and then I also included 5 and 8.
Okay. Okay.
All righty. So I think Turan and I had the same, and also Mayor Pro Tem except for 8, I think.
Right. Well, there were 3 of you who had number 1 as number 1.
Yeah.
And if you include Councilmember McDonald, he had number 1, but he combined it with 2 and 4
With 2,
as number 1.
So we end up with the majority 1, 2, 6, 5, 4.
Yeah, so you had 4 of you ranking number 1 as number 1.
Are we in agreement, council members?
Is that only on number 1?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, we're good, all good? Yes. Okay.
Okay, for number 2, maintain fire protection services, you have Councilmember Turan ranked that as number 2. Mr. Mayor, you ranked that as number 2. Councilmember Perillo ranked that as number 2.
Number 2. And Brian.
And Councilmember McDonald, do you want to tease out your rankings 1, 2, and 4? Because you have 5 items. Can you just stratify the 1, 2, and 4? Where would you want to put 2 and 4?
Is it Basu and Lopez?
You're on mute, sir. Councilmember McDonald, you're on mute.
I'm sorry, my wife mutes me all the time and I keep forgetting to talk, so. I would, I'd keep 1 and 2 together and sort out number 4 as a separate item.
Okay, where would you rank number 4?
I don't even know what time it is right now. I would probably put 4 in number 4.
Okay, and then number 2, you still have one more slot. Where do you want to rank number 2?
I kept 1 and 2 together, and then.
So he keeps 2.
Yeah, and then it's kind of a tie between the rest of them.
So do you want?
I mean, I like all of them. The only thing I wasn't real keen on was the increased homeless or the security cameras citywide.
Don't
The rest of them all.
Mayor Pro Tem, you want 2 to be number 2?
Whatever works best for the group. It's been a long night. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right. So what do you have there, Alex?
Well, if he has 2 at 2, then
there's 4 of us at 2. Right?
Yes. Okay, so that's number 2. All right, again, skipping the homeless, going to number 4, which is restore and possibly increase paramedic squads. So Councilmember Madrigal had that ranked at his second most important. Councilmember Turan has that as number 5. Councilmember McDonald has that as now number 5. And Councilmember Perillo has that as number 4. And Mr. Mayor, you have that as number 5.
Number 5, right.
All right.
So that's
that's all over, that's a little bit all over the place. Let's see where number 5 ranks. Number 5, Councilmember Madrigal has it in 3rd position. Councilmember Turan has it in 4th. Councilmember Perillo has it in 3rd. Mr. Mayor, you have it in 4th, and Councilmember McDonald has it now in 3rd place.
so that's
So that ranked a little bit higher.
yeah. Okay.
Okay, so our people, I think we have enough support there to make that the 3rd ranking.
Right.
All right. And then on the disaster preparedness, it didn't show up on the top 5 for Councilmember Madrigal. For Councilmember Turan, it came in 3rd. For the mayor, it came in 3rd.
3rd.
And that's it. Okay. So let's go back to, I think then number 4, going back to restore and possibly increase paramedic squads had more support. That showed up again in the 2nd position for Councilmember Madrigal, in the 5th position for Councilmember Turan. Mr. Mayor, for you, that ended up in the 5th position. For Councilmember Perillo, that ended up in the 4th. And Councilmember McDonald, that ended up in the 5th position. So it showed it placed for all of you.
Yeah.
So is it okay to say that that comes in as number 4?
Sure.
Yes.
Yes. And then And then that would leave the disaster preparedness as 5. As long as we have consensus that we will work on incrementally on 7 and 8.
All righty. Are we okay, council members?
Yep.
Yep. Thumbs up all the way. Okay. Good. So,
Okay.
all right. Thank you. Our
All
next
right.
item is our last item.
Right.
The natural resources and infrastructure.
Right. Infrastructure, natural resources. So this one, we tried to start to help because it made sense to us to group 3 of them. So I'll go through these. So the most important thing was restoring proper street paving cycle. After that was restoring maintenance of parkways and medians, and then restoring maintenance of parks and other public spaces. Then after that, restore proper tree trimming.
And that's a combined.
Well, we recommend combining those 3. I just call them the green projects because they all have to do with grass, bushes, trees, plants. Then after that, ensure water security, future water security supply. And then if you're agreeable with combining the 3 green projects, then the 4th ranking would be repair the alleys. 5th, respond to illegal dumping. 6, repair seawalls. 7, improve harbor water quality. 8, clean up gateways to the city. And 9, complete levee construction for flood protection. So again, we recommend combining, again, those items having to do with greenery. Maintenance of parkways and medians, maintenance of parks, and tree trimming. Hopefully that will help. But you're still left with 9 items.
Okay, thank you. And we'll start off with Councilmember Turan, followed by Basua.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had ranked these, street paving was number 1. The combined landscaping of those 3, I called them landscaping, but those 3 that were recommended to be combined, I absolutely support combining them. For my 3rd ranking, I had levees. 4th was water, and 5th was alleys.
Excuse me. Councilman Basua.
Oh, hang on a second, please.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Turan, can you go back? What were your 3rd and 4th?
3rd was levees. 4th was water.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilwoman Basua.
Thank you, Mayor. I have 1 and 2 as it stands with restore proper street paving. 2, taking staff's recommendation on that. I have 3 at clean up the gateways to the city, and I think that's extremely important because it is the gateways to the city. I have the 4th as it stands, repair the alleys, and 5th as it stands, responding to illegal dumping.
Okay, thank you. Oscar.
Thank you. The first 2, I have them as is, restore proper street paving. And 2nd, restore maintenance of parkways, median, city parks, and proper tree trimming cycle for obvious reasons. 3rd, I have repair alleys. 4th, I have respond to illegal dumping. And 5th, I have repair seawalls. Real quickly, with clean up the gateways to the city, I feel that if we do the proper job with restoring just regular maintenance of everything, all the green stuff, then that won't be needed simply because we are doing what we are already supposed to be doing.
Okay, thank you, Oscar. Perellum.
Thank you. I'm a little bit off here, but the number one on the way number one is placed on the chart is to restore the proper paving cycle. I'm tremendously supportive of that with respect to what's happened with the voters and the Measure N. But in the scheme of things of all 9, the most important thing on this chart is number 3, because we can drive around with potholes in the city, but if we don't have water, we're in deep, you know what. So number 3 is my number 1. The streets is number 2. Landscaping will be number 3. But I brought this up earlier in the conversation, in the meeting. The amount of damage that this city is looking at, because there are homes and there are sections of the levee, SCR 3 in specific, that have not been completed. And we're not even talking, that happens to be in District 1. And we're not even talking about SCR 1, which is in District 2, which potentially would put the entire River Park project in a flood zone. There is certifiable sections of the levee in SCR 1, north of the Ventura River, of the Ventura Freeway. But the question is, how much protection would that be? And would it take some homes out of the flood zone, or would require all homes and businesses to go into the flood zone? When you look at the map, it's a sobering picture. But in the same token, what's been come to light with respect to the city not having the funds to take care of the seawall, and the agreements that are trying to be put together with the residents paying for half of the seawall and the city paying for half of the seawalls in the harbor. And this is not simply because, oh, it's in District 1. This is because what happens if they start slipping into the harbor? All the property values are going to take a bath, just like what would happen if there is a flood in SCR 1 or SCR 3. And the impact of the reduced property values, I know that I live in District 1. I believe the mayor lives in District 1. He's often said, be a good councilman, we got to protect those homes. What impact it would have on just the city, not even figuring what the impact would be on the schools. I put that as my number 4, combining 4 and 6. I mean, I beg your pardon, combining number 6 and number 9 is my number 4. Responding to the illegal dumping, I think we have a system right now that when people do get off the dime and call 311, it is an amazing service that the city of has implemented, something we can be proud of because it works. The repair of the alleys, the mayor and myself, former public works director, city attorney, city traffic engineer, city manager. It was like a cold bath, seeing what the repair of the alleys is going to cost and what do we plan to do. The harbor water quality, that's an issue that's going to be fought out for a long time. Actions were taken, and we have a partner who does not want to play as a partner, meaning the county of Ventura, with respect to responsibilities and how we're going to work these things out. They fall in line, but my 1, 2, 3, ensure adequate water and future water supply. Council members, what's coming down the road with respect to the restrictions and the amount that the city of Oxnard will be able to pump out of the ground, and how it will impact whichever district you live in. Every district has people that are having a hard time paying their utility bills. And so when we are, quote, able to buy water from the state, the most expensive water that we can acquire to replace what we can't pump out of the ground because of the new restrictions, which the city is, to its credit, challenging in court, we're going to have more people that can't pay the utility bills. And what kind of quality of life is it when you can't afford to buy the water that you need to survive and live in your house? And if you can't have the water in your house, you can't flush the toilet. And that's significant only for one thing. Code enforcement red tags the house and you can't live in your house. So number 1 is 3 for the water quality. Number 2 is the streets, because I'm still, this Measure N and Mr. Starr's success with the voters galls the hell out of me. Number 3 is the landscape. There's a lot of people that are really upset, and there's good reason. The deferred maintenance over decades has come back to bite the city. Number 4 is the combination, in my opinion, of number 6 and number 9. The gateways, member of the council already mentioned it. If you start taking care of the landscaping, you start taking care of the gateways. People want to go the gateways. Well, I tell you what, they got a phrase in its politics. It's not just agriculture. You can put lipstick on a pig, but you still got a pig. If you don't take care of the maintenance and the landscaping, it doesn't matter what the gateway looks like. So it's all combined, in my opinion. And the harbor water quality, I've already said how that is, as where it stands up. So those are my top 5. Water quality, ensure adequate water, the streets, the landscaping, which I think ties in with the gateway, the levee and the seawalls, and the improve the water quality. But that's going to be an issue and a fight long drawn with Ventura County. And that's how I see it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lopez.
Thank you. So I'll start with my ranking, sticking pretty much as to the survey, with the first one being the restoring of paving. For the second one on the maintenance of parks and some of these green areas, I do agree with Councilmember Madrigal and Perello. If it makes sense to, I don't know if it just makes sense to combine the gateways with that one, since if that's all that it is the cleanup of them. And then number 3 would be the adequate water supply. For number 4, with the repairing of the alleyways, which is long overdue. And this is where a lot of the illegal dumping is very visible. I can't say that's the where we see the most happening, but I can imagine just based on a visual survey of that. So I kind of put those on my list together. And then number 5, in looking at the infrastructure, what I am looking at is what has the greatest impact or potential impact if the work doesn't happen on the health and safety of our residents. So I was stuck between the repairing of the seawalls and the levee construction for the flood protection. But I do have to mention, as some of the callers earlier in the meeting mentioned, the importance of Ormond Beach. And so I do hear that. I think it's a very important area that we need to look at, that we need to restore, especially considering the location of it. It's in the south end of the city again, and we can't ignore that this is the area that has been and felt neglected for much long, and that's definitely something that I believe we can look at. But first and foremost, I think these next 5 years we need to look at the more basic priorities and the areas that really need improvement in our city before we can begin this larger project. So I do hear and agree that we need to focus on Ormond Beach, and do hope to be able to do that in the next phase, or at least begin to look at it after the 5 years.
Thank you, Councilmember.
So very quickly, what was your 5th item?
It was between, sorry, I didn't exactly pick it, but I was between the seawalls and the levee construction.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I have some items here. I believe number 1, to restore a proper street paving is extremely important. That's number 1 for me. And I like the combination, council members, of number 2, that staff recommends, is to repair and maintain their parkways, and also the maintenance of our city parks, which I think is extremely important, and also other public spaces, and also to restore the proper tree trimming. I think we've got a lot of complaints on tree trimming, which I think is important. Number 3, ensure water is really important for me. And of course, the other one is that I'm looking at is repair of the alleys. The other one that I have. The question that I have is repair of the seawalls, isn't there an agreement already set up between the HOAs there and also the city?
Yes, we have a council resolution with that agreement, but we still have to work on the process, but it still requires a significant chunk of money from the city.
Okay, so that's I'm just questioning that. So I also, the other one that I think is really important is to improve the water quality there at the harbor. In fact, Councilman Perella and I worked on that, when I was a supervisor, and I think that that's extremely important. The gateways, I believe that's part of the number 2, the cleanup of our gateways. And number 9, I'm not sure, Mr. City Manager and Mr. City Attorney, if I can even talk about that, because I potentially have always had a conflict with even voting on the levees, because my house is about 300 to 400 feet away from the levees. And when I was with the, especially SR3. So I'm not sure if I can even comment on that,
Well, we would certainly like to have a closer examination, but when we've previously looked at this for Councilmember Perello, who also lives close to the area, not as close as you, apparently.
In fact, I have a couple of houses that they're that close, so.
Yeah, there are significant infrastructure project exemptions to the real property conflict of interest rules under the FEPC. But again, this is not a spur of the moment analysis that can be made.
I just want to share that. So right now, tentatively, I won't comment on that part. Okay, but one thing I like to mention.
So what is your 5th?
My 5th was the clean up the gateways. I'm sorry. Yeah.
I think you agreed to add that into with number 2.
Okay, so then it would be the illegal dumping, then response to illegal dumping.
Okay.
But I'd like to share something else that Mr. City Manager and council members in fact, I've had a lot of calls regarding our parks, and the deferred maintenance of the mediums and the parks and trees and so forth. So, and as we know, we had some really good news on our revenues this year, that our revenues came up slightly higher than we anticipated. So consequently, I've asked the city manager to bring to the finance and governance committees a recommendation to appropriate some funding to begin restoring and maintaining our mediums and parks and trees as early as we can. And the reason I believe this is that because I think restoring our parks and maintaining them watered and make sure that our families can benefit our families, making sure that our children and visitors can use those parks. In fact, because we're coming up with spring and summer, and now my understanding that kids can go out and play football and in fields and so forth. So I think it's really important that we maintain and water our parks as soon as we can. And as I mentioned before, it's my understanding that our youth and boys and girls need to stay physically active to keep their minds and bodies healthy. And that's why I think it's really important that we maintain our parks so they can run around in the parks, have our dogs run around, have our families go out and have picnics and release a lot of the stress from being at home and get some fresh air and so forth and stay active. But I think cleaning our parks and making it attractive for our families is extremely important. So I've asked the city manager to bring that item to the governor's and maintenance committee, and hopefully that maybe we can recommend that to the city council.
And we still need to hear from the mayor pro tem.
Mayor pro tem, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, all of these are good options, and well, almost all of them are good options. But the way I've ended up ranking them is water quality is my number 1, water supply. My number 2 is complete levee construction for flood protection. And 3 was repairing the seawalls. or I like the blended number 2 option with the 3 items in there, and trying to see if we can get back to a proper street paving schedule or cycle. I mean, I have an alley behind my house, and I'd love to see the thing repaired, but I just can't rank it high enough right now to with the amount of use it gets. So, I mean, this is a challenge. These are all good items. I would love to include the other stuff in there, but at some point in time, you have to make a choice, and that's what I ended up with.
Okay. Councilman Perello, you had another question?
Yes, I have a question of you, Mayor. With respect to the request that you've asked for the parks to be in number 2, the center one of number 2, to restore maintenance of the city parks and public spaces, how does that fit with jumping the gun before we even have a determination here? Because if we do that, you can imagine all 7 of us, or the rest of the 6 of us, will be catching it that we didn't try to do the same thing. And I understand you represent the entire city. You don't have a specific district, but how do you you're going to bring it to the Finance and Governance Committee, and it'll get approved, and then possibly, and then it comes to the council to be approved. Because are you expecting that the Finance and Governance Committee will be able to say yes, and then it will be a direct action for the city manager to act on? Because my understanding is it's got to come to the full council. And if it comes to the full council, what's the purpose of us voting and deciding on this tonight?
Well, my whole idea is I've had a lot of calls from a lot of people about the kids having an opportunity to go out and play in the parks. And people call up about playing football or playing basketball, and about the kids having mental and physical concerns with the family. And so I figure if we can open up our parks and let the kids go on and make sure that they're watered, make sure that they're mowed, why can't we use funding ahead of time and then pay it back when we do have Measure E money come in?
Well, I am not looking to get into an argument, but
not arguing.
currently the parks in the area in my district are maintained. They may not be as nice as they could be, but they are currently maintained. And I don't see a lack of people going into the park. I do see a lack of organized events in the parks. Yes, you're correct. And the understanding with mixed messages coming, there's going to be organized sports coming on city properties, and baseball and Little League and all that kind of stuff happening. And there's very hard feelings on both sides of that matter. But I don't see where the current situation, if we prioritize this before we have even voted on the ranking, that we get an opportunity for pulling and cherry picking one that gets priority over everybody else's choice. I don't understand that.
I'm not sure I pick it, but I can understand in District 1, the parks are pretty nice where you live, but there's a lot of parks in the south end, there's a lot of parks in Colonia, there's a lot of parks in the west end of town that need that maintenance, they need that water, they need to make sure that they're watered. That's what I'm talking about too.
But has the water, I'd like to know this, because has the water been turned off and are the parks not mowed? Or is it a matter of the gopher holes and the dead spots, which are similar in my area of District 1? Is that the same problem, or are some districts penalized and their water is shut off and not in the grass not mowed?
Therefore, for quite a white time, the parks were all brown, they were not mowed. And I think the mowing was taken, every month or so, and in some cases, they were missed. So I'm just sharing that. Yeah, I can take it to our committee. If the city council then agrees that we should not do it, then that's you have your committee too. You can bring that items to your committee and then they're brought over to the city council, and then we can go from there.
Okay.
If I can chime in real quick. I was going to say that Southwest Park off of 5th Street they're not watering it as much as they used to. And I can tell you that by looking at the grass, the watering schedule has been diminished. And so I think the point is, if we have a little extra cash available now that we can utilize for whatever, instead of waiting for the new Measure M money to come in, why not start utilizing a little bit of it now and try and catch up a little bit quicker? and we can decide on the priorities later, but I think it's a good option to try and look at, try and fix things now instead of waiting. The longer we wait, the worse it's going to get.
And we have 53 parks that in the city, not just a couple of parks, that the kids can use and families can use. And I think that might be beneficial to help, especially our children, especially the kids that are under obesity, they have diabetes, the families want to get out and play with their kids. So I think to me, that's really important that we take care of our families and our children. And the parks is a good getaway for the kids and a place for them to play, run, and release a lot of stress. That's where I'm coming.
I don't disagree with your point. I just want to end on this. I am not against kids exercising, mom and dad exercising. I'm not in support of diabetes or obesity. So I just wanted to share that. I'm in support of the financial situation, because sometimes I do gather, Mayor, that you think the city is in better financial condition than in reality it is. That's my point. Thank you.
Yeah, but I was just thinking if we could use money ahead of time, as opposed to waiting for Measure E, that potentially we could do that, for the families and the kids and so forth. That's where it's coming from. Thank you. Oscar, I think you had a question.
Real quickly, it won't take long. Sorry. Thank you, Mayor. If we're going down this road, and I know this is but can we have the basketball rims back? Because I get complaints like every week about those rims not being there.
Thank you.
Okay, so
Manager?
back to this process. So in terms of where we're grouping, what I have here is items 1 and 2. Well, first of all, item 1 has 5 of you ranking it as number 1. Number 2, if you combine just the straightforward number 2 with the number 2 plus number 8, meaning the gateways are part of number 2, then I have 6 people ranking that. Well, I'm sorry, 5 of you ranking that as number 2, and 1 of you has that as the 3rd. So again, that's basically collapsing the gateways into the number 2 categories. So that comes out to 5 of you having it in 2nd place and 1 of you having it in 3rd place. So I think those 2 are clearly have majority support. In terms of the 3rd item, ensuring adequate future water supply. So that ranked for 5 of you.
Number 3.
But let me see. So Councilmember Turan ranked that as 4th. Councilmember Perillo ranked that 1st. Councilmember Lopez ranked that 3rd, as did the mayor, and Councilmember McDonald ranked that 1st. So that did have 5 people supporting it. The alleys also had 5 people supporting it. Councilmember Turan had that 5th. Councilmember Basua had that 4th. Councilmember Madrigal had that 3rd. Councilmember Lopez, you have that 4 and 5 alleys, and you coupled alleys and illegal dumping in your 4th. And Mr. Mayor, you also had that in 4th.
Mr. City Manager Turan, do you have an additional question? Gabe?
I do, but I'm willing to wait for the city manager to finish the calculations. I just had a quick question for him.
Okay.
Illegal dumping and seawalls both ended up with 4 people ranking them in different orders. Harbor quality had 1, and levies had 3. So let's do a quick easy one. Everyone okay with lumping 8 the gateways into number 2 with the maintenance of all the green stuff?
Okay, we're good.
That's actually my question.
That was go ahead, Gabe.
Thank you very much. I just want to ask about it just so that I'm clear on it and we know what the idea or the vision was. When we say, when we talk about the gateways, cleaning them up, I totally agree with what was mentioned by my colleagues that just by doing the landscaping, we're going to get to the gateways and clean those up and get them landscaped anyways. But if the actual vision was constructing new signage, making these beautiful entryways at points of the city, that's a very different conversation. I just want to clarify what is meant by cleaning up the gateways.
That's strictly cleaning up,
Cleaning up is
Okay,
not,
that
not
answers my question.
constructing. Mhm.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Okay, so we still have number 1 and 2. And again, the next 2 top getters were ensuring a future water supply and repairing the alleys. 5 of you ranked each of those.
Okay.
And then after that, again, illegal dumping and seawalls both received 4. And unfortunately, levies and harbor quality came in after that. Levies with 3 and harbor quality with only 1. So, and then Mr. Perello, it was a little bit difficult because you were combining seawalls and levees. I actually don't think that's a good idea because they are such different projects and would have potentially very different funding sources, but they're both large projects.
Is that asking for a clarification on my vote?
It'd be
6 and 9,
helpful.
because I'll take the seawalls and I'll put it for the levy.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm sorry. So you're saying
I combined 6 and 9.
right as
And-
as your number 4 ranking, and are you saying
Yes.
you want to make number 9 your 5th?
No, make number 9 my 4th.
Okay, and then what is your 5th?
My 5th will be the seawalls.
Right. Okay. Got it.
Okay.
So that should change the total.
No, I counted it. What? I'm sorry. I just crossed off your original number 5. What was it?
1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, harbor water quality.
Mhm.
That's right. Okay.
Okay, so what's a ranking now?
So if we go back to alleys and illegal dumping, so on that one, again, we had 5 people. On that one, Councilmember Lopez, you had lumped them together. Councilmember Turan, you had alleys as your 5th. Councilmember, oh no, that's correct. Mayor had that as number 4.
Mhm.
And Councilmember Madrigal had that at 3. So again, there were 5 of you who ranked that at 3 or below, and Councilmember Lopez, you combined that with alleys. I mean, with illegal dumping.
So what do we end up with them
So,
ranking?
well, they're pretty tight.
I think.
And then securing future water quality and supply also had 5 people ranked them. Let me see how high that ranked. All
I
right.
think 1, 2, and 3 were pretty solid, right?
Right.
Mhm.
Well, no, No, three not. I mean, three had a lot, but let me see how high it ranks. So Councilmember Turan, this is again number 3, future water supply. Councilmember Turan had it at number 4. Councilmember Perello had it at number 1. Councilmember Lopez had it at number 3. Mr. Mayor, you had it at number 3, and Councilmember McDonald had it at number 1. So yeah, so that ranks relatively high. So I think that's a good third place. What would people think about putting alleys? Again, it doesn't shrink the dollars, but it helps us with prioritizing. We did have 5 of you rank alleys. We can either put it in with streets or we can keep it separate. But it's the next item on the list.
And you know what the council members, the PCI and the alleys is
Right.
0 to 14, and I went and saw a couple of them. And they were probably zeros, you know. So that's really muchly needed, you know. But you said combine in with one.
Yes.
With the streets.
Again, doesn't reduce the dollar amount required, but it just helps us with the priorities.
Council members, what do you think? Perello?
Yeah, I have a question. Are we having any council member in the same jam you are, Mayor, that you can't vote on it because you live too close?
In alleys and no, I
No.
mean, there are alleys everywhere. I think that's a tough one. That's the same as streets.
Right. Okay. So where are we now?
So
One-
we have 1, 2, and 3, and they match. Again, lumping number 8 in with number 2, they match what's on the survey. So we're trying to figure out positions 4 and 5, and they're close. Again, alleys have 5. Illegal dumping and seawalls both have 4.
So alleys has 5, so that.
Mr. Turan?
Gabe, you have a question?
Yes, thank you. I don't know if it was an answer by not answering, but I would support combining alleys and streets if it didn't affect the level of funding they were getting, but being clear that there are certain limitations to that, I guess, as far as like gas tax can't be spent on alleys, et cetera. But I would be supportive of that if that helps us in this ranking process.
You know, that's a good point. Perello?
Yes. Do we have someone from Public Works that could address this question? We just had a presentation, Mayor, you and I were privileged to it, about how much the money was going to take to fix the alleys.
That's
We
right.
might want to share that with the council to give them an indication of just how big the issue is, how separate from the streets. I think it'd be worthwhile for the 7 council members to hear the same information.
Okay, what do we have from Public Works that can,
I think our city engineer has that info.
Tatiana? Okay.
Yes, so it would take about $50 million to address all the alleyways within the city of Oxnard right now.
Was that 50 as in 50?
Yes.
50, sir, yes, that's correct.
Now, remember, it's not something we would do all at once. It's a process.
But those are much needed, right, Tatiana? The alleys are, I went out the other day and I know that Perella and I had a presentation on that, and we really need to do something with the alleys as opposed to illegal dumping. Right?
That's correct. We have a lot of alleyways that have a PCI value of 0. As you saw, Mayor, when you went to visit one of them, he visited one of our 0 PCI alleys, and he can confirm it's basically dirt. It's not an alley by any means.
And the PCI is really, really bad in this. In fact, went over to see one, it was absolutely dirt, you know. It's almost a crime scene, this alley's that bad. So what do we have? How many for alleys and how many for the
Well, there was a suggestion about combining alleys and streets. I want to see if we have enough support for that from the council.
council members combining alleys and streets? Any support there?
I see Councilmember Madrigal shaking his head. No, I assume that's the same as a thumbs down?
Yes, or Oscar, yes, up or down?
Down.
Down.
I see them as two very different uses, so I think streets need to be a priority. I mean, alleys are important, but the use is just not near amount that the streets get.
But we were looking at we're looking at ranking 4 and 5. Like,
correct.
But do we have support for alleys for number 4?
Yes, it's still there.
Council members, what do you think is number 4? What was number 5?
Illegal dumping.
Illegal dumping. Illegal dumping compared to alley repairs. I go for alley repairs. My goodness, because illegal dumping can, you know. I'm not sure if we have any support of that.
I have a question, Mayor. So I'm not sure if I'm understanding that we're picking either or, because I don't think that's, like, I would not think that we would pick one over the other.
But we're thinking, we're looking for ranking. We've got a 1, 2, 3. What would be number 4?
So right now, based on the original round, alleys is number 4 right now. So it can, if everyone agrees with it being there, then next what we have to look at is for number 5, we have 5 and 6 are at a tie.
So alleys, we're good in alleys.
You're right. If we want to leave it separate, yes, it's right there. It's fine.
And 5 and 6 is what?
So 5 is illegal dumping and 6 is repairing the seawalls.
Oh my goodness.
So I'm going to double check my notes here. Make sure I have it correct.
But I think repairing the seawalls is very significant.
Right. So illegal dumping has 4. And seawalls has 4.
Right? Barello?
I would make the argument that the seawalls are much higher priority than the illegal dumping. I would make also the argument that the repair of the alleys is a function of the maintenance or streets division, and the cleanup in the alleys is environmental services, the refuse division. Two totally separate things. The seawalls is, you know, I'm not sure it's not going to be one of our divisions fixing it, but it's the engineering groups that are highly involved, extremely involved in that. But the issue with respect to the seawalls that I hope no one forgets, there's been a commitment by the residents in that area to fund 50% of the cost. I don't want to lose the opportunity to take them up on spending 50% of the cost, because the city is going to look to be involved in some sort of bonding process. Correct me if I'm wrong, city manager. The city is looking to get some sort of a bonding process so that this can move forward and be paid out over a long period of time. If we end up that there is some sort of glitch and this doesn't meet to the high enough threshold, we may not have the support from the people that are busting their backs. And there would be another word, trying to get the support from those people to pay, because in the whole entire scheme of thing, whoever agreed to the project years and years ago, before some of you maybe were born, the money to fix it was never considered. People just apparently figured they last forever, but nothing ever does. That's just my view on it, ladies and gentlemen.
So, council members, I believe that if we have an agreement, I think the seawalls would be my preference. Council member,
Mr. Mayor, you didn't rank the seawalls in your rankings.
yes.
You're in your 5th position was illegal dumping.
But I'll change my seawalls would be the.
Okay.
I can change my vote to seawalls. It makes more sense.
Okay. Well, then that would put seawalls in the 5th position.
Council members, we okay with that?
Just a quick question, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
I lost count. How many choices did we have for the levies?
3.
Okay, thank you very much. I do support this for the seawalls. Thank you.
Okay, so we're all in agreement of seawalls? Okay. So our 6th item is
That's it.
that's it?
So we have almost in the same order for, well, it's the same order for 1, 2, and 3.
Mhm.
And then alleys and then seawalls.
Okay, thank you. And do you want to talk about the last item on the
Yes, so the final
Well, I
category,
have a question. I have a question, Mayor.
go ahead.
So we have ranked this, and we have ranked a total of, before we move to the next item, every one of the items, can we please hear again so the public that is watching this knows which are on the top priorities?
okay.
Okay.
So number 1 is restore the street paving. Number 2 is the combination of all the greenery, restore and maintenance of parkways and medians, city parks and open spaces, tree trimming, and in that is including the gateways to the city. So that's 2nd. 3rd is to ensure future water supply. 4th is to repair the alleys, and 6th is to repair the seawalls. I mean, 5th is to repair the seawalls.
Thank you very much, because I just want to clarify to the residents that live behind the SCR1, the 6,000 homes, we didn't make the cut, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, and I didn't vote on that one, so.
Okay, so
you can risk it, Mayor, and maybe things will change here.
Right.
6,000 homes.
I know city attorney,
I told you this was not going to be easy. The difficult thing is having to say no.
I see a conflict on that. I really do.
All right, so
Okay,
for the final category, I just want to review these because so with everything that you've all provided policy direction for, again, as we come back with our budget, we will make sure that the budget's in alignment with these priorities. Now, in terms of organizational effectiveness, these are things that are ultimately my responsibility to get the organization to a place and to improve to a level where we can be high functioning enough so that we can ensure that we're able to deliver on these priorities. And so a couple things I need to mention just as part of this process. Having a high functioning organization it's more important than just being able to do the job at hand. It's also important so that we position ourselves in a place where we can be anticipating what's coming in the near future. And that was in my presentation. That was slide 18, discussing mostly the technological advancements that are literally around the corner. And these are things we, as an organization, I can tell you, we are not prepared for them now. And I'm hoping that over the next 5 years, we can get to a place where we are prepared to anticipate those sweeping changes. So one example I used, and I want to repeat it, is the advent of electric vehicles. So if you look anywhere in the news, you can see the very adamant commitments by all the major automobile makers that their entire fleet of automobiles they expect to sell. And some of these are as soon as 2025, 2030. So literally around the corner that they will be electric vehicles. So an outfall of that will be that obviously those cars will not be purchasing gasoline. So an outfall of that is the gas tax will significantly decline at some point going to near zero. And that is the primary funding source that we have to maintain our roads. So we need to be in a position to anticipate and find ways to mitigate how to replace the revenues, because while gasoline cars are going to be off the road, electric cars will continue to pound our streets. And in fact, they will beat up our streets even more because they are heavier pound for pound than gasoline engines. So the point I'm making there is we really need to get this organization at a much higher functioning level so that, again, beyond delivering the day-to-day services and working on some of these big projects and investments, we can also be prepared for that future, again, that is right around the corner. And also, I want to talk about just where we are today with the organizational effectiveness, which is my assessment after having been here for just over 2.5 years, is that we are not yet a high functioning organization. And as I said in the presentation, for quite some time now, probably over the last decade, the organization has been like a person treading water just to survive, just to stay afloat above the water line. And when you're in that mode, it's very hard to plan well and to be strategic and to properly manage programs, services, and projects, and as well as managing planning for the future. I believe that the organization is in a much better place now, which is why I said we're ready to swim in a certain direction, which is the exercise tonight, is to get to you the policy direction so I know where I'm leading this administration. But I also acknowledge that our swimming, in terms of using that metaphor, we're not going to win any Olympic medals anytime soon. We still have a lot of work to do to improve this organization across the board. We have a lot of stellar, fantastic employees and staff, a lot of talent, but throughout the various cuts over the years, we've also lost a lot of positions. So we don't have all the staffing resources that we need. So we still need to add back and build upon the talents that we have in order to continue to improve and also improve our success rate on all the work that we do. That's why also in the presentation, I had one particular slide that focused on the two things that I really advocate for. And one of them, of course, was this whole category of improving organizational effectiveness. And the other one, of course, was the building a modern disaster preparedness program, because I really believe that across the community as a whole, we are not prepared. And we just can't, we can't be like that. So in terms of what I want to do and what I need to do internally with regard to organizational effectiveness, you can see the items here. So obviously securing a long-term financial sustainability. There are various things to do in that category, but one of them, of course, again, gratefully, thankfully to the voters, having the passage of Measure E will really, really help us there. Next, we want to combine a couple items because they both reflect the reserves. Replenishing the city's reserves. We're well on our way there already. Again, thanks in part to the federal support during the pandemic, but also to Measure E. And again, reserves are reserves. So we want to work towards having in the next 5 years, maybe a little bit more of a cushion specific to responding to disasters. Next, appropriate staffing levels to get the job done. Again, that will be reflected in the upcoming budgets and should be in alignment with the council's priorities. Strengthening the city's cybersecurity, that is just something all organizations, not just governments, but all organizations are unfortunately playing catch up in that area. And we need to focus on that. And that's something I intend to focus on. And finally, to invest in staff training and development. Those are budgets that have been severely slashed over the years. And again, if we want a highly functioning organization, in addition to recruiting talented staff, we have to be committed to providing ongoing training so that they can keep up with best practices in their respective fields. And then there was an item for improving financial accountability and expanding transparency. I'm recommending that we remove that as a priority in large part because the finance department has done such a spectacular job in recent years. I remind people we've had the best financial audit that we've had in the last, I think, 5 or 6 years recently. And we have the OpenGov budget portal on the website now that has all the city's financials available on our website. So I share this with you to share with the council, again, internally, the things that I am focused on in order for us to meet your policy goals for the other 4 categories of priorities. So I hope that I can get your blessing on these items. Thank you.
Council members? So are we okay with this items that the city manager just mentioned?
Or any comments or
Any comments on
suggestions
it?
or questions?
Perrella?
From the first opportunity I had to serve on the finance and oversight with Councilmember McDonald when Councilmember Ramirez asked if I would take her position, this city has come a tremendous way getting their finances, and it's a credit to the people that work in this department. I know that everybody that was on the council at that time and the new ones that came on, it was a jolt when we found out just how bad of situations we were. And it is amazing how much has been accomplished. And I really don't think people have a clue how much work the finance department has done to bring things back to where they are, and the management to bring the quality of people that work in that department, especially the top 2 people. And I only say the top 2 because those are the ones that I've dealt with the most. But I'm sure that the management, the chief financial officer and the assistant chief financial officer, they don't have any dead weight in their department. So I want to comment and compliment them. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Any other council members? If not, I believe, that long-term security is extremely important, and the reserves, are there for a rainy day, as you mentioned here, to respond for disasters, to floods, and even right now with this pandemic, it's a disaster. But I think it's important, and training of the employees, I think, is extremely important to ascertain. In fact, I think 3 and 5 are getting the proper staffing and training, I think, really can be combined. And the cybersecurity, I think, is extremely important. And the accountability, and we had the other day, we just had the audit training and the CAFR, and I just want to commend staff. As I mentioned before, the financial staff is doing a really excellent job, and the transparency and taking care of the public's money. And additionally, council members, we had a good debate today on the priorities. I think
Yes.
it was really great. And again, I want to thank the community, our residents, for passing Measure E. That is really, really important. And I think one of the council members mentioned earlier, this is good that we're talking about that, as opposed to imagine we didn't have the money. We're talking, how do we survive, and how do we, I think Oscar mentioned that, but I want to bring that up again. This is a good dialogue and a good partnership that we have, I believe.
Yes, Mr. Mayor and the council members, on behalf of our staff, I really want to thank you all for having this policy discussion tonight. I know it wasn't exactly smooth, but these discussions, I think, rarely can be, that smooth, because there are so many important issues and matters, and you all have very different perspectives. But I think it was important, A, to get the policy direction, which thankfully we now have, And by the way, we will repackage this neatly and bring it to the March 16th meeting for your formal adoption. But for the staff to listen, as we've done tonight, to your discussion, it provides much more insight for us in terms of your various perspectives and how you are representing this community and the values you place on these items. It's a really important thing to do. And again, I'm glad that to be a part of the beginning of a 5-year process here, because when it comes back to our week-to-week work, we now have a much more concise policy document to refer to. And it is a very good roadmap. And again, it helps all of us, staff, the administration, the council, and the public to hold this administration responsible and accountable to this policy direction. So some of these are amazing challenges. Some are very difficult and complex, but I think on behalf of the staff, we really look forward to tackling all of these. Thank you.
And we do have Councilman Turan that wants to say a couple of words, and then Peralta.
Thank you very much. I know we're very late into this, almost 6.5 hours into this. I really appreciate it. Very quickly, I appreciated the entire process. I appreciated the discussion, and it's been a very healthy discourse, I think, amongst all of us, and it's all for the benefit of the city and the residents. I just wanted to take a moment to say 2 things. Number one, as an interim appointed, however you want to look at it, District 2 City Council member, I just want to express that I hope that city staff and this council moving forward can continue discussions and explorations about those levies. I've been sitting here thinking about it over and over. I didn't have the votes on that. Myself and Councilmember Perello, obviously it was very important to us and important to others. I'm sure there's a very difficult ranking, but I just wanted to say that for the public record that even though it didn't get onto the priorities, those levies are incredibly important discussions to continue having for the sake of the many property owners in districts 1 and 2. So thank you for that advocacy, Councilmember Perello, and to my colleagues. The last thing I'll say is thank you to the staff for staying. I know people can say that's their job, they have to be here, but they have families, we have families and loved ones, and I just appreciate all of you so much for being here and being with us, being available for questions, and some of you didn't have to answer any, so thank you very much for that.
Go ahead.
I would like to thank Councilman Turan for his comments, and I'd also like to compliment him for a guy who just got his feet wet. He's come on board and been very impressive. Thank you.
Thank you. So with that in mind, I think it's already Friday morning. And what do you think we go home? So should we adjourn?
A motion to adjourn?
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
I've got a couple more hours left in me. I'm ready to stay, but
thank you. Good morning. We're adjourned.
Good night, all.
Thank you.